Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Hunter x Hunter, Become a God by Writing, Chapter 55 to 108, Chapter 55, The Trick Tower Test, Easy Clear. For a moment, the other examinees looked at Roy with nothing but envy and jealousy. Their eyes were practically red. Without the examinees knowing it, everything they did on top of Trick Tower was being faithfully relayed to the examiner. Lippo took a bite of his daifuku and felt that the expressions on the examinees at the top of the tower were a little strange. They seemed to be carrying some kind of deep resentment. At the top of the tower, with Roy's perception, he naturally knew someone was watching. And just then, Roy moved. He walked straight to the edge of the tower. So he's thinking of going straight out from the outside of the tower? What a naive idea. Still, this works out nicely. We need an example to show those examinees the proper way to clear Trick Tower. Lippo took another bite of his daifuku. As for the battle between Roy and Netero, Beans had suppressed the news immediately. So, aside from a very small number of people, nobody knew that during the second phase of the Hunter exam, one examinee had fought the chairman. Obviously, Lippo was not among that small group. Up on the tower, Gon and the others had also gathered around Roy. Before they could say anything, Roy began explaining at just the right moment. Trick Tower is a prison specially used by the Hunter Association to hold all kinds of vicious criminals from society who, for one reason or another, were not sentenced to death. Inside Trick Tower are many traps designed to prevent criminals from escaping. If an ordinary person enters, they'll almost certainly die. And outside the tower, there are also many hidden flying magical beasts. Anyone who tries to escape from the outside will be attacked by those creatures. So that means we can only find a way down from inside the tower? Kurapika analyzed. Roy said, yes and no. ? Everyone was puzzled. Didn't you remember one of the abilities I showed at Kiriko's place? Roy said with a smile. Everyone's eyes lit up. Flight. Correct. With my speed, I can carry people straight down without wasting time inside the tower. As he spoke, Roy leaped up and stopped in midair. The examinees already knew Roy had the ability to fly, so they were no longer surprised. Now that he was using it again, and clearly intended to go straight to the bottom of the tower like this, they felt even more envious. The daifuku in Lippo's hand fell to the floor. A Nain user? No wonder those examinees had those expressions. TCH, that really is an ability worth envying. Lippo picked up the pastry, dusted it off, and stuffed it back into his mouth. He suddenly felt like he could understand the feelings of those examinees a little. I can carry 4 people at once, which is perfect, Roy said from the sky, stretching out both hands and both legs. Android 18 was not about to cling to any man other than her own husband, so the boys could grab his legs instead. Leorio had already done this once back in Zaban City, but for Kurapika, this was his first time. The two of them each grabbed one of Roy's legs. Leorio's hands trembled a little. He was afraid of heights. Hold on tight. Roy carried Killua in his left hand and Gon in his right, with Leorio and Kurapika hanging onto his left and right legs, while Android 18 followed behind him. Then, with a single flash, before Kurapika and Leorio had even reacted, they had already arrived on the ground. The many examinees still on top of the tower ground their teeth in envy. The third phase, the Trick Tower test, had been cleared with ease. At the bottom of Trick Tower, Roy, Android 18, and Gon's group of 4 walked in directly from outside. They became the first few examinees to clear the phase. That guy is a monster. Having set an iron rule in their hearts never to make an enemy of Roy, the other examinees got used to it and began thinking about how to leave the top of the tower and reach the bottom. And it had to be said, quite a few people were led astray by Roy's actions and started considering plans to descend to the bottom from the outside of Trick Tower. A huge number of trapdoors had been prepared on the top of the tower, yet nobody stepped on them. Watching all of this, Examiner Lippo declared that he hated wild monkeys who used brute force to bulldoze their way through a stage. That examinees would enter Trick Tower from its main entrance after coming in from outside was probably something Lippo, as the examiner, had never imagined at the start, no matter how hard he tried. So when Roy and the others entered the inside of Trick Tower from outside, the drinks, snacks, playing cards, and other things scattered on the floor had no time to be cleaned up. A messy bachelor pad atmosphere rushed straight at Gon and the others and hit them full in the face. Examinee number 99, examinee number 403, examinee number 404, examinee no. 405, examinee number 406, and examinee number 407, please wait here for 72 hours. We will prepare sufficient daily necessities and food for you. Please proceed to the central hall at the bottom of Trick Tower. Lippo pushed up his huge glasses and forcibly put on a solemn expression. But really, Mr. Examiner, your entire image had already been shattered by the potato chip bags all over the floor. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, A Dragon's Reverse Scale. 953 words. Roy and the others pretended not to notice and nodded. Thank you for the trouble. HM? I remember there was also Examinee No. Where is she? She thinks the living conditions in your place are terrible, so she's waiting by the entrance. Lippo. Because Roy's group arrived at the bottom of Trick Tower first, the other examinees initially also wanted to climb down from the outside of the tower. But after a well-known climber was carried off by a flock of human-faced, bird-bodied monsters, everyone immediately began searching the top of the tower for the mechanism to descend. In the end, the five-man minority obeys the majority mechanism that Gon and the others cleared in the original story was never triggered by any examinees. Left with no choice, Lippo cancelled that stage. The five-man prisoner squad led by Bendot lost their chance to earn reduced sentences because that part of the test was removed, and they were left crying in despair. At the bottom of Trick Tower, after Roy and the others arrived early, they first celebrated passing 3 phases of the exam. After that, naturally, what awaited them was 3 long and boring days of waiting. The 5 of them came to the empty hall at the bottom of the tower and began intense, sweat-drenched training. There are still more tests waiting for you. You must stay alert at all times, and you can't neglect your training either. If you want to grow stronger, if you want power, then you can't waste a single chance to train. Now that they had realized just how vast this world was, and how powerful true strength could be, Gon and the others felt Roy was absolutely right. Since they rarely had such a stretch of free time, they immediately began training until they were drenched in sweat. They did endless push-ups, clapped their hands together, threw punch after punch, practiced flying kicks into the air, and ran laps around the bottom floor of Trick Tower. They didn't let a single form of physical conditioning go to waste. More than 6 hours later, when Hisoka arrived at the bottom floor with a slash across his shoulder, wearing his usual leisurely expression, this was the scene that greeted him. You're all working very hard. Hisoka found a place to sit down. The strange smile never left his face as he quietly watched Gon and the others train. As more and more examinees reached the finish line, the bottom floor gradually became livelier. Then these people, who had passed the 3rd phase and could be considered elites no matter what, simply stood to the side and watched the entire training routine of Gon and the others. Over the full 72 hours, Gon and the others trained for at least more than 40 of them. The rest of the time, aside from eating and using the bathroom, was spent meditating and training their nen. Of course, the examinees who didn't understand nen thought Gon and the others were merely resting and recovering their stamina. But Hisoka could tell at a glance how nen was flowing through Gon's body. Precisely because of that, he understood far better than the others just how insane these people were. Over those 3 days, they slept at most 6 hours. Every other moment was spent training. If they weren't exercising their bodies, they were cultivating nen. Training maniacs like this would be strange only if they didn't become strong. Kurapika was, after all, a descendant of the Korta clan and naturally possessed extraordinary talent. There was even less need to mention Gon. As Jing's son, both his talent and bloodline were top class. Killua, too, was the most gifted member in the history of the Zoldyck family, and his body had been subjected to countless brutal ordeals since childhood. And with Roy carrying senzu beans in case of accidents, the 4 of them trained like mad over these 3 days, never slacking off for even a moment. Thus, the third phase of the exam came to an end in this bizarre atmosphere. What came next was naturally the Hunter Association airship sent to pick them up. One by one, all the examinees boarded and headed for the next destination. If nothing unexpected happened, then the next place should be Battleship Island. What did you just say? Say that again. At a small inn on Battleship Island, Roy was desperately holding Android 18 back, while the little old man and little old woman in front of them were trembling all over. Nearby, Gon, Killua, and the many other examinees had already fled far away from them and were huddled in the corner, shivering. Say that again. All the treasure and valuables we recover from this sea area have to be handed over to the Hunter Association? The expression on Android 18's face was terrifying beyond words. Every dragon has a reverse scale, and without question, that demand had touched Android 18's. The old man and old woman were already clutching each other, too frightened to speak. Because of the turbulence in her emotions, Android 18 let a tiny bit of her aura leak out. And that aura wasn't aimed at any one person. It spread indiscriminately. Naturally, every examinee present felt it. Hanzo, hiding off to the side, swallowed hard. I thought only that man was monstrously strong. I never expected the woman beside him to be this terrifying too. Pakal and Badoro, hiding with him, were both dripping cold sweat as they nodded in complete agreement. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 57, Roy's File. 967 words. Hisoka had already put away his playing cards. Oh my, oh my. So there's more than one Fruit King? That makes things even more interesting. Illumi picked up his cell phone again. Father, add one more name to our family's danger list. Gon and the others had already backed far away, all of them sighing in amazement. As expected, Roy is really strong. And since Android 18 can fly just like Roy, she definitely can't be weak either. Yeah, but I never expected her to be this strong. She's basically a monster. Killua clasped his hands behind his head and let out a long sigh. Only Leorio, meanwhile, was shouting at the top of his lungs, cheering Android 18 on. That's right, exactly. Why should we have to hand over the treasure we found through our own exploration to the Hunter Association? I support you, Android 18. Beside him, Kurapika covered his face with one hand. This was far too embarrassing. As for the elderly couple standing before Android 18 and Roy, they had long since been scared speechless. They were Hunter Association staff, after all, and had seen plenty of vicious-looking examinees before. But people this fierce, this terrifying. This was the first time. Too scary. At that moment, while Android 18 was arguing over how the treasure should be distributed, aboard the Hunter Association airship, Netero held the file Beans had gathered on Roy, stroking his not yet fully regrown beard as he read it carefully. Roy, male, 17 years old. Wife, Lazuli, also known as Android 18. Registered residence, Old Silver Mountain City, Yorbian Continent. Ace manga artist of Shonen Magazine. Studied under the somewhat well-known manga artist Luke Lucas. Raised in an orphanage from a young age. Clean background. Shows extraordinary talent in manga. His work Dragon Ball is explosively popular and has already swept across the entire world. It is a manga on the level of a true mass phenomenon. He pioneered a new manga genre, hot-blooded combat manga. He has brought a wave of passion and excitement to the market, and his fan support clubs have now spread across all 6 continents. He is hailed as the most gifted manga artist of the current age, and some have even called him the greatest manga artist of all time. He came to take the Hunter exam because he had run dry on inspiration and wanted to seek new ideas. There wasn't a single flaw in Roy's file. Netero could not spot the slightest suspicious point. That was only natural. Roy himself truly was a person from the 6 continents. That much could not be faked. Only the soul inside him had been replaced by someone from another world. Netero stared at Roy's profile for a long while, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the tabletop. After some time, he raised his head and picked up the phone. "Hello, Bean. Help me find the complete set of Dragon Ball manga." "Yes, that Dragon Ball, the hottest one right now. I know it's still ongoing. Just gather everything that's already been published for me." After saying that, Netero hung up. His gaze became deep and unreadable. The greatest manga artist, HM? A man like that comes to take the Hunter exam simply to search for inspiration, and he only brought his wife with him. Ho ho ho, how interesting. Netero had served as chairman of the Hunter Association for many years and had dealt with political leaders from many nations countless times. Naturally, he was not lacking in intelligence. It was obvious that he had already become quite interested in Roy. After arranging things with Beans, Netero recalled something else, what Roy had told him after their duel, about the Zodiacs. Interesting. If there really are people connected to Pariston and beyond among the Zodiacs. Netero thought for a moment, then pulled another phone out from a drawer. Without dialing, he simply pressed the call button. Click. "Hello, Cheadle? It's me, Netero. Help me gather all the materials from the previous Zodiac screenings." Now shifting the scene back to Battleship Island. Under Android 18's forceful demands and with Leo Rio fanning the flames from the side, the elderly couple first called Beans to ask how the matter should be handled. Then they pulled Android 18 aside into a dark corner and whispered with her for a while to negotiate. After that, the matter was dropped. As for the other examinees, the rule remained the same as before. All money and treasure obtained from this stretch of sea had to be handed over to the Hunter Association in exchange for the right to use the rooms. As for Android 18, she returned to her usual icy demeanor and no longer stepped forward to object. Clearly, some kind of deal had been reached between the two sides. That left Leo Rio rather dissatisfied, but he did not say anything more. After all, he did not possess strength on Android 18's level. After that, there was naturally nothing much left to say. Amid a massive storm, the group joined together in the same boat and weathered the crisis side by side. In the end, the Hunter Association's airship arrived. All the examinees who had passed were once again taken by airship to the location of the next test. In the blink of an eye, the fourth phase of the exam arrived. At noon, the airship landed on a cliff. An examiner wearing glasses and sporting a pineapple-like hairstyle was already waiting there. It was Lippo, whom Roy and the others had seen before. Beside him stood a tall table, and on top of it sat a lottery box. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20+ chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 58, the fourth phase of the Hunter exam. 929 words. The examinees disembarked one after another, 26 in total. As the examiners for the first two phases, Menchi and Saditz did not get off the ship. Netero was the same. After dropping the examinees off here, they would head straight to the venue for the final test and wait for the examinees who passed the fourth phase to arrive. The site of the fourth phase was a solitary island shaped like a pair of glasses, called Glasses Island, or Zevel Island. After unloading the examinees, the airship took off and left. Lippo did not waste any time and went straight to the point. He raised a hand and hooked his thumb toward a tiny black dot of an island on the sea behind him. The third phase test will be held on Zevel Island. Before that, please draw lots. One of the examinees asked, "Why do we have to draw lots?" Lippo gave a sinister grin and replied, "To decide the hunters and the prey. There are 26 number tags in this box, each one bearing the examinee number corresponding to one of you. Now, each of you will draw one. Please draw in the order you passed. First is..." Lippo glanced at Roy. "At this time, Mr. Roy, please draw first." At that moment, a girl in a purple long dress with headphones on, having heard what Lippo said, directly called up the first person. Roy understood immediately. He walked forward, reached in, casually fished out a number tag, gave it a quick glance, then made it disappear. The examinees watching closely did not see at all how Roy had made the tag vanish. If I remember right, that's the dark-skinned guy with the curly hair. In the original story, the pitiful fellow who used a blowgun, whose target was gone, and who ended up getting killed by Hisoka. Second, Ms. Android 18, please come draw. The girl called each examinee up one by one in a crisp voice. Roy stepped back, and then it was Android 18's turn. Only after every single person had drawn a number tag did Lippo suddenly pat the lottery box and say, "This machine has already recorded the tags each of you drew. You may dispose of the tag in your hand however you like. But the examinee corresponding to the number on that tag is your prey." At that, Lippo revealed a fox-like gaze and said seriously, "You must seize the number tag on your prey. If you obtain your prey's number tag, that is worth 3 points. If you keep your own number tag, that is worth 3 points. Any other number tag is worth 1 point. If you want to advance to the final test, you must score at least 6 points. The time limit is 1 week." As he spoke, Lippo's fingers also formed different gestures as the numbers changed. Once the explanation was over, nearly all the examinees who heard these rules immediately chose to hide their number tags. Only a small number, confident in themselves, continued to wear their tags openly without a care. In the original story, Killua also belonged to the group that did not care. But this time, after witnessing experts from every direction, especially after the shock Roy had brought him, and being determined to pass the hunter exam, he obediently hid his number tag. The tension of the test became unmistakable at this moment. Every single person was observing everyone else. "All right, Clara, I'll leave the rest to you." After explaining the rules, Lippo spoke to the girl in the purple dress. Then he simply stepped back, looking very dashing in that hands-off shopkeeper sort of way. "Yes." The girl in the purple dress, Clara, nodded respectfully in response. "Next, I have a piece of very good news for everyone. Every examinee present here will receive an unconditional 1-rank promotion in every phase of next year's hunter exam, so even if you fail this time, you can come challenge it again next year." Clara spoke excitedly, sharing what she considered good news with the examinees present. Unfortunately, no matter how lovely her smile was, the examinees on site were not buying it at all. If something could be passed in one go, who would want to come a second time? And to say this in such a tense atmosphere before the test only made the silence on site even heavier. And as an aside, even if they came back the following year, in the original version they would just be flattened by Killua in the first phase. People like Tonpa and the Amori brothers, who had made it all the way to the 4th phase, still went down in the very first phase. There was no such thing as an unconditional promotion at all. The scene became awkward for a while. "These people are really no fun," Clara muttered inwardly, though she did not say anything on her face and still kept that sweet smile. "Ahem." Clara coughed lightly, cleared her throat, and continued, "Next, there are still 2 hours left before we arrive at the hunting grounds, so please rest for now. Even if you know who your target is, there's no way of knowing who is hunting you. It might even be that your hunter is the closest companion by your side. Ha ha ha. I think the battle can start already." End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 59, Nanny? 902 words. A smile curled at Lippo's lips. This was exactly the kind of scene he, the man chiefly responsible for Trick Tower, loved to see most. It really was something to look forward to. Soon after, a boat took all the examinees aboard and headed for Zeval Island. The weather was clear, and the ship cut through the sea with the wind at its back. All the examinees were scattered across the deck. On the surface, the exam had not officially begun yet, but beneath that calm appearance, it had already started. The number tags used for the drawing were square, to distinguish them from the round number badges worn by the examinees themselves. After the drawing was over, the examinees were free to deal with their square number tags however they pleased. Hiding them or simply throwing them away were both valid choices. However, most examinees chose to keep them. After all, so long as they could keep their prey's identity concealed, there might come a moment when revealing the praise badge could help them avoid an unnecessary fight. The examinee number badge on one's own body also had to be hidden. Not only would that reduce the chance of it being stolen, it also allowed one to cling to a bit of luck and hope their hunter would fail to notice it. The deck was silent. The examinees' gazes crossed one another in the air. Some stared openly and without restraint, while others lowered their heads and avoided eye contact. Roy had drawn number 384, Jaretta. Android 18, meanwhile, had drawn No. The second of the Imori brothers, Imori. Roy, what number is your target? At that moment, Killua came over to Roy's side and dropped down to sit beside him. Roy opened his eyes and glanced at Killua. With a casual flip of his hand, he showed Killua the number tag for an instant before slipping it back into his pocket. Killua had seen the number. You know who that is, right? I do. Roy tilted his head back to look at the blue sky above and answered flatly. What about you guys? As for me, I forgot. Killua was quite confident in himself. He clearly remembered the number badges of the strong ones, like Hisoka and Hanzo. As for the weaklings, they did not even qualify to be remembered by young Master Killua. Gon and the others also walked over. I got number 80, but I don't know who it is. Leorio had no idea what kind of opponent he had drawn. 80, Sniper. A female sniper wearing sunglasses and a black suit-like work outfit. Roy gave the answer immediately. He remembered every single examinee number on the ship perfectly clearly. That's the pretty one with the amazing figure, right? Leorio immediately recalled her, an annoying grin that all men understood spread across his face. Never thought such a pretty young lady would be my prey. This feeling, hey. Roy shrugged and paid no attention to Leorio's love-struck look, though beside him, Android 18's eyelid very obviously twitched. Mine is No. It's Tanpa. Kurapika knew his opponent very well. My number is 89. Gon raised his hand as he spoke. Unlike in the original story, Gon had been one of the earlier examinees to clear Trick Tower, so the number he drew in advance was naturally no longer Hisoka, magician number 89, Shishido. He's carrying a stone spear and dressed like some kind of tribal chief. There, the one in red to the south, not the one in blue. The group looked over, only to discover that the man called Shishido kept glancing in one direction from time to time. Gitaracker? Not even hiding his number badge. Is that confidence in his own strength? Although they had already learned Gyo, Illumi's aura was not something that showed itself so easily, so none of them could sense it directly. Still, by instinct alone, they could vaguely feel the danger coming from that person. And at the very beginning, Roy had already said it, this was a powerful Nen user not inferior to an examiner, someone strong enough to kill an examiner instantly. 301 is currently the strongest person among the examinees here, aside from me and Android 18. The strongest? Stronger than Hisoka? The group froze at once. They already knew Hisoka was strong, but they had never expected this unremarkable Gitaracker to be even stronger. They had never once doubted Roy's judgment. Very strong. Even across the 6 continents, he would count among the top tier. The looks in everyone's eyes changed immediately. If someone could earn Roy's recognition, then that person was absolutely dangerous. While they became wary of him, they also felt a trace of sympathy for No. 89, Shishido, for having drawn such an opponent. Killua, however, stared at him carefully and began to feel a strange sense of familiarity he could not quite put into words. Oh, right. I forgot to mention this. His real name isn't Gitaracker. Gitaracker is only an alias. He has another name, one that Killua knows extremely well. A name I know really well? Killua grew curious. That guy's surname is Zoldyck too. Nani? End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 60, damn it, how did this guy end up drawing me? 962 words. What? Killua jumped straight up. The others weren't doing much better either. Killua's family? That legendary Zoldyck family? If he's this strong, he's probably one of their core members. Killua, do you know him? Killua stared at Gitarakar's face. The more he looked, the more he felt something was off. Then it gradually became clear in his mind. He finally realized where that sense of familiarity was coming from. Have you figured it out? In your family, the one who's skilled at using that kind of needle and can alter his appearance so easily is probably only my eldest brother. Killua spat out each word one by one. His whole body turned cold, and the hairs all over him stood on end. In the rest of the hunter exam, I need to stay as far away from him as possible. I absolutely cannot run into my big brother. Killua made his decision on the spot, then actually hid behind Gon. That made Kurapika and the others extremely curious. Just what had happened between Killua and his older brother for Killua to react like this? His brother actually scared him into acting like this. But that was still someone else's family matter, so Gon and the others couldn't very well ask. 2 hours later, the ship arrived at Zebel Island and docked at the shore. The person in charge went ashore first, then said to the examinees still on the deck, "We've arrived. Please disembark one by one in the order of the drawing just now. 2 minutes after the previous person gets off the ship, the next one may land. You will remain on the island for 1 week. During that time, gather 6 points, then return here. Now, the first examinee may disembark." The moment those words fell, Roy stood up and leaped toward the shore. Under everyone's gaze, he walked toward the dense forest. However, when faced with the primitive forest on the isolated island, Roy did not plunge straight in. Instead, he chose to stay at the entrance to the forest. This obviously went against the spirit of this exam, which was supposed to be about wilderness survival and hunting one another. Roy clearly had no intention of playing any kind of stealth game. As the first person to pass the third phase, Roy couldn't care less what the others thought. The second person to go ashore was Android 18. She was just as calm, and instead of entering the forest, she walked over to Roy. It was obvious that she had the same plan as him: guard the entrance to the forest. The expressions of the remaining examinees on the ship gradually turned ugly. Standing guard at the island's entrance so openly like this. Hey, Chief Examiner. This counts as cheating, doesn't it? Some examinees started shouting. Strictly speaking, they have already set foot on Zebel Island, so they are acting within the rules I established. This cannot be called cheating or breaking the rules. On the contrary, they are simply making use of the rules. After all, they were the first to pass the third phase. Lippo's words quickly settled the matter, leaving the examinees feeling utterly stifled and miserable. All they could do was secretly pray that they were not the hunting targets of those two. Next came the third person, Gon. After stepping onto the island, he exchanged a glance with Roy and the others, then slipped into the jungle. After that came Kurapika, Leorio, and Killua, boarding the island one after another. By the time the seventh person had landed and Gon's group had all set off, Hisoka, Illumi Zoldyck, and Hanzo had also entered the forest. Because Gon and the others knew Roy's hunting target, they walked in with complete ease. Hisoka and Illumi Zoldyck simply passed by Roy without the slightest concern, and Roy did not even glance at them. When it was Hanzo's turn, he gave Roy a very wary look. After realizing Roy had no intention of paying attention to him, he felt slightly relieved, though he still remained on guard as he slowly and cautiously made his way into the forest. Then came the 13th person. A dark-skinned man with curly hair, wearing a hat and sunglasses, stepped ashore. In his hand was a weapon shaped like a cane. This was examinee number 384, Jaretta, and he was Roy's target. After landing, Jaretta carefully kept his guard up against Roy while heading straight in the direction Gon had left. Just like in the original story, his target was Gon. However, the thing he least wanted to happen did happen. Roy directly turned his gaze on him and started walking toward him. A deeply ominous feeling instantly rose in his heart. Then, in the next moment, Roy pulled out a slip of paper. That piece of paper made his heart sink straight into the abyss. It was the drawing slip from earlier, and the number on it was exactly his badge number. No. The examinees still on the ship who had good eyesight saw the slip in Roy's hand and immediately let out long sighs of relief. After all, no one wanted to face a monster who had defeated the chairman of the Hunter Association. For a moment, the few examinees who remained, including Tanpa, couldn't help but feel a mixture of sympathy, pity, and a bit of schadenfreude toward Jaretta. Jaretta's hand gripping the blowgun cane had gone pale from the force of his grip. His palms and forehead were covered in sweat. Damn it, how did this guy end up drawing me? End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, His Hunter exam ends here. 952 words. Jaretta inwardly groaned, but he did not dare make the slightest move. Roy took back the lottery slip and said slowly, "Do you want to lose your qualification for the exam right now?" Hearing Roy's words, Jaretta's body trembled. He did not hesitate any longer. He immediately pulled out his number tag from his pocket and threw it to Roy. Smart choice. Roy took the number tag and praised him in an indifferent tone. Almost every examinee was thinking the same thing in silence. Thank goodness this person's target wasn't me. Then they looked at Jaretta with pity. He had only just come ashore, and his number tag had already been taken. Roy held the tag between two fingers and gave it a casual flick before slipping it into his pocket with incredible speed. To the other examinees, it looked as if the tag had vanished into thin air. After putting away the number tag, Roy walked toward the shore, where the ship was docked. When Jaretta saw that Roy was no longer paying attention to him, he let out a breath and immediately sprinted off in a certain direction. He did not regret his choice. He knew that meaningless resistance would only cost him his life. He was still unwilling to accept it, but that was better than dying. Right now, his top priority was to hunt down his target first, then find any 3 examinees he could. Jaretta's figure moved swiftly through the forest. At the coast, when the examinees saw Roy walking toward them, they all subconsciously took a step back, their faces full of vigilance, mixed with a trace of fear. They had heard that the Hunter exam was never short of utterly deranged participants. If this monstrously strong man decided to block the ship in some insane move, then everyone would be finished. Lippo was also somewhat worried that this might happen, but it was within the rules, so he could not interfere. And besides, that blonde, blue-eyed beauty standing near him still had not hunted down her target yet. One had to know that the aura that Beauty had released back on Battleship Island had also been terrifying to the extreme. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Roy sat down cross-legged on the ground near the ship. This was the gathering point for 7 days later. Since he had already secured 6 points, all he had to do now was wait here. As for Android 18, she remained where she was. Once they saw that Roy was not making any further move, both the examinees and the examiner secretly let out sighs of relief. Soon after, the next examinee came ashore. Seeing that neither Roy nor Android 18 was paying attention to him, he immediately bolted into the forest, afraid of ending up like Jaretta. Time passed, until the 20th examinee. The eldest of the Amori brothers saw that nothing dangerous seemed to be happening, so he leisurely walked off the ship with a carefree attitude. But when the next examinee, the second brother Amori, stepped ashore, Android 18 suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. At once, all the remaining examinees understood. He was Android 18's prey. Amori on the shore, along with the other 2 Amori brothers still on the ship, all had extremely ugly expressions. Are you going to hand me your number tag yourself, or do I have to kill you and search your body for it? Android 18's cold voice rang out, directly cutting off Amori's last bit of hope. Amori's face twisted in struggle for a long while. Just as Android 18 was starting to lose patience, he finally made his choice. A very wrong choice. He threw a card at Android 18. It was the lottery slip from earlier. Then, the moment he threw it, he kicked off hard and sprinted off to the side. Idiotic. Roy, watching from the side, shook his head. Android 18 naturally was not fooled by such a cheap trick. With a single flash, she instantly appeared behind the fleeing Emori. "Watch out, big brother!" Emori, still on the ship, immediately turned pale and shouted frantically. With one move, Emori dropped to the ground, unconscious, dead or alive unknown. "Big brother!" Emori rushed out at once. Yet he flew back even faster than when he had charged out. Emori was sent flying and crashed heavily back onto the ship. "It's not your time to disembark yet. Please follow the rules set by the examiner." Roy withdrew his fist and said flatly, "This is the Hunter exam. Since you chose to take part, you should have made the proper resolve. If you haven't even made that much resolve, then you should go back to wherever you came from as soon as possible." Emori collapsed on the deck and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Roy had still held back. He had not intended to kill him. The remaining examinees still on the ship all fell silent after hearing Roy's words. Over there, Android 18 had already searched Emori's body and found his number tag. The two of them then sat down by the shore once more. After a while, Emori, with blood still at the corner of his mouth, came ashore. He first ran over to the fallen Emori, checked him over, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, Android 18 had also held back. But as punishment, Emori was not going to wake up at all during this next week. His Hunter exam ended here. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 62, Everyone's Movements, and the Goldobine Technique. 1029 words. Emori carried Emori on his back and didn't even dare look at Roy and the others. He ran straight into the forest to look for his big brother. After Emori left, the examinees who came ashore afterward all cautiously glanced at Roy's group before sprinting into the forest as well. Some time later, all the examinees had finished landing. Lippo glanced at Roy and Android 18, who were sitting by the shore, then made a gesture from the boat. With a blast of the whistle, the ship sailed away. The sea breeze blew over, making Roy's hair flutter non-stop. Just as the sun was about to set, someone emerged from the woods. It was Illumi Zoldyck. As a complete little brother fanatic, Illumi had come to see Roy, and Roy naturally knew what he wanted to talk about. It was nothing more than a few matters concerning Killua Zoldyck. As for the specific details of what Illumi said, Roy had no idea. He listened for a while, then fell asleep. Illumi stopped talking and quietly looked at the sleeping Roy and Android 18, who remained by his side, not revealing what he was thinking. Only after a long while did he leave. The 7 days passed by slowly, and the hunting between the examinees unfolded in silence. In a patch of dense undergrowth, a tall, fat examinee collapsed with an unwilling expression on his face. Pakal, carrying his bow and arrows, stepped forward happily and took the man's number tag. After looking around and confirming there was nothing unusual, he quickly concealed himself. Hidden nearby, Gon Freaks watched the whole scene and seemed thoughtful. Then his ears twitched, and his gaze casually flicked in one direction. In that direction stood several rows of tall trees, and up in one of them, Jaretta, whose number tag had previously been snatched away by Roy, was carefully observing everything. A few days later, at a waterfall, Gon Freaks and the chief across from him cupped their hands toward each other. One held a stone spear. The other held a fishing rod. Behind Gon Freaks, Jaretta quietly waited for a chance to strike with a single fatal blow. At the edge of a sheer cliff, a cool and capable woman wearing sunglasses lay prone, her graceful figure fully on display. She held an icy sniper rifle in her hands and searched for prey through the scope. Within the lens appeared Leorio, lying beneath the shade of a tree on the opposite side of the cliff, seemingly resting. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Sniper licked her lips and spoke indifferently. The two of them had actually drawn each other's number tags. It had to be said, that was a kind of fate. The only question was who was the hunter, and who was the prey. Under the shade, Leorio let out a low, creepy chuckle. Ha ha ha. Deep within a forest, beside a stream, a little monkey was shivering in a man's arms, while that man's face was swollen so badly that he looked utterly miserable. Man and monkey clung to each other and huddled beneath a rock. This man was examinee number 118, Sami. He raised a clever little monkey and could be considered quite an experienced examinee. Another man lay beside him. It was none other than Tampa, the rookie crusher. But at the moment, he had already lost consciousness. You should have handed it over sooner. Sami's lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. Kurapika wiped his hands and turned to leave. He had already gathered 6 points. All that remained was to wait until the 7-day time limit ended. Beneath a large tree whose roots jutted out above the ground, Kiloazoldik casually tore apart the hat in his hand. The two Omori brothers were wedged between the roots, trembling in fear as they looked at Kiloazoldik's expressionless face. Hand it over. Kiloazoldik stretched out his hand. Without saying a word, the two of them immediately pulled out their number tags from their pockets and handed them over. Kiloazoldik took the number tags and turned away at once. Boring. He muttered softly to himself. After Kiloazoldik left, the two men collapsed limply to the ground. Imori, lying nearby, still had not woken up. And from the side of the tree roots, a bald figure quickly followed after Kiloazoldik. Day by day, time passed, and before long the 7 days were almost over. During this period, nearly every examinee had given it everything they had. And during these 7 days, Roy once again received an item manifested through Nen. More precisely, it was a kind of ability. Guldo's Bind Technique. Guldo, one of the Jinya Force members under Frieza in Dragon Ball, was the weakest in terms of raw power, but he possessed psychic abilities capable of controlling time and space. The longer he could hold his breath, the longer he could stop time. He also had the Bind Technique, which could prevent an opponent from moving and lock them in place. There was no doubt that both of these abilities were extremely powerful. There was no need to even mention the time stop ability. In a clash between experts, a single second was enough to decide life or death. Stopping time was practically a bug-level power. And the Bind Technique was naturally just as practical, a trump card that could render an enemy unable to move. Even if an opponent was too strong to be completely restrained, as long as it could make their body hesitate or freeze for a split second, that was already enough. It could be said that the Bind Technique was a major boost to Roy's combat strength. Moreover, the manifestation of Guldo's Bind Technique gave Roy an idea. Since even the Bind Technique could be manifested, then Guldo's time stop ability should probably be able to manifest as well. That made Roy feel a faint sense of anticipation. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 63, friends? 926 words. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye, and now there was less than an hour left before the test ended. After a while, the ship's whistle sounded from the sea. It had arrived early. At the same time, Illumi walked out of the forest and glanced at Roy and the others sitting on the ground. Did I come too early? His gaze shifted and landed on the ship far out at sea. A moment later, he casually found a place and sat down. The ship slowly pulled up to the shore, but Roy, Android 18, and Illumi all ignored it. The fourth test has now officially ended. All examinees, please return to the starting point as quickly as possible. It was still the voice of that young lady in the purple long dress from 7 days ago. Amplified through a loudspeaker, her voice rang out from the ship and spread across the entire island. From this moment on, all examinees have 1 hour to return to the starting point. Anyone who fails to return in time will be considered disqualified. Please take note. Also, after arriving at the starting point, transferring number plates is forbidden. Once discovered, you will immediately lose your qualification. Please take note. All across the island, the examinees who heard the ship's announcement came out from their hiding places and headed toward the starting point. The third person to arrive at the starting point was Hisoka, followed by Hanzo, Pakal, Gon and the others. Within half an hour, all the examinees who had gathered 6 points returned one after another. Roy, Android 18, Illumi, Hisoka, Hanzo, Pakal, Gon, Kurapika, Leorio, Killua Zoldyck, and Bedoro, a total of 10 people, returned to the starting point. 11, Roy thought to himself. Gon and the others were just about to come over and share the good news, but the moment Killua saw that his big brother was also sitting there, he immediately hid far away. So he really did notice me. Illumi thought this, then stood up and walked in Killua's direction. The moment Illumi moved, Gon and the others noticed. Seeing that his target was Killua, they immediately stepped in front of him and stared at him warily. Judging by your expressions, you should all know my identity by now. This is a private matter within the Zoldyck family. You'd better stay out of it. Illumi pulled all the needles out of his face. The clicking sound stopped, and in their place appeared a refined, handsome face. Even the way he spoke became smooth and natural. Killua is our companion. Gon did not yield a single step. A powerful surge of aura instantly erupted from the three of them. The other examinees nearby sensed that something was wrong and immediately retreated far away. So there are a few fruits here too, still a little unripe, but very delicious. A gleam flashed through Hisoka's eyes, and that haha laugh came from his mouth again. You've only just begun training in Nen, haven't you? You haven't even developed your abilities yet. Do you really think you can stop me? Illumi raised a Nen needle. Although the rules forbade fighting, there was still plenty of room to work around them. But in the very next moment, Illumi realized that his body could no longer move. He began to struggle, only to find that it was completely useless. His entire body had gone rigid, as though bound by some kind of chain. At the same time, a powerful pressure bore down on him, leaving him unable to move in the slightest. Move one more time, and I'll cut your throat open immediately. Roy's tone was calm. This was his first test of the bind technique's ability, and the effect seemed pretty good. Illumi instantly went still. He did not doubt the truth of Roy's words. After the hunter exam ends, if Killua wants to go back with you, then he'll go back with you. But if he wants to keep adventuring with Gon and the others, then you're not allowed to stop him. Of course, you wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. Illumi merely looked at Roy in silence, saying nothing. However, after the hunter exam is over, I'll take Gon, Killua, and the others to the Zoldyck family. If a child wants to go out and play, then the parents should at least be informed. Only then did Illumi speak. I won't interfere in the remaining tests. The moment he said that, he felt the pressure and restraint on his body disappear. What a strange ability. What formidable power. Illumi sat back down in his original place. Only then did Killua, who had been hiding far away, finally let out a sigh of relief. He would still have to go back and see his family, but clearly this was far better than the scene he had originally imagined. Gon and the others also relaxed. When Illumi had raised the Nen needle just now, they had all clearly felt a despair-inducing gap between them. A great reputation was not unearned. The Zoldyck family really was formidable. And they truly were still far too weak. At that moment, Killua walked over with his head lowered. I dragged you guys into this. Killua, what are you talking about? We're friends. Friends? Killua made no sound, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Yeah. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 64, that one examinee will definitely pass, right? 978 words. An hour passed, and an airship headed this way. The ship had come to carry away the eliminated examinees, while the airship had arrived to take the examinees who had passed to the site of the final test. One traveled by sea, the other by sky. It almost seemed to imply something. On board the airship, with the hunter exam nearing its end, all of the examiners in Netero were sharing a meal in one room. Out of 11 people, 8 are newcomers. Not bad at all, Netero said with a cheerful smile. Aside from Hisoka, Pakal, and Bedoro, all of them were first-timers. With his mouth stuffed full of food, Bohara asked indistinctly, "Is that kind of situation common?" "Not common. It probably only happens about once every 10 years, Netero said. Sadets also added, "Whether the newcomers can truly stand out will depend on the final test." Bohara asked curiously, "Then what exactly is the final test about?" The moment he said that, all the examiners except Menchi turned to look at Netero. Menchi, meanwhile, was staring blankly into space, clearly lost in thought. When she heard them mention the final test, she subconsciously muttered, "I don't know what the final test will be, but that one examinee will definitely pass, right?" A silence fell over the room. They all knew who Menchi was talking about. Of course, that did not include the crested-haired examiner, who had no idea what had happened before this and merely looked puzzled as he stuffed a daifuku into his mouth. Seeing everyone fall silent, Netero gave a light cough and said seriously, "I'm planning to hold a very unusual duel. But before that, I need to have a talk with them first." The examiners were all baffled, completely unable to guess what Netero was thinking. At that moment, the people who had passed the fourth phase were already inside the lounge. Everyone was busy with their own business, occupying the places they liked and doing the things they liked, without bothering with one another. They had already been notified that the final test would take place 3 days later. The other examinees were also keeping to themselves and occupying different corners. Of course, Hisoka was still building his house of cards. It was practically an eternal hobby by now. Illumi had also stopped disguising himself. In any case, he did not care anymore. There was no need to keep hiding. Hanzo brought Badoro and Pakal along with him and stayed behind Roy's group. He felt that following Roy and the others was still the safest option. Back on the island during the fourth test, Roy had shown that he was not some bloodthirsty killer, but actually a good person. Without Roy knowing it, Hanzo had already handed him an invisible good guy card. And Roy knew a great deal of useful knowledge and information. Sticking close to him would definitely mean gaining a lot of useful insight. As for Hisoka and Illumi, they sat far away in a corner, minding their own business. It was not as though everyone intentionally wanted to isolate them, but even Hanzo did not dare to go near Hisoka. Although Illumi had returned to his refined, handsome face, he was still hanging around with Hisoka. Birds of a feather flocked together, and everyone understood that much. And so, the 11 of them smoothly split into 2 camps. The last time we rode an airship, it felt like being packed in like sardines. Who would have thought that with only 11 people left, the airship would feel too big instead? Leorio sighed with emotion. In just a few days, things had already reached the final stage. But I'm still worried. Judging from the way that old man Chairman Netero talked, what exactly is he going to test us on? Leorio said. No matter how much we think about it, there's no way we could guess the content of the exam, Kurapika said. You really are no fun. Can't you see everyone's already tense enough? Stop pouring cold water on things, Leorio said irritably after being dampened. Is that so? Kurapika turned to look at the others. Their expressions really were all quite serious. Of course, that did not include Roy and Android 18. One always had a calm expression, and the other always wore a cold one. Everyone here went through who knows how much hardship to make it this far. No one wants to be eliminated, Leorio said. No matter what, we're all first-timers taking the hunter exam. Talking among ourselves won't get us anywhere. In a situation like this, shouldn't we be asking someone with experience instead? Hanzo suggested. That was also the reason he had brought Badoro and Pakal over. Exactly, Kurapika said. I agree too, Leorio said, also approving of the constructive suggestion. Everyone then turned their gaze toward Pakal. After all, he was taking the hunter exam for the second time. Being stared at so passionately all of a sudden, even someone as thick-skinned as Pakal found those piercing looks hard to endure. Asking me won't help either. 3 years ago, I got eliminated in the 4th phase. This year is also my first time making it all the way to the final test, Pakal said, waving his hands over and over, afraid that if he moved too slowly, those burning gazes would roast him alive. So after all that, you're not dependable either, Hanzo said, a little dejected. None of your business, Pakal shot Hanzo a deadfish stare. Pakal remembered very clearly that during the second test, Hanzo had known the correct way to make sushi, then stood there watching him make a fool of himself. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, Roy's little masterclass in bluffing begins. 998 words. What about that older guy? Do you have any advice or experience about the final exam? Kurapika felt that Badoro seemed mature and steady, so he ought to have some experience. Yeah, Mr. Badoro, Leorio chimed in. You should know something, at least. There's an old saying, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Hanzo also looked at Badoro expectantly. But I got eliminated in the first exam last year, Badoro said very calmly. So you're no help either, they all said in unison. But I can more or less guess what the final exam will be, Badoro said with considerable confidence. Then he began his explanation and analysis. First, the first exam was a test of physical stamina. It was meant to test whether a hunter candidate had the strength and endurance required of a hunter. The second exam tested observation. The first half, where the task was roasted whole pig, required us to notice the great stamp's unique physique and thereby find its weakness. The second half, the sushi portion, made the examiner's intent even clearer. We had to infer what kind of dish sushi was under the circumstances we were given. Badoro spoke in a clear, orderly way, and his analysis sounded convincing enough that Hanzo found himself wanting to hear more. What about the third exam? As for the first half of the third exam in Trick Tower, although the routes differed depending on each person's choice, it basically tested the examinee's willpower and mental fortitude. After that, going to Battleship Island tested our coordination. So if we're talking about what aspect the fourth exam tested, I believe it was everyone's ability to unite and work together. Badoro spoke slowly and deliberately, sounding extremely reasonable. Stop keeping us in suspense and just say what you think. What is the final exam going to be? Hanzo asked. Ha, don't you get it yet? There should still be one category left, something that has never been tested in any of the exams so far. Badoro's tone was serious. What is it? Leorio asked, a little nervous. What is it, old man? What category hasn't been tested yet? Hanzo straightened up, looking somewhat impatient. It's the broad body of knowledge that a hunter must possess. In other words, the final round is a written test. As Badoro spoke, his voice grew louder and louder, and at the end he suddenly stood up. In an instant, the atmosphere changed from a casual discussion into a full-blown speech rally. It was truly impassioned. Ah! Clatter! The House of Cards Hisoka had built immediately collapsed as well. Clearly, he had been listening to Roy and the others discussing the subject just now too. Apparently, the words written test were just as shocking to Hisoka. Illumi, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm and continued spacing out. Though his head did tilt ever so slightly. We finally made it this far, and now they're going to add a written test? Leorio found it a little hard to believe. That actually does make sense. Anyone who wants to become a hunter must be well-versed in subjects like history and biology. Without a wealth of knowledge, it would probably be impossible to complete certain tasks. Kurapika also felt that Badoro's reasoning was sound. That's right, I think so too. In a normal exam, aren't there usually at least 2 sections, a practical test and an academic one? Even Hanzo's expression turned a little grim. So there really is something like this. The final round is actually the most troublesome kind of contest. Leorio felt his head starting to ache. I haven't studied for years. Pakal was clutching his head too, looking terrified. This was just too horrifying. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Every one of them looked deeply troubled. It seemed none of them were particularly good at studying. When Roy saw everyone's pained expressions, especially when Hisoka's house of cards fell apart, he really felt that deciding not to speak up from the very beginning had been an absolutely brilliant choice. A tiny little malicious streak. Alright, I think there's a library on this airship. Let's all go take a look. After racking his brains for a long while, Hanzo finally came up with what he thought was a good solution. Okay, let's hurry. Pakal was also the impatient type. Ahem, ahem. What the old man said does sound reasonable, but there's still one problem with it, Roy said at last when he saw that even the usually steady Kurapika seemed tempted. What do you mean? Hanzo looked a little dazed. So it wasn't a written test after all? Leorio and the others also instantly turned their eyes toward Roy. Out of their trust in him, they decided that no matter what Roy said, they would believe him unconditionally. They had been traumatized too badly by the news of a written test. Even over on Hisoka's side, there were signs of growing attention. Clearly, the terror of written exams ran deep no matter what world one was in. It's true that hunters need knowledge, but that comes after becoming a hunter, when it concerns the direction of one's chosen hunter profession. Presumably, when all of you signed up for the hunter exam, you had already decided what kind of hunter you wanted to become in the future, right? Yeah, I want to become a beast hunter and search for rare magical beasts that haven't been discovered by anyone yet. Pakal raised his hand, looking very excited. Then if someone were to ask you, as a future beast hunter, about excavating archaeological ruins, would you be able to answer? Ha? How would I know that? Pakal looked completely dumbfounded. Beside him, Hanzo and Kurapika seemed lost in thought. Roy's little master class in bluffing had officially begun. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, for example, you could visit the Dark Continent at certain times. 948 words. So that's exactly why specialists exist for a reason. There's no way the Hunter Association would come up with some bizarre, excessive final test just to make things difficult for people. If it were a written exam, then it'd be just as meaningless as the second round sushi test, where victory was judged by flavor alone. In another room, Menchie sneezed. So a written exam definitely won't be the final test. The last test should probably be an extension of Zeval Island. After all, what matters most for a hunter is overall personal ability. Your capacity to fight on your own also has to be exceptional, otherwise how would you complete certain high-difficulty missions? Roy analyzed carefully. And everyone should understand this too, every phase of the exam is decided independently by the examiner. The first phase, the long-distance run that tested physical strength and endurance, was designed by Mr. Saditz, the ruins hunter. Its core idea matches the patience needed to investigate ruins, while crossing the Milsey wetlands represented the unknown dangers one might encounter during such exploration. As for the second phase, the cooking test, the examiner was a gourmet hunter, so there's no need to say more about that. Then there were the Trick Tower and Zeval Island tests. That pompadour-headed examiner is the warden of Trick Tower, and everyone has seen what he's like, so you should all have a rough idea of him by now. The two tests he designed also fit his personality perfectly. That actually sounds pretty convincing. Hanzo rubbed his bald head. Roy's analysis was obviously much clearer than Badoro's, and at the very least, it made him feel that the final test really might not involve a written exam. But even if that's true, and the final test is decided by this round's chief examiner, we still don't know who the chief examiner for the last phase will be. Badoro raised an objection. He had finally managed to show off a bit of deduction, so naturally he wasn't willing to be overshadowed just like that. No, the chief examiner for the final phase has already been decided. Having figured out the full chain of cause and effect, Kurapika immediately reacted and said with a smile. Ha! Leorio and the others froze. Think about it. On this airship right now, among everyone from the Hunter Association, who has the highest status and the greatest strength? Chairman Netero. Clearly, no one present was stupid. They all caught on at once. Exactly. Roy snapped his fingers. Since Chairman Netero is here, then this year's final examiner is Chairman Netero. And given Chairman Netero's personality and his identity as a martial artist, there is absolutely no way he would set a written test. Everyone thought it over carefully, and the more they did, the more logical it seemed. Their eyes gradually lit up. You scared me to death. I really thought it was going to be a written exam. Hanzo and Pakal wiped the cold sweat from their faces, looking deeply relieved. Still, even after ruling out a written exam, no one knew what the final phase would actually be. But one thing was certain, they needed to rest well and keep their bodies in the best possible condition. Gon and the others also had complete faith in Roy's deduction, so they were taking advantage of the time to recover their stamina and focus. Hisoka, meanwhile, resumed building his tower of playing cards. For a while, the entire airship fell silent, and time passed bit by bit. An hour later, a sudden announcement echoed throughout the ship. All examinees, please be advised. Beginning now, the examinees whose numbers are called will proceed one by one to the interview room for questioning. A crisp female voice suddenly broke the silence aboard the airship. Please be advised, examinees who hear their number should report to reception room 1 on the second floor. Repeating. While the announcement was playing, everyone had been resting with their eyes closed, but they had all been keeping track of the outside situation at every moment. First, examinee number 406, please come to the reception room. At the sound of the announcement, all the examinees straightened up. I'm first? Thinking that, Roy headed straight for the reception room. His companions opened their eyes and looked at him. It's fine. It's just an interview. It probably isn't the final test. Roy waved his hand, signaling that there was no problem, then stood up and headed for the interview room. Roy pushed open the door and entered. He saw the chairman sitting cross-legged alone in the middle of the room. In front of him was a table, and opposite him was an empty cushion. Come, have a seat first. Chairman Netero calmly invited Roy to sit down. All right. Roy nodded and sat cross-legged without any ceremony. For the sake of the final test, I need to ask you a few questions, the chairman continued. First, why do you want to take the hunter exam and become a hunter? Chairman Netero threw out the first question. Even though he had already gotten the answer from Roy's file, Netero still wanted to ask it himself. Because becoming a hunter lets me travel to many places, observe different customs and ways of life, gather story material, and draw even better manga, Roy said. Such as where? Netero asked as he continued flipping through the documents in front of him. For example, you could visit the Dark Continent at certain times. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, that's a threat, isn't it? That's definitely a threat, right? 933 words. Netero's hand paused on the file, then he looked up and gave Roy a serious look. He did not pursue that question any further and continued. Then among these examinees, who are you paying the most attention to? Netero spread out a row of photographs on the table, all of the other 9 examinees who had reached the final test. Gon and the others. After all, I personally taught them none. What about your wife? As far as I know, examinee number 407 is your wife, correct? Yes. But if the two of us run into each other, we definitely won't fight. One of us would certainly concede. And if losing means immediate disqualification from the exam? If losing once still leaves a chance, then we really do not care, because among the examinees present, the two of us are the strongest. We definitely would not lose a second time. But if losing once means immediate disqualification, then my wife and I will go personally to Hunter Association headquarters and demand an explanation regarding the unreasonable arrangements of the Hunter exam's final phase. Netero. That's a threat, isn't it? That's definitely a threat, right? Then earlier, you said you did not want to fight examinee number 405 and the others. It sounds like you still do not want to face them? No. I'd be quite happy to point out the problems in their fighting. Netero's next words got stuck in his throat. Can't you answer a question properly for once?
If Roy knew what Netero was thinking, he would definitely explain to him what a routine trap was.
Then I'll ask one last question. Among the examinees, who do you most want to test yourself against?
Chairman Netero felt it would be best to end this quickly.
They're all trash. Weak as hell. Netero. Where's my knife? A moment later, Roy said seriously, any other questions? Netero shook his head. You may leave. Since you're done asking me questions, I'd also like to ask you a few.
Roy straightened up and fixed his eyes on Netero.
About the matter of the zodiacs that I mentioned to you last time, Chairman, have you considered it? I'm still considering it. The zodiacs are not something you can just replace on a whim.
Netero remained unmoved.
You may leave now. Roy stood up. When he reached the door, he turned back to look at Netero and asked, Chairman, you are not going to abuse your authority for personal revenge, are you? Roy looked at Netero's hair and beard, which still had not fully grown back.
Netero's expression immediately turned stern, and he said in a solemn voice, a hunter committee has always been fair.
Click. The door shut. Roy had already walked out. Yeah, right.
After Roy left, Netero calmly took out pen and paper and wrote something down.
Then, after thinking for a moment, he patted the complete published set of the Dragon Ball manga placed beside him.
Wolf Fang Fist, Afterimage Technique, Thunder Shock Surprise, Kamehameha, Senzu Beans, very interesting.
The question is, did you already know these techniques yourself and then draw them into the manga? Or did you draw the manga first, and then obtain those techniques from it? If it's the former, that's still manageable. But if it's the latter, then your nin ability would be a bit too terrifying. You can obtain items from manga, and if the Dragon Balls were to appear.
Netero stroked his beard and fell into thought.
As for the zodiacs.
Netero recalled some information Cheadle had gathered for him about each of the Zodiac members. Although it had been well concealed, he had still detected a few clues in one person's file.
Forget it. If he really is an undercover agent, then that only makes things more interesting. On Pariston's side, on the manga brat side, between the two of them, ho ho ho.
Netero pondered quietly for a while, then called in the next examinee.
Over the following period, each examinee was summoned for an interview, then sent back one by one. It really was just a few questions. No one I want to fight. The one I don't want to fight is number 406, Roy. Android 18's answer was crisp and direct. 99, Kilowazoldik.
406, Roy. The former was the one Illumi wanted to fight, and the latter was the one he did not want to face.
How should I put it?
I think the most dangerous one is number 406, Roy, so I don't want to run into him.
That was Hanzo's answer. 405, gone, and number 99, Kilowazoldik. I don't want to fight children.
The one I do want to test myself against would be number 406, Roy, because he is very strong. As a martial artist, I'd really like to spar with him.
That was Badoro's answer. I want to fight Gon, number 405, because he's the same age as me. And for various reasons, the one I least want to face is 301, Illumi. That was Kilowazoldik's answer. The opponent I don't want to run into is number 406, Roy, because he's too strong. I'm no match for him at all. The one I most want to fight is No. I think he and I are about the same level. That was Pakle's answer. What a naive kid. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 68, The Final Exam. 933 words. If I have a reason, I'll fight anyone. If I don't have a reason, then I don't want to fight anyone. But if I had to choose, the ones I'd least want to face would be number 405, Gon, and No. 406, Roy. That was Kurapika's answer. I wouldn't choose number 99, Killua, number 404, Kurapika, number 403, Leorio, number 406, Roy, or no. 407, Android 18. As for someone I want to test myself against, no one. That was Gon's answer. The person I least want to fight is Gon, because I just can't bring myself to hit him. As for Roy, he'd definitely come up with some method that would leave me completely convinced, so fighting him wouldn't really be a problem either. That was Leorio's frank answer. The person I least want to fight, and the person I most want to fight, are both no. 406, Roy. That was Hisoka's contradictory answer. When the last examinee finally left, Netero recorded every answer. So nearly all of the examinees don't want to face Roy? Holding a brush, Netero's hand flew across the board, arranging groups based on each examinee's answer. This is even more interesting than I imagined. Roy and the others continued resting while waiting for the final test to begin, while Chairman Netero busied himself after finishing the interviews. Everyone's preferences are even more concentrated than I expected. The chairman kept writing and drawing on a whiteboard, no one quite sure what he was doing. Then he called the examiners over. "Chairman, what are you doing?" Saditz asked curiously when they arrived and saw him hard at work. "I'm arranging the bracket for the final exam," the chairman replied, brush in hand. Before long, the grouping was complete. Netero looked at the arrangement written on the board and revealed a satisfied expression. "The bracket for the final exam?" Buhara said. "Chairman, are you making the examinees fight in one-on-one elimination matches?" Menchi asked. "Ah, exactly right. Take a look." The chairman turned the whiteboard toward the examiners. "Ah." The examiners' eyes widened as they stared at the bracket Netero had arranged. They could hardly believe it. There was actually a way to do it like this? "Chairman, are you serious?" Even honest old Buhara couldn't help reacting when he saw such an obvious trap. "I'm very serious." Chairman Netero's expression turned solemn. "The chairman's eyes do look very serious," Buhara said, looking rather conflicted. The other examiners all wore nearly identical expressions. None of them could believe the chairman could come up with something this twisted. Judging from this bracket alone, never mind the fact that it would ultimately produce only one eliminated examinee, the arrangement process itself was chaotic and completely irregular. Every person had at least 2 chances, while some had 3 or even 4. At a glance, the entire structure of the bracket looked like it would drive anyone obsessed with orderly tournament brackets insane. In any normal competition bracket, only one champion would emerge. By common sense, that person would be the final one to pass. Netero, however, had done the exact opposite. It wasn't the winner who would advance, but the loser. As long as an examinee eventually advanced all the way to first place, that person would be the one eliminated, while everyone else would pass. In other words, in this final exam, 10 people would pass and only one would be eliminated. Compared to the first 3 phases, it was an unprecedentedly gentle test. Netero did not explain this point to the examiners, so naturally they found it absurd and exaggerated. The final exam did not begin immediately. Instead, the examinees were first given 3 days to rest and gather their strength. 3 days later, the airship landed at a luxurious hotel in a desert oasis. This place was one of the association's properties, and also the venue for the final exam. "Examinees, thank you for waiting. We will soon arrive at the venue for the final exam." The voice coming through the broadcast reminded everyone that they were almost there. "Let's go. Time to head down," Roy said as he stood up. Even he didn't know the final bracket. After all, knowing it in advance would take away a lot of the fun. "We're here." Gon was the first to jump to his feet. Finally. Leorio stretched and put on a serious expression. At last, they had reached the final test. "As long as we're here, that's what matters," Kurapika said. The group of examinees followed the examiners off the airship and all the way down into a vast and spacious hall that had clearly been prepared in advance. Inside the grand chamber, everyone gathered in one place.
Not only were the examiners from the previous phases present, but so were the 10 black-clothed examiners who had tracked and observed the examinees during the third phase. Netero was in charge of the final exam.
Looking at the examinees, he said, "The final test will be one-on-one combat."
As he spoke, he lifted the notice board beside him and said, "The bracket is as follows. The condition for passing the final exam is very simple, you only need to win once. In other words, the winner of a match will not need to fight again, while the loser will advance. The one who advances all the way to the top will be the one who fails."
Understood? End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Special Brackets, Haidan. 1,255 words. The examinees looked at the tournament chart on the notice board.
At first, they had all been alarmed, thinking only one person could pass, but after hearing Netero's explanation, they immediately understood.
The key point is that only one person fails, right? Hanzo said, stroking his chin.
Looking at it that way, the pass rate is absurdly high.
Correct.
Netero nodded with a cheerful smile. After getting confirmation, the examinees instantly felt reassured. Out of 11 examinees, there were 10 passing slots. It was practically a blessing. Roy carefully examined the bracket, then shook his head. There were 11 examinees in total, split into 2 groups, a left side bracket and a right side bracket. In the far left bracket, the first match was Roy versus Gon. The loser of that match would face Hanzo in the second match. The loser of that match would face Killua in the third. The loser of that one would face Pakal in the fourth. The final loser there would become the left side bracket's ultimate loser. On the far right bracket, the first match was Kurapika versus Hisoka, and the second match was Android 18 versus Illumi. The third match would be the loser of the first match against Leorio, while the fourth match would be the loser of the second match against Bedoro. Then the losers of the third and fourth matches would duel each other, determining the final loser of the right side bracket, who would then face the ultimate loser from the left side bracket to decide who would be the one person eliminated. If he wanted to face Illumi, then he would have to lose several times in a row, and he still might not even get to fight Illumi, since Illumi's first opponent was Android 18.
That was pretty interesting. Roy would not even need to make a move himself. Android 18 alone would be enough to make Illumi question his entire life.
That old man Netero really had gone and overturned his wishes after all. His very first opponent was gone. The opponent he did not want to fight had been placed right in front of him from the start, while the opponent he did want to fight had been thrown all the way to the ends of the earth.
Gon and the others had obviously noticed the arrangement as well. My first match is against Roy?
Gon's eyes were serious, and the others' expressions were all a little complicated.
This. Even someone as easygoing as Leorio did not know how to put it.
I'll come up with a way to decide the match that both of us can accept.
Roy's words immediately put Gon and the others at ease. Yeah, Roy. But I'm not going to hold back. Same here.
Meanwhile, Killua naturally did not voice any more dissatisfaction with Chairman Netero's method of grouping. By his own estimate, he could not beat Roy, and he could not beat Hanzo either. As for Gon, Killua had already realized back at the entrance to the Milzy wetlands in the first phase that, against Gon after he had learned Nin, he had no desire to keep fighting.
So he naturally did not question Netero's grouping. The rules are simple and clear. Any weapon may be used, and there are no restrictions of any kind. As long as you can make your opponent surrender, you win.
Looking at everyone, Netero raised one finger.
However, if you kill your opponent, you will be eliminated immediately, and all remaining examinees will automatically pass. The exam will also end on the spot. Understood? Everyone nodded one after another. Then, Netero smiled. The final test begins. An examiner dressed in black took over as referee and walked to the center of the arena, then invited Roy and Gon onto the field. The black-clothed examiner watched Roy walk to the left side. During the third phase, he had been assigned to observe Roy,
and in the end he had wound up like an idiot, doing absolutely nothing for an entire week alongside Roy at the starting point of the third phase.
This man's opponent is no. The gap in strength is way too huge. There's absolutely no suspense at all.
I have no idea why the chairman arranged it this way.
The black-clothed examiner glanced at Gon.
Roy came to a stop and looked at the eager Gon, a strange glint flashing through his eyes. Leaving aside the fact that he could never torment Gon the way Hanzo had in the original story, even if he did torment him, with Gon's personality, he would stubbornly refuse to surrender to the bitter end.
How about we play hide and seek? Roy suggested with a smile.
Ha! In this one-on-one duel, the victory condition required the other side to surrender. That was the most troublesome part. If the opponent was someone who understood the stakes clearly, or someone timid, then winning would not be difficult.
But if you ran into a one-track-minded person, then this rule was a complete disaster.
And among that kind of stubborn fool who would dig in to the very end, Gon's level could practically be called maxed out. Netero had clearly seen that point, which was why he had arranged for Gon to face him.
But Roy's suggestion had plainly taken everyone present by surprise.
When Gon heard it, he looked utterly baffled.
Why are we playing hide and seek? Because if we don't use this method, there's no way you'd ever surrender, Roy said.
Yeah.
Gon nodded seriously. In that case, 1 hour. Roy raised one finger. For 1 hour, the two of us will play hide and seek.
I won't counterattack, and I won't use flight either.
I'll just move around inside this arena.
If you touch me, I'll surrender.
But if you can't touch me within 1 hour, then you lose. How about it? Can you even do that? Leorio and Killua. They had nothing to say.
Still, maybe for Gon, this really was the best possible way to decide the match. Kurapika, meanwhile, thought about it for a moment, and in the end understood Roy's intention. Very quickly, the examinees watching from the sidelines also reacted. They were all startled. Just from hearing those 2 lines of dialogue, they immediately realized how troublesome the duel rules really were. The victory condition sounds simple and easy to understand, but if you think about it carefully, it's extremely difficult. After all, you can't kill your opponent, and it's not a point system. If your opponent just refuses to surrender no matter what, then how are you supposed to win? So that's how it is. Leorio and Killua suddenly understood. With Gon's incredibly bullheaded personality, this style of match was the most suitable one for the two of them. Hanzo pondered the matter, but he did not need to worry about that at all. For him, torture and forced confessions were routine. In his eyes, a brat like Gon would cave and surrender after just a few rounds.
Hide and seek? Roy said.
Gon thought it over carefully for a while and realized that there really was no method more suitable for the two of them. He could not bring himself to seriously fight Roy, and he was not Roy's opponent anyway. Now Roy had offered him such good terms that he felt he could completely accept them. It was just that.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20+ chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 70, Are You an Idiot? 1,286 words. As expected, he's still too naive. As Leorio, Kurapika, and Killua watched Gon, that same thought rose in all 3 of their minds. The gap in strength between the 2 sides was far too great. With Gon's current ability alone, could he even touch the corner of Roy's clothes? Killua and the others were seriously doubtful. Especially Killua, who recalled how shocked he had been by Roy's speed back in the underground passage before the first phase of the exam had begun. Looks like the next match is Gon versus Hanzo. I wonder what the result will be if Gon, after awakening Nen, goes up against Hanzo. In the arena, the black-clad examiner looked at the two of them speechlessly, then turned toward Netero, only to see that he made no response at all. Which made sense. There were no restrictions in the rules. Even if someone bribed their opponent on the spot and bought a victory with several 100 million Jenny, it still wouldn't count as a foul. And so, thanks to Roy's suggestion, What should have been a proper duel turned into a game of hide-and-seek. If it was hide-and-seek, there was no way Roy could lose. With sheer ability and bodily coordination alone, he surpassed Gon by miles. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, Kurapika thought. After all, a perfectly normal duel had turned into hide-and-seek. Well then, let's begin, Roy said with a smile. Then in the very next second, several afterimages spread across the entire arena. Afterimage technique. Gon. Killua. The other examinees. The referee. Wasn't this bullying a bit too much? I won't give up so easily. Gon slapped his cheeks and said with a serious expression. Then he used Gyo, but no matter how he looked, he still couldn't tell which one was Roy's real body. Damn it, I still haven't trained enough. Clearly, Gon concluded that this was happening because his own strength was lacking. What he didn't know was that this was an orthodox martial arts technique, not an inability. Naturally, Gyo couldn't see through it. And it wasn't just Gon. Even Illumi, Hisoka, and all the examiners present couldn't see through it either. Ho ho ho, so it really is the afterimage technique? I already saw it once before, but seeing it again still feels quite marvelous. Netero smacked his lips in admiration. After realizing Gyo was useless, Gon directly made his move. But obviously, no matter how he touched those images, he could never catch Roy's real body. And just like that, an hour slowly passed by. You lost when the time was up, Roy's figure slowly emerged. Gon was still a little unwilling to accept it, but the result was the result. He couldn't go back on his word, so he could only say with a bitter face, I admit defeat. Seeing that, the referee immediately declared Roy the winner of the first round, making him the first examinee to pass the hunter exam. Winning a hunter license by playing hide-and-seek. Was this really the final test? The watching examinees all thought so silently. Although Gon had lost, Roy, his companion, had successfully obtained a hunter license, and Gon quickly became happy again. Roy stepped back into the crowd of spectators, but Gon did not leave the arena. As the defeated party, he had to face a second opponent. My turn. Hanzo came to stand opposite Gon and said seriously, I'm not like him. You'd better surrender early and save yourself some physical suffering. No. Gon answered without the slightest hesitation. I see. Hanzo's gaze sharpened a little as he began thinking about how to force Gon into submission. Outside the ring, Killua calmly watched Gon and Hanzo. Before Gon used Nen, he believed Hanzo was stronger than Gon, and that Gon was bound to lose. But what if Gon released his aura? In the next moment, Gon directly let his aura surge out, a steady flow of aura dispersing across the surface of his body. Hanzo's instincts were very sharp. He immediately sensed a dangerous aura rising from Gon's body. As expected, there's something strange about these guys. Hanzo's hand clenched tightly. As an outstanding ninja, Hanzo had already noticed a lot of odd things over the course of these exams. These people all seemed able to use some kind of mysterious power. I can't let my guard down. As he thought that, Hanzo's eyes became even sharper. Second round, begin. Hanzo came from a secret ninja organization, a background no less formidable than the environment of the Zoldyck family. It could be said that from the moment he was born, he had been subjected to all kinds of harsh training. For nearly 18 years, he had trained tirelessly without pause. His name was Hanzo, after all, the name inherited from the most legendary figure in his organization's line, Hattori Hanzo. That alone showed how extraordinary his talent was, and how exceptional his strength had become. The organization had placed great expectations on him, and in order to complete his mission and find the legendary Hermit Scroll, he had come here to take the hunter exam and obtain a hunter license. In all his past days, he had tormented countless opponents, but never had he felt as frustrated as he did today. At the beginning, Gon, after activating his Nen, fought Hanzo for quite a while, but in the end he still wasn't Hanzo's match. Hanzo used every method of torture he had learned over the past 18 years on Gon, but none of it worked at all. Hanzo could feel that there was some sort of power in Gon's body that greatly weakened the force and damage of the punishment he inflicted. That gave him a terrible headache.
This was basically a damn turtle shell.
I will never surrender.
Watching Gon climb up from the ground again, shouting as if nothing had happened, Hanzo felt a deep sense of powerlessness.
I won't back down, Gon said firmly. A cracking sound came from Hanzo's teeth.
After a long while, as though he had understood something, he let out a huge breath, suddenly stepped forward, and smashed a fist into Gon's cheek. This time, he attacked out of pure resentment and used his full strength without holding back at all. Gon was sent flying by the punch, and his chin happened to take the hit.
So when he landed, he cleanly lost consciousness. I surrender. Let's move on to the next match, Hanzo said to the referee.
Realizing there was no way to make Gon admit defeat, Hanzo vented the anger in his heart with a merciless punch, then quickly adjusted his mindset and prepared to win the next match. As for the previous torture, the aura around Gon had only weakened the damage, not erased it entirely, which meant he wasn't actually as badly hurt as he looked. Because of that, Roy, Kurapika, and the others weren't worried about Gon's condition.
The referee nodded, then called Killua into the arena, while another examiner took the unconscious Gon to the infirmary.
Another kid, and one from the same group as that brat.
Hanzo felt a toothache coming on. How about this? Let's also use hide and seek to decide the winner. What do you think? Hanzo abruptly changed his tone.
Completely unlike when he had faced Gon, he now sounded as if he were discussing it.
Are you an idiot?
Killua pulled both hands out of his pockets and replied while staring at Hanzo with his cat-like eyes.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 71, a 500 million. 1,192 words. Hanzo's eyelid twitched.
He was worried that Killua might turn out to be just like Gon.
If that happened, it really would be a headache.
He looked at the expressionless Killua, and his expression gradually turned serious.
This silver-haired brat was completely different from the one before. Bang! Hanzo and Killua crossed past each other.
Killua had already taken a punch to the face, and one side of it was now red and swollen. So you haven't mastered the power that brat from before used.
Hanzo's tone became much more relaxed.
Since the silver-haired brat in front of him didn't have that turtle shell-like power, then although he was not weak, there was still a definite gap between them.
Hanzo was confident he could win this match.
And the final result was exactly as Hanzo had expected. For certain reasons, Killua had not learned Nin, so he really was no match for Hanzo. On top of that, under Illumi's influence, and with the needle he had inserted into Killua's head still taking effect, Killua discovered after only 2 exchanges that if he couldn't kill his opponent, then he had no chance of winning. The moment he realized that, he immediately chose to surrender. His speed in giving up actually made Hanzo pause for a moment. After all, the contrast between Killua's clean decisiveness and Gon's stubborn refusal to yield was just too great.
If he couldn't kill the target, then he would give up immediately.
That was the Zoldyck family's method of training, and it was also one of Killua's weaknesses. Killua walked over to the sidelines with both hands in his pockets, turning his head so no one could see his expression. After that, the matches for the group on the right began. Quite a few unexpected situations came up in the following matches as well.
Hisoka whispered something into Kurapika's ear, then voluntarily forfeited. As for Android 18 and Illumi, I heard your family comes directly from the world-famous assassin organization, the Zoldyck family?
There was a strange gleam in Android 18's eyes as she looked at Illumi.
What about it?
Illumi still wore a blank expression, but every part of his body was on guard. The woman in front of him also possessed extremely formidable strength.
Then your family must be very rich too, right? How about it? Want to make a deal with me? What kind of deal? 500 million. 500 million Jenny. As long as you give me 500 million Jenny, I can forfeit this round. Android 18 paid absolutely no attention to the referee's spectacular expression or the bizarre looks from the examiners nearby.
Although everyone had thought about it before, this match truly had no restrictions. Even bribing your opponent on the spot and buying a victory for a few 100 million Jenny would not count as breaking the rules.
But that was only something people imagined. Who would have thought that among this group of examinees, there really was someone shameless enough to buy and sell a hunter license with money out in the open? And to do it right in front of the examiners and the chairman of the Hunter Association?
At the side, Chairman Netero was laughing happily.
Interesting. Truly interesting. Leo Rio looked on with obvious envy. That was a full 500 million. If only he had strength like that too. Pa! Leo Rio let out a sigh. Meanwhile, after hearing Android 18's proposal, Illumi seriously began thinking about it. 500 million is too much, Illumi answered after a moment.
Then the negotiations off.
I'm not lowering the price.
As she said that, Android 18 smiled.
Crackle crackle. After a round of fighting, bruised and battered, Illumi surrendered. They were completely on different levels.
It seemed his judgment had been correct.
The person in front of him really did possess the kind of strength that would land someone on his family's difficult target list. After that came Hisoka versus Leo Rio, and Illumi versus Badoro. There was no doubt about it. Even though Leo Rio had learned Nin, the opponent he faced was Hisoka. He had absolutely no chance of winning. After carefully judging the situation and making sure that afterward he would most likely face either Badoro or Pakal, he wisely chose to surrender before Hisoka could beat him into a serious injury. Badoro was not so fortunate. As a martial artist, he wanted to challenge Illumi.
Naturally, the result was that he was beaten into a critical state.
Under threat from Illumi's needle, Badoro ultimately chose to surrender. Next came Killua versus Pakal. Because of Roy's interference, Illumi was unable to step forward and stop Killua's choice.
And naturally, Killua was no longer as indifferent and careless about the hunter exam as he had been in the original story. Having already lost one match, he did not hold back against Pakal.
So the outcome was very clear.
After using silent gates, rhythm echo, and a string of corresponding instant combo attacks, Killua became the winner of the match without any suspense, and officially became a hunter. Nearby, Illumi silently watched Killua's victory, no one knowing what he was thinking.
As soon as he won, Killua immediately ran to Roy's side. He felt that staying close to Roy was the only way to feel safe.
At this point, the final loser of the group on the left had been decided, Pakal. And the loser of the group on the right would be decided between Leo Rio and Badoro.
Badoro dragged his exhausted, badly wounded body into the arena.
He had already prepared himself mentally to refuse surrender no matter what.
Leo Rio also took a deep breath and walked into the arena.
At this moment, the examinees who had already passed looked fairly relaxed. There were still 2 remaining slots, to be decided among Leo Rio, Pakal, and Badoro. Once the referee saw that both examinees were in place, he immediately announced the start. This battle lasted quite a long time, because there was the condition that neither side could kill the other, and Badoro was already heavily injured while also clinging to the conviction that he absolutely could not lose. All of that made things extremely troublesome for Leo Rio. But in the end, Badoro still surrendered. There was no other reason. His injuries were already too severe. If he did not receive treatment in time, then even if he obtained a hunter license, he would likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. That was something a martial artist in his prime could never accept. The hunter license could always be earned in another exam, but if his body was ruined, he might never stand up again. In the end, this lonely old warrior lost one after another to Leo Rio and Pakal, becoming the only examinee here who failed to become a hunter. But compared to the original version, where he was killed by Killua, Badoro was already quite fortunate.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 72, Dust Settles, the trip to the Zoldyck family begins. 1,308 words. Congratulations on passing the exam. Once everything had settled, Badoro was sent off for treatment. Netero stroked the beard that had already grown back and, smiling, first congratulated the successful examinees, then had Beans bring out 9 hunter licenses on the spot. Everyone looked at the licenses with different expressions. Roy, Illumi Zoldyck, and Hisoka were calm. Kurapika stared at the license, his eyes shining, while Leo Rio clenched both fists, looking like he wanted to punch the sky. Android 18 turned the license over in her hand, looking at it from left to right, as if there were nothing especially remarkable about it. Every examinee had their own reason for wanting a hunter license. Looking at the licenses now within arm's reach, they could barely hide their excitement. Only Badoro, who had left, was left with nothing but unwillingness and disappointment. Beans walked up to them, took out a license from the box, and said, "Although one successful examinee is not present, we will explain everything to him afterward and deliver the license to him personally. First of all, this is the hunter license." Mr. Beans raised the hunter license in his hand slightly higher and said, "The manufacturing process uses advanced anti-counterfeiting technology. Aside from that, its appearance is no different from an ordinary card. However, its functions are extremely powerful, as follows. With this card, you may enter 90% of countries that are normally off-limits, as well as 75% of restricted areas. You may use 95% of public facilities free of charge. You are granted financing limits on par with first-rate corporations. It can also be traded. If you sell the license, it can be exchanged for more money than an ordinary person could spend in 7 lifetimes. These are the functions of the license, so please keep it safe, because a lost license cannot be reissued." At this point, Beans raised one finger and said sternly, "According to our statistics, 1 out of every 5 successful candidates loses their license within a year. So the first test of becoming a professional hunter is protecting your license. Next, I will explain the association's 10 rules." After the long-winded explanation finally ended, the licenses were at last distributed. Roy held his license in his hand and toyed with it. Just as Beans had said, judging only by its material and appearance, it was practically no different from a normal card. With this license, it was the same as having a permanent pass that allowed you to travel to almost every country and restricted zone. Of course, if you had enough strength, you could go to any restricted area anyway. Only certain countries truly required the license. Otherwise, even finding a meal would be a problem, let alone lodging. If there were a NAN user with the ability to copy things, could they just duplicate a whole bunch of hunter licenses? For a moment, Roy's thoughts wandered, and a wild idea popped into his head. And when he thought of that kind of NAN user, the first figure that appeared in Roy's mind was a conjuration-type user. A mysterious man who always hid his face behind long hair, showing only one eye. Member number 12 of the Phantom Troupe, the owner of a copying NAN ability, Gallery Fake. By touching an object with his left hand, he could create a completely identical copy with his right. Although he could not copy living beings, he could reproduce the fixed outward appearance of living creatures. No matter the size, the copy would disappear after 24 hours, and copied objects could also be used as markers for an. Since Shellnurk has a hunter license, if Kortopi copied Shellnurk's hunter license and then used it as collateral at a bank, once the copy vanished after 24 hours and Shellnurk went back to demand it, the bank definitely wouldn't be able to return the disappeared copy. Then they'd have to pay out a huge compensation fee. Roy suddenly felt there was a good chance Shellnurk and the others had actually done things like that before, making a little pocket money off banks. Though a bigger possibility was that they would just directly steal whatever they wanted. After finishing the explanation, Beans stated that the examinees who had passed could stay in the hotel for free for 3 days, or choose to leave immediately. Other than Illumi Zoldyck, no one was in a hurry to leave, so they chose to stay for the time being. Hisoka held his hunter license, and for once he was not smiling. Those fruits are delicious, but I still don't have the strength to pluck them yet. Better go train a bit more. Heaven's Arena sounds good, and I can make some spending money there too. Hisoka might have been a pervert, but he was not stupid. He knew that if he foolishly went looking for Roy to fight right now, he probably would not live to see tomorrow's sun. Watching Illumi leave the hall with his own eyes, Killua Zoldyck's face showed nothing, but inside, he really did relax. After waiting a full day,
Gon finally woke up, and everyone had rested enough as well. So this is the hunter license. Gon held his own hunter license in his hand, his eyes sparkling. With this, he had finally taken another step closer to his dad. Killua looked uncomfortable. Yeah, just like Roy said. Since Killua's going out with us, we have to let his family know somehow. Mito Obasan told me the same thing. If you're going out to play, you have to at least tell them first. Kurapika and Leorio exchanged a glance at the side and side. But the Zoldyck family is completely different from an ordinary family. And Killua stabbed his mom and his older brother before running away, so when you put it like that. At present, the group was already aboard an airship, on their way to the Republic of Padokia. That was where Killua's home was located. By the way, where's Android 18? Only then did Gon realize that one person was missing from their group. Roy answered, she went to enjoy the benefits that come with the hunter license. And while she's at it, she's planning to spend some time in Heaven's Arena. Heaven's Arena? Heaven's Arena is the fourth tallest building in the world. It has 251 floors and stands 991 meters high. The entire tower is made up of fighting arenas. It's a paradise for fighters. Up until the 200th floor, advancement is divided into groups of 10 floors, and only those who win can move up. More than 1 billion spectators from all over the world come every year, and over 4,000 challengers line up every day to register. Kurapika explained it to Gon. Is Android 18 some kind of fight fanatic? Gon looked puzzled. Mostly because you can win astonishing amounts of money by winning at Heaven's Arena. Money? Leorio was immediately interested. I heard the maximum prize can go up to several 100 million Jenny. Several 100 million Jenny? Leorio's eyes lit up. I remember now. When I was little, when I was 6, my dad threw me into Heaven's Arena, and I made it all the way to the 200th floor in one go. I got 200 million, or was it something around that much Jenny? Killua propped up his head and searched his memory. Oh. Leorio instantly fell into a spiral of limitless fantasy, while Kurapika beside him could not help shaking his head. Still, bringing up Heaven's Arena did calm the atmosphere. And just like that, the group arrived in the Republic of Padokia. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 73, The Zoldyck Family on Kukuru Mountain. 1,104 words. Meanwhile, as the group made their way toward Kukuru Mountain, at the Hunter Association, Netero hung up the phone in his hand and picked his nose. I imagine that old monster from the Zoldyck family will be interested in the little brat's situation, huh? This is getting interesting. Dear passengers, what you are now looking at is Kukuru Mountain, where the infamous Zoldyck family resides. Somewhere within this sea of trees surrounding a dormant volcano 3,772 meters above sea level is said to be their base of operations, though no one has ever seen it. Within the Republic of Padokia, after several days of travel, Roy's group of 4 was already seated on a tour bus, listening to the guide's explanation while admiring the scenery around them. So Killua's family really is full of assassins, Gon said. Listening to the guide explain how everyone in the Zoldyck family, from the great-grandfather down to Killua, was an assassin, he finally realized Killua had really been telling the truth. Of course. Otherwise I wouldn't have had the idea of stuffing them all in prison, Killua said. Leaning lazily against his seat, he casually said something utterly rebellious by Zoldyck family standards. After another stretch of road, the bus soon arrived at the Zoldyck family's front gate. As soon as Roy and the others got off, they were met by an enormous and majestic gate standing there before them, towering so high they had to tilt their heads back to see the top. This is the Zoldyck family's main gate. Because it's said that no one who enters ever comes back out, it also has another name, the Gate of the Underworld. The guide dutifully continued explaining the place. The Underworld? Gon tilted his head and looked at Killua beside him. It means the inside is basically hell. If you're not mentally prepared, don't even think about going in. And once you do go in, there's a good chance you'll never come back out. From that point on, the world inside and the world outside are completely different. As he spoke, Killua walked toward the gate. At that moment, the young tour guide saw him casually heading over and hurriedly called out, "Little brother, that's Zoldyck family territory up ahead, so please don't just go." Before she could finish, she froze in terror as she watched Killua step forward and use his seemingly delicate hands to push open the towering gate of the underworld.
And not just one gate. He pushed open 3. Gulp.
The guide and the rest of the passengers behind her all swallowed hard.
So scary. Sorry, but we'll be getting off here. You all can go on ahead, Gon said politely as he said goodbye to the guide.
At that moment, from the small guard station beside the gate of the underworld, a plump middle-aged security guard walked out.
It's young Master Killua. You're back.
The guard, also Mike's cleaner, Mr. Zebro, was delighted to see Killua return.
I didn't expect young Master Killua to be able to push open 3 gates already. You've really grown. Right, and who are they? Zebro also noticed Roy, Gon, and the others behind Killua. Hello, we're Killua's friends. We've come to visit the Zoldyck family, Roy greeted him politely. Young Master Killua's friends? Visiting the Zoldyck family? Zebro was clearly stunned.
This was the first time he had ever seen friends come to visit the Zoldyck family.
Yeah, I'm taking them inside. My big brother should have already informed the family about the details. Just report everything truthfully to Goto, Killua said.
After giving that brief instruction, he took the lead and walked in first.
Gon's group also politely said hello. This.
Obviously, the situation left Zebro rather bewildered, but he quickly recovered, and a gratified look appeared on his face.
Young Master Killua has friends too. That's wonderful.
Still, I really do need to report this to head butler Goto. Seeing that Killua had finally made friends for once, he could not help but feel deeply pleased.
Hello, head butler Goto? This is Zebro. Young Master Killua has returned.
Inside the gate of the underworld, deep within Kokoro Mountain, in the butler's quarters, Goto put down the phone in his hand. Just as young Master Illumi said, young Master Killua really has brought back a group of so-called friends.
But becoming friends of the Zoldyck family won't be so easy.
However, Illumi had previously said that 2 people among that group were to be placed on the difficult list, so after some thought, Goto dialed 2 numbers. One of them belonged to the current head of the Zoldyck family, Killua's father, Silva Zoldyck. The other belonged to the person who had specifically instructed Goto to notify her the moment Killua returned, Killua's mother, Kikyo.
And the instant Roy and the others stepped into Zoldyck family territory.
In a room deep within Kokoro Mountain, a certain little old man sitting in a rocking chair and watching TV animation suddenly widened his eyes.
I can feel it, a dark presence. Killua's back, father.
And he brought that group of friends with him. Silva put down the phone in his hand and spoke to the person beside him. Next to him sat a small old man with silver hair, wearing his usual outfit with the words "1 kill a day" and still active emblazoned across his chest.
It was Killua's grandfather, Zeno Zoldyck. Is that so? Looks like Killua finally got tired of playing around outside and remembered to come home.
According to Illumi, not only did he get a hunter license while he was away, he also made a group of friends, and even brought them home.
Interesting.
Zeno said it was interesting, but his face remained perfectly calm.
It's been decades since friends last came to visit the Zoldyck family. Silva nodded.
But what I care about more is whether Killua has learned Nen. After all, he's the most gifted talent our Zoldyck family currently has. If I hadn't wanted him to build up his physical foundation and body first, so that he could awaken Nen at his absolute peak and maximize the results, I would have forced him to learn everything related to Nen long ago, Silva said.
Like Kaluto?
Actually, Kaluto's talent isn't weak either, but compared to Killua, he falls quite a bit short.
So once his physical condition reached a certain level, I helped him awaken Nen. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 74, The Man Who Could Draw with Netero or Even Defeat Him. 1,168 words. You don't need to go out of your way to explain it to me. They're your children, after all, so you should decide for yourself what kind of choice to make. But too much is as bad as too little. Killua's physical abilities are already more than strong enough, and he's also passed the hunter exam. That proves he fully meets the conditions to begin learning Nen. Zeno waved a hand, looking completely unconcerned as he spoke. The Zoldyck family's methods of education were naturally nothing like those of the outside world. I understand, Father, Silva said in a deep voice. There was no doubt about it, Killua was the most talented member in the history of the Zoldyck family. Even his eldest brother and youngest brother were both exceptionally gifted. The former hardly needed mentioning. By now, Illumi had already become the captain of the Zoldyck family's assassination unit. As for the latter, Kaluto, at only 10 years old, he was already strong enough to join the Phantom Troop and replace Hisoka as number 4, which was proof enough of his ability. Of course, not every member of the Zoldyck family was that perfect. There were failures too. For example, a certain chubby second brother who couldn't even beat his own little brother, and spent his days indulging in food, technology, games, girls, and anime. And then there was the one thing the entire Zoldyck family least wanted to mention. That darkness. Well then, let's go have a look at those friends of Killua's, the ones Illumi gave special attention to and personally placed on the difficult list. Though I trust Illumi's judgment, not just anyone can make it onto the Zoldyck family's difficult list. That was what Zeno said, but he wasn't relaxing in the slightest. After all, among the intelligence Illumi had sent over, there had been one line in particular. A man who could draw with Netero or even defeat him. By the way, where's Kikyo? She got impatient long ago and already took Kaluto to pick Killua up. What's wrong, father? You go on ahead. I'll follow shortly. I'll stay behind and cover you. At the outer perimeter of Kokoro Mountain, Killua led the way as Roy, Gon, and the others arrived at the gate to the estate grounds. Young Master Killua. Holding a round cane in her hand, Canary, born in Meteor City and currently serving as an apprentice butler of the Zoldyck family, was stunned for a moment when she saw Killua, then immediately lit up with delight. Yo! Killua casually greeted her. Then, after thinking for a moment, he took out the skateboard that had been tucked under his arm. This is my skateboard. I'm giving it to you. Young Master Killua. Shut up. If I tell you to take it, then take it. And the people behind me are my friends. I'm taking them inside. Yes. Watching the group's backs as they walked away, Canary tightened her grip on the skateboard and softly murmured, Killua. Young Master. Killua, who was that person? Leorio asked curiously after they had gone a little farther. He still couldn't help wondering about Killua's strange behavior just now. She's an apprentice butler at our house. A butler? That young? Don't let her age fool you. She's pretty strong too. When she was 10, she once took down 100 men by herself. She's that amazing? Leorio clicked his tongue in amazement. Well, she is part of the Zoldyck household. And I just used Gyo to look at her, there's faint aura around her. She should be a Nin user too, Kurapika added. So Canary is a Nin user too? Damn it, and she never told me. I think she was probably given orders not to privately teach any Zoldyck family members anything about Nun. Considering who her employers are, Roy said. I never treated her like some kind of servant. Killua put his hands behind his head. That's obvious. You even gave her your own skateboard and wouldn't let her refuse. Which means you probably tried giving her things before and got turned down. And Canary looks very young, probably around your age, so my guess is that when you were little, you treated her as a friend, but because of the master-servant relationship, she was never willing to accept it. She doesn't dare call you by your name, and she doesn't dare accept your gifts either. Am I right? TCH. Roy, you really are a scary man. I'm not that bad. HM?
Gon, when you were little, did you not have any friends your own age to play with? Leorio asked in surprise. Back on Whale Island, ever since I can remember, the people on the island were either already older and following their families out to sea to fish, or they were way younger newborns who couldn't even crawl yet, Gon said. Roy then remembered that in the original story, Gon's best playmate on Whale Island had been the foxbear in the forest. Because he had no companions his own age, Gon valued comrades and friends all the more. That was why, later on, Gon would chase all the way to Kokoro Mountain to bring Killua back, and why he would also throw himself into danger for Kurapika's sake against the Phantom Troop.
Is that so?
No playmates your own age. Leorio thought of his friend Pietro, who had died of illness because poverty had made treatment impossible. Kurapika thought of the friends and clan members he had once played with. For a moment, both of their steps grew heavy. Meanwhile, elsewhere.
Mother, is it really okay for us to go block Big Brother directly like this? Why not wait for Father? According to Big Brother Illumi, the friends Killua Nizen made outside include some very powerful people. Silence, Kaluto. Killua has no friends, and he absolutely will not have friends. He is meant to become a top-tier assassin. I will raise him into the strongest assassin in the history of the Zoldyck family. Assassins do not have emotions. And they certainly do not have friends.
Dressed in an extravagant formal gown and wearing a white Western-style hat, Kikyo, Killua's mother, with bandages still wrapped around the wound Killua had stabbed into her face, shrieked sharply. She wore an electronic visor over her eyes, and the waveform on its lenses showed intense emotional fluctuations. At her side stood Kaluto, the fifth child of the Zoldyck family, dressed in a kimono, holding a folding paper fan, and wearing his straight-bobbed hairstyle with short bangs. He remained silent.
All right, did you tell that useless second brother of yours that Killua is back? You know, after being stabbed by Killua before, he ground his teeth and swore he'd get revenge.
I told Maluki Nizen, but it didn't seem like he was listening at all.
Why? End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 75, Truly Lucky. 932 words.
At this point, Kaluto's eyes flashed with curiosity. He wondered what kind of manga it was that could drive his second brother, who was usually fickle and obsessed only with food, to such madness.
Inside a dim room of the Zoldyck family estate, the chubby second brother, Miluki, had a bag of chips in his mouth while his fingers, far more agile than his body would suggest, rattled rapidly across a keyboard. The official Shonen magazine already announced that Dragon Ball would be adapted into an anime. So why is there still no news after all this time? No way, I'm going to hack into their website and see if something went wrong.
In the Hunter world, television programs existed as part of mainstream entertainment, and animation was naturally one of them.
And the updates for Dragon Ball are way too slow.
If I find out that the author isn't focusing on drawing but is instead slacking off and delaying chapters, I'll make him taste the power of my newest bomb.
Miluki gritted his teeth as he spoke. Achoo. What's wrong, Roy? Nothing. Feels like someone's talking about me.
Roy wiped his nose. With his physique, catching a cold was impossible, so it was probably just some reader complaining about slow updates. Speaking of which, if he calculated correctly, today should be the day he received a new item. As if on cue, a milky white ball of light appeared in Roy's hand once again.
I didn't expect it to be this. Truly lucky. The group arrived at the butler's room.
The moment they stepped inside, Killua immediately felt that something was wrong. Because his mother, his younger brother Kaluto, and many butlers, including Goto, were all gathered there.
My dear Killua, you finally returned. Kikyo rushed forward excitedly. Who is she? Gon asked in confusion.
She's my mom, Killua replied.
Oh. Gon suddenly understood and immediately bowed politely. Nice to meet you, ma'am. My name is Gon, I'm Killua's friend. Silence. Killua is destined to become a top assassin. He has never had friends, neither in the past, nor in the future, and certainly not now. Kikyo instantly cut him off with a sharp scream. Kaluto, Goto, throw these people out immediately. Yes, madam. Goto bowed. As a butler of the Zoldyck family, he had no choice but to obey. Don't come any closer. Killua immediately stepped forward, positioning himself between Gon and Goto. Do you even realize what you're doing? Of course I do. They're my friends. I won't allow anyone to hurt them. What nonsense are you saying, Killua? You. Enough, Kikyo. A deep, thunderous shout cut her off. Husband. Father? Master. Take Kaluto and leave first, Kikyo, Silva's heavy voice sounded. It was calm, but carried unquestionable authority. But. Leave. Kikyo was unwilling, but she still clenched her teeth and left, taking Kaluto, who had not said a single word the entire time, with her, looking back repeatedly as they exited. So this is Killua's father. Silva's first impression on Leorio and Kurapika was that of an absolute patriarch, someone whose word was law. His loose silver hair, sharp gaze, broad lips, and massive build made him resemble a kingly lion surveying his territory. No wonder Killua has such a strained relationship with him. With such a domineering and authoritative father, especially one who leads a famous assassin family, he must be extremely strict with Killua. Meanwhile, Gon couldn't help but feel a trace of envy. He envied someone who could spend time with their father. Jing freaks. Achoo. Far away, Jing, who was currently playing an online game, suddenly sneezed loudly. Roy, however, understood very well what kind of person Silva Zoldyck was. From Killua's usual behavior, it was clear that he feared his father. But when Silva actually appeared, he gave off the impression of a stern yet kind parent. Especially when he once made an agreement with Killua, never betray your friends, it felt unexpectedly warm. Although Silva also believed that friendships might eventually fall apart, it still showed his care for Killua. Unlike Kikyo, he did not try to force Killua. He understood his son's personality deeply, demonstrating both wisdom and genuine concern. Moreover, Silva had once killed a former number 8 member of the Phantom Troop. His strength was unquestionably immense. He had also been hired, along with Zeno, by the 10 Dons to assassinate Krallo Lucifer. Although they didn't succeed, it was only because the 10 Dons were killed midway, and they abandoned the mission themselves. When facing Krallo, Silva had said, "Be careful, old man. That guy can steal other people's Nen abilities." Just a simple be careful, which implied that his strength might even surpass the troop's leader. Later, during the Chimera Ant arc, he descended from the sky and killed the squadron leader Cheetu with a single punch. His power was unquestionably top tier. After Kikyo and Kaluto left, and Goto and the other butlers withdrew, Silva finally turned his attention to Gon and the others. Killua, you're back. Silva stepped forward. Killua showed no extreme reaction, he knew his father wouldn't make a move. So, you are Killua's friends? Silva's tiger-like eyes landed on Gon. Yes, sir. My name is Gon. This is Roy, Kurapika, and Leorio. Perhaps because Silva seemed much more approachable than Killua's mother, Gon instinctively thought he was a good person. Roy? Upon hearing that name, Silva raised an eyebrow slightly. He remembered that the person Illumi mentioned, the one who fought Isaac Netero, was called Roy. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, My grandfather wants to meet you. 1042 words. Silva cast a casual glance at Roy, who was smiling faintly. I appreciate you accompanying Killua home along the way. However, we are the Zoldyck family, we are assassins. Although Killua's mother may have spoken harshly just now, she was not wrong. Killua is destined to become an assassin. Things like friendship are still too far away from him. Gon was just about to refute this when Silva continued. Furthermore, when Killua ran away from home,
he injured his mother and his second brother.
Harming one's family must be punished, this is certain.
Therefore, Killua cannot leave with you right now. But Roy stepped forward and pressed down on the agitated Gon, stopping him from speaking.
Did Mito Obasan ever tell you that harming your family deserves punishment? Mito Obasan told me that I must never harm my family or my friends. Exactly. Since Killua harmed his mother and his older brother, he should accept punishment. However, Roy looked directly into Silva's eyes. After Killua finishes his punishment, what he chooses to do afterward is his own freedom. Even parents shouldn't keep him locked in a cage like a pet, right? Silva stared deeply at Roy.
Of course.
When the time comes, we will not interfere with whatever Killua chooses to do.
However, if by then Killua has come to his senses, and decides he does not need friends,
that won't happen. I believe in Killua. We're friends. Gon declared firmly. That's right.
Dad, you're seriously underestimating me. Killua, who had been silent until now, finally spoke.
His tone was more resolute than ever before.
Very well. But since you injured your mother and your brother, you should already know what kind of punishment awaits you.
I don't need to explain it, do I?
Yeah.
Good. Then go find your second brother. After arranging Killua's punishment, Silva simply stood there, silently watching him without another word. Gon, wait for me. Give me some time, I'll come find you. No. I won't leave. Even if I go, I'll take you with me. Gon said stubbornly.
Once he made up his mind, nothing could shake him.
You idiot.
If you really want to wait for me, don't stay inside my house.
Go wait at the gate. Uncle Zebro will take care of you. If you're going to be punished, you'll be okay, right, Killua? Kurapika asked. Silva had just said he would hand Killua over to the brother he injured, which made Kurapika uneasy. My second brother is useless, he can't hurt me. Besides, I've grown up like this.
I've already experienced all the punishments in this house. Killua waved his hand dismissively, taking the opportunity to mock his second brother once again. It was clear that Maluki truly held very little status within the family.
Kurapika fell silent.
Hearing that Killua had endured such punishments since childhood, yet remained mentally strong, stirred a trace of sympathy within him. Killua waved goodbye to Roy and the others, leaving in a carefree manner. Meanwhile, Gon and the others decided to return to the security room near the gate of the underworld to wait for him. Roy also suggested that they take the opportunity to train their physical strength. Although Gon and the others had already awakened Nen ahead of time, their physical abilities were still somewhat inferior compared to their original potential. After all, they had not undergone the special training at the gate of the underworld and still could not push it open using pure physical strength without relying on Nen. Just as they were about to head back to the entrance of Kokoro Mountain and Roy was planning to call Luke to report that he was safe. Mr. Roy, please wait a moment. Gon and the others were startled as a silver-haired old man suddenly appeared.
Are you looking for me?
Roy stepped forward, though he was somewhat puzzled.
At most, Android 18 had only beaten Illumi Black and Blue during the final exam. We have something we'd like to discuss privately with Mr. Roy. Zeno spoke calmly. Dad? Even Silva looked puzzled this time. His father had always only cared about assassination work, so why now?
But in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. Before coming here, his father had been called away by grandfather.
Could it be? Silva's expression immediately turned serious. Roy thought for a moment, then said to Gon, who looked worried. You all go ahead to the gate of the underworld and wait for me. I'll be there shortly.
Be careful, Kurapika said in a low voice.
Don't worry. After watching Gon and the others leave under Gotoa's guidance, Roy calmly turned to Zeno. May I ask what Killua's grandfather wants with me? It's not this old man who wants to see you, it's the old man's grandfather who has something to discuss with you.
Maha Zoldyck?
Roy's pupils shrank sharply.
Zeno, who had been observing Roy's reaction, also showed a subtle change in expression. This young man, upon hearing that my grandfather wants to meet him, didn't react with confusion about my grandfather's existence.
Instead, it's as if he already knew I had a grandfather and even knew exactly who he was. Now that's interesting. Even within the Zoldyck family, very few people are aware of my grandfather's existence. Some direct family members don't even know, yet this young man. Zeno's thoughts drifted briefly to Maluki, one of those who didn't know. A moment of sympathy for his chubby second son.
Silva, standing nearby, thought to himself, as expected. At the same time, Roy was also analyzing the situation internally.
Maha wants to see me?
Logically, I shouldn't have attracted the attention of someone like him, someone who remains unmoved by everything.
Unless.
Roy thought of a certain lecherous old man who loved staring at women's chests.
However, given the current situation, Maha seeking him out likely wasn't anything bad. After all, Maha Zoldyck was extremely powerful.
According to Zeno, Chairman Netero was the only person who had fought Maha and survived. From that alone, it was clear.
Maha's strength was not to be underestimated. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, can you give me an autograph? 1022 words. Even if Maha was incredibly powerful, one undeniable fact remained: he was already old. Extremely old.
His strength had certainly declined significantly, and his physical condition could no longer sustain high-intensity battles. Although an old monster like him would definitely have many trump cards, Roy had no conflict with him. Was it worth it for Maha to use those trump cards for no reason? Obviously not. After a brief moment of consideration, Roy agreed to Zeno. After taking a long, winding route, Roy followed Zeno and finally met Maha. Just like in the manga, he wore a gray jacket with orange trim, pants rolled up above his knees, and blue slippers hanging loosely from his feet. The strongest member of the Zoldyck family at present. His first appearance had been during the York New Arc, where he, along with Illumi Zoldyck and Kaluto Zoldyck, took part in the mission to wipe out the 10 Dons of the Mafia. However, when Roy saw him, he realized that Maha was watching an anime on TV with great interest. After bringing Roy here, Zeno left. At this moment, only Maha and Roy remained in the room. Roy couldn't understand why Maha, who had already begun peacefully enjoying his retirement, had specifically called him over. Even if Isaac Netero had encouraged this, it was obvious that Maha himself wanted to meet Roy. Confident in his own strength and judgment, Roy didn't stand on ceremony. He casually grabbed a small stool and sat down, watching the anime together with Maha. To be honest, the current anime in the Hunter world was pretty terrible. Almost all of it was childish content aimed at very young audiences. Aside from that, there was only that bizarre late-night anime that used to air on a special channel. It had once been Maluki Zoldyck's favorite. But now, perhaps it was worth considering turning Dragon Ball into an anime? Actually, even before Roy had this idea, Luke had already been thinking the same thing. However, since Roy was about to participate in the Hunter exam and the future was uncertain, Luke didn't want to take risks. So he temporarily shelved the Dragon Ball anime adaptation plan. But later, after using his network and making considerable effort, Luke finally learned that Roy and his young wife had both passed the Hunter exam and officially become hunters. Luke was overjoyed and immediately decided to move forward with the Dragon Ball anime project. He had even privately contacted TV stations and several well-known producers. Clearly, the influence of Dragon Ball was enormous. Many TV stations and producers were fighting fiercely for the opportunity to adapt it into an anime. Luke had already made arrangements behind the scenes and even released some information online, but he still hadn't directly announced it publicly. He was waiting for Roy to return and finalize everything. And just when Luke was full of anticipation, Roy had disappeared? After that, Luke made inquiries everywhere, anxiously searching for Roy's whereabouts. Of course, Roy knew nothing about any of this.
After the anime ended, Maha finally lifted his head and looked at Roy, speaking in a low, heavy voice.
I heard there was a young man who could defeat Netero, but I didn't expect him to be this young.
Ha ha ha. You flatter me.
Roy showed full respect to this elderly man who might be nearly 100 years older than him.
Maha smiled and continued, Are you wondering why I suddenly asked to see you?
Although you defeated Netero, there are too many strong people in this world.
I can't possibly meet them one by one. The reason I sought you out is because of two matters. I see. Then please, go ahead. Maha nodded.
The next second, his expression became serious, and the atmosphere in the entire room instantly turned solemn.
Roy's expression also became serious. The first matter. Maha spoke slowly, his voice heavy.
Roy straightened his back.
Could this be related to the Dark Continent?
Then, Maha suddenly took out a brand new, well-preserved copy of Dragon Ball and a black marker from somewhere.
Roy. An autograph? Are you serious? Why are you making it sound so serious? Roy screamed internally. He really wanted to ask if Maha was joking.
But seeing Maha's serious face, as if he wasn't joking at all, Roy swallowed his words, picked up the pen, and solemnly signed his name.
Ho 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 ho. Thank you very much, young man. Maha carefully took the signed manga from Roy and stored it away with great care. Seeing how serious Maha was, Roy gradually understood this wasn't a joke. Maha genuinely loved things like manga and anime. When you get old, you don't have many pursuits left. Watching things meant for children is enough. Maha looked very satisfied after getting the autograph. I didn't expect you to like my work. I'm truly honored. Maha waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Your manga is indeed excellent.
If I hadn't been wandering around the house out of boredom a few months ago and happened to get this manga from a direct member of the Zoldyck family, I might never have known such a remarkable work existed.
Once he got excited, Maha became a bit talkative.
But that family member was quite something. The walls were covered with posters of girls, the desk was filled with figurines, and there were snacks and desserts everywhere.
It didn't look like the room of an assassin at all. Roy. He had a pretty good idea where Maha got the manga from.
Based on that description, it was almost certainly from his plump second brother, Miluki.
But hadn't his second brother always preferred shoujo manga? Roy only thought about it briefly and didn't dwell on it. Instead, he asked, Then what is the second matter you wanted to discuss with me? The second matter.
Maha leaned back into his rocking chair and began to sway gently.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 78, The Darkness Within You. 1001 words. The second matter is that I sensed a dark aura on you, Maha said casually. Darkness? On me? Roy was clearly stunned. When Maha mentioned darkness, could he be referring to the Dark Continent? But how could he possibly have an aura related to the Dark Continent? Roy carefully retraced everything he had experienced since arriving in the Hunter world. First, he awakened none through drawing manga, then grew stronger through the explosive popularity of Dragon Ball, followed by participating in the Hunter exam, and finally arriving at Kokoro Mountain. Everything seemed completely normal. After thinking it over and still finding nothing unusual, Roy asked again, You said I have a dark aura on me. Is that true? Yes. From the moment you passed through the gate of the underworld and stepped into Kokoro Mountain, I sensed that dark aura on you. When you entered this room and I saw you in person, I became even more certain. Hearing Maha's answer, Roy frowned deeply and fell into thought. He had never come into contact with anything related to the Dark Continent. So if it wasn't something from himself, then it must be external. Something that could wrap a person in a dark aura. Could it be the Dark Sonata? But if it were the Dark Sonata, who would have used it on him? Could it be Paris Tun? Had he learned about Roy's battle with Isaac Netero and his involvement with the Zodiacs, and decided to retaliate?
If it were Paris Tun, it wouldn't be impossible for him to possess something like the Dark Sonata.
But given his personality, that kind of retaliation didn't quite fit. So who could it be?
Oh, I forgot to mention, Maha added lazily.
The dark aura on you comes from yourself. You produced it. There's no external influence. Roy. Where's my sword? Also, the darkness I'm referring to is not related to the Dark Continent. It's not? Roy was startled. That's right.
This dark aura originates entirely from your own heart.
From heart? Roy muttered. Here, I have something useful. Take it, and think back on everything that's happened. You should be able to understand it yourself.
As he spoke, Maha rummaged inside his gray jacket and pulled out something about the size of an egg, pure white like jade, perfectly round, resembling a pearl. My youngest grandson found this for me to calm the mind and focus the spirit.
At my age, I've already let go of most things. You can use it for now. Maha handed the pearl-like object to Roy. Thank you very much. Roy expressed his gratitude sincerely.
At a glance, this was clearly a valuable treasure. For Maha to lend it to him, he truly felt thankful.
Well, I never said it was free. The usage fee is 300 million jenny. Roy. After all, I'm a Zoldyck. This is also a business. I need to earn some retirement money too. Ha. What a waste of my gratitude.
Although Roy complained inwardly, he was genuinely grateful to Maha.
Holding the pearl-like treasure in his hands, Roy rubbed it thoughtfully and soon entered a meditative state. Maha specially arranged a room next to his own for Roy.
From the moment Roy began meditating with the pearl, he became like an old monk in deep meditation, sitting in his room without moving, for 7 entire days. Next door, after finishing watching an animation, Maha picked up another volume of Dragon Ball that he had casually taken from Maluki and began flipping through it.
7 days already? This young man still hasn't found the answer?
Well, the longer he stays, the more money I make, another 100 million jenny per day.
This issue of Dragon Ball is quite interesting.
I didn't expect Kami to look exactly like Piccolo.
And who would have thought Piccolo is actually Kami's dark side? So Kami expelled the darkness within his heart to become a god, and that darkness became Piccolo? This kid really has quite the imagination. Maha clicked his tongue in admiration as he read.
Suddenly, his hand holding the manga paused. He lifted his head and looked toward Roy's room next door, narrowing his eyes.
Has he realized it? Did he resolve it, or was he consumed? This power, the dark aura, has grown even stronger, Roy. For the first time, Maha spoke Roy's full name.
Clearly, something had just erupted from Roy's room, something powerful enough to cross through the walls instantly. Just a moment ago, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from Roy's room, sweeping across Kokoro Mountain and engulfing the entire Zoldyck family estate.
Anyone on Kokoro Mountain who had mastered none sensed it immediately. This aura was dark, ominous, and terrifying. What is this?
Zeno, who had been discussing work with Silva, suddenly shrank his pupils and turned his gaze toward the direction of the disturbance. At the same time, Silva's silver hair began to flutter, and his muscles tensed as he instantly prepared for battle.
In another room. What is going on? How could such an aura exist?
Kikyo screamed, while beside her, Kaluto broke out in cold sweat. That's the direction of great-grandfather's residence.
What exactly happened? Even in a certain underground interrogation chamber, Maluki was whipping Killua with a lash dipped in salt water and chili sauce. How dare you stab me? How dare you stab Mom?
Maluki's face was full of resentment, but Killua showed no reaction at all, he even yawned.
However, in the next moment, both of them shivered simultaneously. Is this?
In a hidden chamber within the Zoldyck estate, someone who had been happily playing with toys paused briefly, then continued as if nothing had happened. As for the other butlers, including Goto, There was no need to mention them, they all stared toward that direction in horror.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 79, The Dark Separation. 1,223 words. Inside Roy's room.
Holding the egg pearl, Roy had spent these 7 days reflecting on everything he had done since transmigrating into this world. Starting from when he first drew Dragon Ball and was showered with praise by the magazine company, he had gradually begun to get carried away without even realizing it. Then Android 18 appeared and taught him how to use ki, along with all kinds of ki techniques and special moves. His strength began to soar by leaps and bounds. Power, beauty, he had obtained them both. Then Dragon Ball became a huge hit, and the things manifested through his Nun ability kept getting better and better.
Fame, money, strength, he had everything he could want.
He had become swollen with arrogance. After all, in his original world, he had only been an ordinary manga assistant who had yet to make a name for himself. Even though he had always loved manga, he had never experienced the intoxicating extravagance of success. So the love he once held for manga gradually began to fade. Even when he came out to take the hunter exam, because his strength had risen so dramatically, and because he knew the entire plot, he had developed a subtle sense of superiority deep down. It was precisely because of that sense of superiority that he had lost to Gon and the others in terms of spirit and character.
Even if you're the protagonists, I'm still the one who taught you Nen.
Later, during the hunter exam, it was obvious that he hardly took the other examinees seriously. Even toward examiners like Saditz and Lippo, he had unconsciously maintained a dismissive attitude. After his battle with Isaac Netero, he had restrained his mentality somewhat, but the problem clearly still remained. The clearest example was that after finishing the hunter exam, instead of immediately contacting old Luke and letting him know how he was doing, he had gone straight to Kokoro Mountain.
That was undoubtedly excessive and willful.
Afterward, Roy took the egg pearl and carefully summed up the problems that had appeared within himself.
Maha had been right.
This really was the dark side formed from all his excess, willfulness, and other bad habits piled together.
Was it because his strength had grown too quickly, and his success had come too suddenly, causing him to gradually lose himself? Roy took a deep breath.
He had recognized his own problems, and he regretted them.
He intended to correct them. Recognizing a problem was not difficult. Correcting it was.
When Roy tried to eliminate these problems, he suddenly discovered that it seemed to be a little too late. The darkness inside him, empowered by both Nin and Ki, had already begun to gradually take shape. Destroying it immediately was basically impossible. He either had to take action at once and expel that darkness from his body, or seal it away and slowly erase it bit by bit in the future. Roy was worried that driving the darkness out of his body might lead to some unforeseen consequence, so when he decided to seal it instead,
he forgot that today was an important day.
It had been exactly 7 days since the last issue of Dragon Ball had gone on sale. In other words, today was also the day for a new Nin manifestation to appear. Just as Roy was about to seal away the darkness of his bad habits, a milky white light suddenly appeared. Then, before Roy could react, it entered his body. The darkness in his heart seized the chance to merge with that light, and in the next instant, it burst out of his body.
This is bad.
Looking at the dark sphere of light that had emerged from his body and now floated quietly in front of him, Roy's face turned ashen. He did not attack, because he knew that if he did, he might die as well.
Because he already knew what this Nen manifestation was.
More precisely, it was a skill, one of the unique abilities of the Namekians, separation.
The Namekians possessed several unique abilities.
One of them was assimilation, and another was separation.
And separation just happened to be the exact opposite of assimilation.
Separation was a method used by Namekians who carried confusion, darkness, or other negative states of mind within themselves to remove those negative emotions. Generally, they would separate those negative emotions from their bodies, and then the Great Elder would purify them. When Kami came to Earth, he had already lost his memory and had even forgotten that he was a Namekian. Later, in order to qualify for the position of Kami, he strove to overcome the darkness in his heart and subconsciously used separation, expelling the darkness within himself. But obviously, because there was no great elder there to purify it, that darkness gave birth to King Piccolo, who brought calamity to the world. So the question was, did Roy currently have a great elder to purify this darkness for him? Obviously not. And Kami and King Piccolo shared the same life. If one died, the other would not survive either. So Roy could not kill it outright right now. If things went wrong, even his own life would be in danger. Actually, given how wildly popular Dragon Ball had become, it made perfect sense for his inability to manifest separation at this point. There really was darkness in his heart, and separation had appeared at exactly the right time to solve that problem for him, even if Roy did not particularly like the method. Of course, this darkness did not refer to Roy's true other side. It was merely the aggregate of all those bad habits and negative emotions. After all, a person's yin and yang had to remain in balance. If all darkness vanished and only so-called light remained, that person could not continue to exist. So even though the darkness had been stripped away from Roy, it did not affect his thoughts or personality in the slightest. Moreover, by helping Roy expel the darkness of his bad habits, separation had cleared the path of his future martial arts journey, leaving it smooth and unobstructed. On the other hand, after being separated, they could actually fuse together again. In Dragon Ball, after Piccolo fused with Kami again, Piccolo, who had already become stronger than Frieza's first form after assimilating Nail, saw his strength explode at a geometric rate. Even before he had fully mastered that power, he was already able to fight Cell's normal form to a standstill. And during his battle with Cell, whether it was intelligence, reaction speed, performance in battle, or adaptability, Piccolo after fusing with Kami had undergone a qualitative leap. Later, he even fought Android 17 evenly. And at that time, Android 17 and Android 18 both possessed enough strength to casually defeat Vegeta, who had only just become a Super Saiyan. That truly was a Super Namekian. It could be said that after separation, fusing again would produce an effect that was absolutely no less than the results of waiting for the fruit to ripen. Of course, after separation, fusing again also depended on which side held the dominant position. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 80, Dark Roy. 989 words. The fusion of Kami and Piccolo clearly placed Piccolo in the dominant position. Therefore, techniques that originally belonged to Piccolo, such as the special beam cannon, were retained. However, Kami's abilities, like creating the Dragon Balls and traveling between the living world and the afterlife, were not inherited by the fused Piccolo. As a result, after Kami and Piccolo fused, the Dragon Balls turned to stone. Later, Son Goku specifically went to Namek and brought back Den to become the new Kami, restoring the Dragon Balls. But Roy had no intention of using such a method. Anything that might affect his personality or way of thinking even slightly was something he would never adopt. Roy looked at the gradually forming figure in front of him, feeling somewhat conflicted. Seeing another version of himself appear before his eyes, no matter how he thought about it, was terrifying. Black light began to outline a human shape, limbs, torso, head, all taking form one after another. Finally, at the moment the body was completely formed, a dark and terrifying aura erupted from it. The newly formed figure clenched his hand, and the aura that had swept across the entirety of Kokoro Mountain was instantly withdrawn. Even so, the members of the Zoldyck family had already sensed it. Oh my, oh my. This feels amazing. Having my own body, this feeling is just the best. The new figure stretched his body, his face full of delight. Roy observed everything carefully. The person before him was also Roy. More precisely, Dark Roy. His height, build, and appearance were exactly the same as Roy's. Even the number of hairs on his head matched perfectly. The only difference was that Dark Roy was completely naked, without a single piece of clothing. Dark Roy turned his head and locked eyes with the original Roy, grinning. Hey, strictly speaking, we're the same person. You're not really going to let me run around naked, are you? After all, this body is just like yours.
If Roy's smile was warm like sunlight, then Dark Roy's smile was wicked and unrestrained, like a villain straight out of a drama.
From here on, the original Roy will simply be referred to as Roy.
Roy's mouth twitched slightly. This dark version of himself had an extremely unpleasant personality. Still, Roy didn't stop moving.
He casually took a set of clothes out of a capsules and tossed them over. By coincidence, it was a black long coat.
Thanks.
Dark Roy put it on and then glanced behind Roy.
That sword on your back looks pretty good. Mind if I? No. Roy's expression darkened.
This guy really did whatever he pleased.
Fine, whatever. I didn't really care anyway.
Dark Roy shrugged indifferently, though his eyes remained fixed on future Trunks' sword.
Lying without even blinking. Unforgivable.
Dark Roy looked around, then sneered at Roy. I suppose you're thinking the same as me merged together, with yourself taking the dominant position, right?
Roy neither confirmed nor denied.
I can tell you right now, that's impossible.
I finally got out into this world. There's no way I'm going back. No way.
Dark Roy's voice turned low and intense. Even if I get beaten to death, die outside, or get ganged up on, I refuse to disappear again. His expression twisted with ferocity. But Roy remained unmoved. Based on the way he spoke earlier and that annoying personality, Roy knew there was definitely more coming.
Of course, if I'm the one in control, then merging isn't entirely off the table.
Roy. This guy changed his attitude instantly.
What a terrible personality. Did this really come from me?
Roy slowly drew out future Trunks' sword and pointed it at Dark Roy.
You're too dangerous. I won't let you roam free and harm others. So you're going to beat me half to death and lock me up? You're overthinking it. That's impossible. Why? Because right now, we have the same power.
Dark Roy's grin remained wicked. Indeed, in Dragon Ball, when Kami separated and created King Piccolo, the latter immediately descended upon the world and wreaked havoc. At that time, even a martial artist like Mutato couldn't defeat him, and ultimately had to sacrifice himself using the evil containment wave. This showed that even after separation, King Piccolo retained a portion of Kami's power and abilities such as the Namekian method of reproduction.
Is that so? But judging from the aura you released earlier, you don't seem as strong as me. Roy immediately exposed Dark Roy's lie. I think we're about the same. Dark Roy showed no embarrassment at being exposed. But even if I'm weaker, you still can't kill me. Because we're the same person. I am you, and you are me. If I die, you die too. And if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Not to mention.
Dark Roy raised one hand.
A dark golden and blood-red light burst forth from it. And I've got this. What? Roy's pupils shrank.
He knew exactly what that light represented. 7 days ago, when they had just arrived at the Zoldyck estate, it was the absurdly overpowered Nin ability Roy had manifested.
Den's healing technique.
A miraculous healing ability comparable to Senzu Bean's. On Namek, no matter how severe the injury, it could be healed. Even when Vegeta intentionally had Krillin blast a hole through his stomach to recover from near death and achieve greater power, Den healed him instantly, restoring even the massive hole in his abdomen as if nothing had happened. From a biological standpoint, if flesh and internal organs could be restored, then severed limbs should also be recoverable.
That made sense. Namekians already possessed extremely strong regenerative abilities.
As long as the head remained intact, the body could fully recover.
Having such powerful healing abilities was only natural. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 81, Bobbidi's Powerful Magic. 1,205 words. However, what Roy didn't expect was that Dark Roy had even learned this kind of bug-level healing technique.
It seemed that when he separated from Roy, he copied a portion of his abilities. That meant Dark Roy should also know some of Roy's other skills, but definitely not all of them. Still, with such a godlike healing ability in hand, trying to easily subdue the Dark Roy in front of him would likely be impossible.
So basically, whatever you know, I know. Whatever you don't know, I don't know either. If you want to capture and imprison me, that's probably unrealistic.
Looking at Dark Roy, who was blatantly lying, Roy fell silent for a moment before quickly countering.
You. Bang. After several exchanges, Roy said calmly. The facts prove that you've only learned a few of my techniques. You haven't even mastered them completely. So just because I know something doesn't mean you do.
And from that last clash, it's obvious your strength is still slightly inferior to mine.
So what?
Dark Roy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned.
Heh, even if I'm weaker than you, if I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me. Roy fell silent.
Based on their brief fight, if this guy really intended to escape, Roy indeed wouldn't be able to stop him.
Moreover, this guy didn't know Nen at all. That meant Dark Roy didn't possess Roy's Nen ability, Manga Realm, and wouldn't gain manifested abilities every 7 days like Roy.
In other words, the gap between them would only grow larger over time. Dark Roy was destined to fall behind.
At the same time, Roy had also gotten a rough read on Dark Roy's strength and rotten personality.
Dark Roy still had a dark disposition, the kind that acted lawlessly and without restraint, but compared to King Piccolo in Dragon Ball, who wanted to conquer the world and was violent to the core, he was far better by comparison. That likely had something to do with Roy's own personality. What Roy was more worried about now was whether this guy had the same memories as him. If that were the case, then with Dark Roy's lawless temperament, there was no telling how much chaos he would cause. And if he really did share the same memories, then once he learned Nen, if he were to develop an ability similar to Nen ability, Manga Realm, that would be extremely troublesome as well. Roy suddenly remembered that over the past few months, among the things his Nen ability, Manga Realm had manifested from Dragon Ball, there were almost 2 things that perfectly countered this guy.
And on top of that, they were currently in Zoldyck family territory.
Roy immediately worked out the rest of the plan.
Heh, you think I'm going to fuse with you again? Didn't you see the readers are about to stop reading? No chance.
Anything that might affect my personality or thoughts is absolutely out of the question. Thinking of that, Roy began to probe him.
Your strength really is pretty good. You've used Nen pretty well too.
When Dark Roy heard Roy praising him, he first looked smug, then froze for a moment. But he quickly recovered and said in a low voice, of course.
So just give up. I'm never fusing with you again.
Although he covered it up quickly, Roy still noticed it clearly.
This guy didn't even know what Nen was. In other words, he only has vague memories. That made sense.
In Dragon Ball, Kami and the separated King Piccolo had different memories. That gave Roy confidence.
His idea was completely feasible.
As that thought crossed his mind, a strange green light shone in Roy's eyes, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Thus, while the two appeared to be locked in a standoff, a long time passed. Dark Roy was gradually growing impatient and was just about to flee when suddenly he clutched his head in agony, his expression twisted with pain.
What's going on? Why is my body, my brain, my...
Suddenly, Dark Roy jerked his head up and glared viciously at Roy with bloodshot eyes.
What did you do to me?
At this moment, Dark Roy's mind was already becoming muddled, but he could still see Roy's lips moving slightly, as if he were chanting something. Dark Roy's voice grew quieter and quieter until it was almost inaudible.
Bang!
Dark Roy's body toppled headfirst onto the ground.
Finally, it worked. Even on a completely dark body separated from myself, the success rate was still unexpectedly low. Looks like I really don't have much talent for learning magic.
Roy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking at the large letter L on Dark Roy's forehead, he could not help but sigh.
Bobiti's Dark Magic, Intro Chapter.
This was something Roy had previously obtained through his Nen ability's manifestation, and he had been studying it all this time. This introductory volume only recorded 3 spells.
One of them was flight. Roy had only just found out that Babidi needed magic to fly. No wonder he was always sitting behind Fatbu. It turned out that with his own physical ability, he couldn't even fly. The second spell was short-range movement. By chanting an incantation, one could shift slightly within a small enclosed area. As for the third, it was something Roy had never expected at all. A magic spell that could control the minds of all evil people. In the original Dragon Ball, Babidi had used this magic to control many people and make them work for him. It even included powerful figures like Dabura. That alone showed just how bug-level this magic really was. When Roy first got this magic, he had poured a huge amount of effort into studying it. But the more he studied it, the more he understood that this mind control magic was extremely complex, and the version recorded in this introductory volume was only the beginner's tutorial for that magic. It was merely a starter spell for novice mages to practice with. After all, mages specialized in magic and usually didn't improve their own physical power very much, so they always needed a guard or two. Even though it was only an entry-level spell, it still had a certain chance of success. It was just that Roy clearly didn't possess much talent for mastering magic, so it had taken him a long time to barely learn it. He had even tested it on a few targets before, but the success rate had been extremely low. That was why he had sealed this move away afterward. After all, his own strength was already considerable. But he had never expected this move to see the light of day again. If Dark Roy hadn't come from the same source as Roy himself, and if Dark Roy hadn't been made of pure darkness, then Roy would never have spent that entire standoff silently repeating incantations over and over until the spell finally succeeded. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Once a Puppet, Always a Puppet. 1035 words. Roy hadn't only obtained that beginner-level magic before, he had also acquired a magical item. The Babidi Energy Collection Jar. In the original Dragon Ball, Babidi used it to gather enough energy to revive Majin Buu. He controlled Spopovich and his partner, sending them into the World Martial Arts Tournament to harvest energy. Although the jar looked strange, its effect was incredibly powerful. It could even completely absorb the energy of Son Goku in his Super Saiyan second form. Roy hadn't used it before because he was worried about incompatibility between the absorbed energy and his own. There were plenty of examples of that kind of power causing backlash. As for Majin Buu, with that kind of body, would he even need to worry about incompatibility? So Roy had sealed this item away. Now he had taken it out again because Dark Roy and Roy were essentially the same. There was no need to worry about energy incompatibility at all. Roy had also discovered that this energy collection jar had two functions. One was simply to collect energy from others. The drained person could recover through healing, and the jar could be reused indefinitely. The other was a one-time function, completely extracting the opponent's energy source, making it impossible for them to ever recover their original strength, no matter how much they were healed. Extremely vicious. Because of how cruel it was, this method could only be used once. After extracting the source energy and injecting it into another person, the jar would be completely destroyed. After Roy took out the energy collection jar, the already controlled Dark Roy slowly stood up and said respectfully, "Roy-sama." Roy nodded. This kind of mind-controlling magic was somewhat similar to characters manifested through nun abilities. They retained independent personalities, but deep within their minds was an engraved belief. He is my master. I must be loyal to him. I will protect him even at the cost of my life. However, Roy stroked his chin, still not entirely reassured. Bark like a dog. Roy stared directly into Dark Roy's eyes, trying to detect anything unusual, but all he saw was fanaticism. Yes, fanaticism. Excessively fanatical eyes. Woof! The bark echoed clearly throughout the room. Roy's lips twitched. Seeing someone with the exact same face as himself barking like a dog felt absurd no matter how he looked at it. Insert this into your body. Roy handed over the jar. Yes, Roy-sama. Dark Roy immediately inserted the jar into his own body. The numbers on the jar skyrocketed, and its surface began to glow with white light. Meanwhile, Dark Roy's complexion visibly deteriorated, just like Son Gohan in the original story. Roy-sama. Before he could finish, Dark Roy lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Looks like there's no problem. Roy held the now energy-filled jar and confirmed. After all, this guy had completely drained his own energy without leaving even a trace. If this had been before he was controlled, with his original personality, there was no way he would have allowed himself to fall into such a helpless state. And even if he had any hidden intentions, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble now. Because this evil mind control spell also had an additional effect, it allowed the user to physically torture and destroy the target. In the original Dragon Ball, Babidi used this very magic to kill Spopovich. After increasing someone's power, it also became easier to torture and destroy them with magic. However, if the controlled person was far stronger than the caster, their power wouldn't increase. While torture and destruction were still possible, it only worked if the target was weaker than the caster. This was why when Vegeta had the M mark on his forehead, his strength didn't increase like Spopovich's, and he didn't take Babidi seriously at all. Since Roy was stronger than Dark Roy, he had naturally given Dark Roy a slight boost in power, making it easier to control him. Then, in the next moment, Roy inserted the jar into his own body, injecting Dark Roy's energy into himself. Crackle! The numbers on the jar quickly dropped to 0, and Roy felt a surge of powerful energy flow into him. However, Roy raised an eyebrow. This power feels quite unstable. After refining it carefully to avoid damaging his foundation, it only resulted in a very slight increase in his strength. Looks like my body isn't as monstrous as Majin Buu's, unable to absorb all the energy perfectly. Abandoning the idea of treating Dark Roy like a renewable resource, harvesting his energy regularly, Roy began to think about how to eliminate him completely. Roy already had a complete plan. He would have Killua find Aluka and make a wish to remove the shared lifelink between Roy and Dark Roy, the condition where if one died, the other would also suffer fatal consequences. Then he would use the energy collection jar to completely extract Dark Roy's source energy. Finally, one ki blast would erase him entirely, from consciousness to physical body, in a clean, humane manner. However, a glint flashed in Roy's eyes. Since he could absorb source energy, then if Dark Roy learned Nin and developed his own ability. And then Roy absorbed that source and injected it into himself. Wouldn't that mean he could possess 2 Nin abilities? Roy felt it was worth trying. After all, there was no significant risk. With that thought, Roy immediately decided to help Dark Roy awaken his Nin. TSK, I didn't expect it to be this kind of Nin ability. Quite surprising. But considering your original personality, it actually makes sense. Roy clicked his tongue in amazement. After awakening Nin, Dark Roy immediately developed his own ability, and it was a specialization type. Originally, Roy had planned to absorb Dark Roy's power right away, but now he changed his mind. This Nin ability was excellent, easy to grow stronger, though it required a certain kind of nourishment. Roy decided to let him out to grow stronger first. Since he was his puppet, the stronger the puppet became, the better. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 83, Ilo. 1052 words. After controlling Ilo and studying the situation for a moment, Roy quickly understood everything. The so-called darkness was essentially just some of his own bad habits. By separating this darkness, it was equivalent to correcting those flaws. It would only make him more mature, his original personality and way of thinking would remain completely unchanged. Roy thought for a moment. On the surface, he was a righteous and respected manga artist. Then in the underworld, he should also have a suitable representative. Dark Roy was a very good candidate. But I'm Roy. You can't also be called Roy, right? Roy looked at the respectful Dark Roy standing before him. Then what name does Roy-sama wish to give me?
Roy pondered for a moment, then looked up and smiled.
Since I'm Roy, you'll be Ilo.
Dark Roy, no, Ilo, had his name decided.
The exact opposite of Roy-sama's name?
Very well, I shall be called Ilo.
Ilo said with fanatic devotion. One more thing, we both have the same face. You understand what I mean, right, Ilo? Roy-sama, I understand.
As he spoke, Ilo raised his hand, about to slash his own face.
Stop. Roy hurriedly stopped him.
What I mean is, just wear a mask or something to cover your face.
Don't cut it. Roy's mouth twitched.
That face was identical to his own. If it got ruined, Roy would feel extremely uncomfortable.
Understood, Roy-sama. You clearly don't understand at all. You're way too reckless.
According to the plot of Hunter x Hunter, the most famous rulers of the underworld were the 10 Dons. The 10 Dons were the supreme leaders of mafia forces across the 6 continents and 10 major regions. Since there were 10 of them, they were collectively known as the 10 Dons. They communicated with each other from time to time, but only gathered in York New City during the underground auction to discuss matters and issue orders to their respective organizations. In the original story, the 10 Dons appeared rather unimpressive. Their strongest unit, the Shadow Beasts, was completely wiped out by the Phantom Troop. The 10 Dons themselves were later eliminated by Illumi Zoldyck, and even after death, their bodies were manipulated with needles to alter commands. It made them seem weak, with a miserable end.
But was that really the truth?
Although the 10 Dons did die at Illumi's hands, the manga never showed exactly how he killed them.
And don't forget, Illumi wasn't alone. That terrifying old monster, Maha Zoldyck, was also there.
The fact that the Zoldyck family deployed 3 members, especially someone like Maha, was enough to prove that the 10 Dons were far from as weak as they appeared in the original story.
Roy's goal was to have Ilo replace the 10 Dons. With one operating in the light and one in the shadows, the resources they could obtain would be unprecedented. Even something like the Dark Sonata, those kinds of items, might be gathered by Ilo. No matter how strong the 10 Dons were, could they really compare to Ilo? In a one-on-one fight, Ilo might already rank within the top 5. That's the plan.
This is what I want you to do, Roy said after explaining everything.
Understood, Roy-sama. I will definitely replace the 10 Dons. Ilo replied seriously.
Don't forget, while completing your tasks, keep improving your nen abilities.
And remember to wear a mask, I'm counting on you.
Roy casually waved his hand.
Yes. Ilo responded, then suddenly extended his tongue upward, stretching it an absurd length. Seeing this, Roy immediately felt a bad premonition. In the next moment. Boom! Ilo erupted with aura. Whoosh! A ki blast shot straight through the ceiling of Maha's house, blasting a huge hole. Wait for my good news, Roy-sama.
His fanatical voice echoed across the skies of Kukuro Mountain.
Roy. This guy really is reckless. Hard to say whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Oh my, we saw everything just now, Roy-kun. At that moment, after Ilo left, Maha Zoldyck walked in from the doorway with his hands behind his back. Behind him were Zeno Zoldyck and Silva Zoldyck.
Clearly, Ilo's aura earlier had alarmed the Zoldyck family.
Naturally, they couldn't ignore it. However, because of Maha, they had remained outside and hadn't entered, giving Roy enough respect.
Roy had already sensed them when they arrived. But earlier, Ilo clearly hadn't noticed at all. His control over aura was still extremely crude. I didn't expect things to turn out like this either.
Old sir, here is your item.
Roy returned the intact egg pearl to Maha.
Maha took it, looked at it, and sighed. I wonder whether giving you this thing back then was a good decision or a bad one. To be honest, separating one's inner darkness into an independent entity, this is among the rarest cases I've ever seen.
Zeno stroked his beard as he spoke, while Silva nodded beside him. What's even more surprising is that this entity still obeys the original body completely.
I really don't know how you did it. Zeno clicked his tongue in amazement.
After Ilo had been controlled, Roy had used aura to isolate the room, so Maha and the others hadn't heard what happened afterward. As for why he didn't isolate it at the beginning, it was because Ilo hadn't been controlled yet, and Roy's full attention had been focused on him.
Regardless, since things have already reached this point, it's Roikuan's matter. We outsiders shouldn't interfere, however, Roikuan, let's settle the bill first.
Settle the bill?
Roy looked in astonishment as Zeno skillfully pulled out a long receipt from his pocket.
Treasure usage fee, 100 million per day for 7 days, totaling 700 million. Ceiling and room damage repair, 100 million. Disturbance caused to the Zoldyck family, compensation for emotional distress, 100 million. Serious disruption of family operations, lost work compensation, 100 million.
Total, 1 billion jenny. Please have a look, Roikuan.
Maha and Silva stood nearby as if it had nothing to do with them, while Zeno narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard.
Roy. 1 billion jenny. Android 18 is going to kill me. End of chapter. 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Ilo in Action. The Dragon Ball Anime Adaptation Plan. 1,247 words. That's the situation.
Roy called Android 18 and explained Ilo's situation to her, though he did not mention the 1 billion jenny at all.
He was not in a hurry to die. That explains it.
I did sense a rapidly moving aura earlier that felt a lot like yours, except with a bit of darkness mixed into it.
Android 18 had just finished her bath.
Wrapped in nothing but a bathrobe, her figure was sharply outlined beneath it. Once you reached the 100th floor and above in Heaven's Arena, you got a private room.
Do you want to come to Heaven's Arena? Isn't this basically one of the best places to make money? Not for now.
I'm planning to head back to Old Silver Mountain City immediately and discuss the Dragon Ball anime adaptation with old Luke.
After hanging up with Android 18, Roy finally let out a sigh of relief.
But when he saw Zeno smiling beside him, his irritation flared right back up.
The Zoldyck assassin family might as well rename themselves the Extortion family. After thinking it over, Roy finally dialed old Luke's number. Hello, Mr.
Luke, sorry, it's me, Roy.
Understood. Please calm down. I'll head back immediately. Where am I?
Right now I'm in a very mysterious place.
I'll return as soon as possible.
Okay, we'll talk when we meet. After hanging up, Roy learned that old Luke had already settled everything and finished the preparations.
All that was left was for Roy to sign. But if he wanted to leave.
In the end, after a long argument with Zeno, Roy signed an IOU for 500 million jenny.
It could not be helped. Maha really had been the one to give him the egg pearl. Maha had also been the one to point out his personal issue.
On top of that, the fight between him and Ilo, plus the hole they blasted through the ceiling and the damage to the Zoldyck family estate, were all undeniable facts.
He really did owe the Zoldicks a favor. Just you wait.
Someday I'm coming back to take away your most talented direct descendant and corrupt him properly. After signing the death note, Roy went to the gate of the underworld and informed Gon and the others, who were still training their bodies there, then set off on the road back.
Meanwhile, on Ilo's side.
After flying away from the Zoldyck family estate, he first found a shop and grabbed himself a decent outfit. Then, following Roy's orders with great seriousness, he put a mask over his face.
Roy-sama was right. And after putting on the mask, I feel even more handsome. Perfect. Although he obeyed Roy completely, he still possessed his own personality, just like Dabura in Dragon Ball after being controlled by Babidi.
He respected Babidi greatly, while still retaining the intelligence and personality he had as the king of the demon realm. After that, Ilo ran off to a restaurant and stuffed himself with food, then successfully skipped out without paying. Once he was full, he jumped up onto a tree branch and crouched there. He lit a cigarette he had taken along the way and began thinking about his next work plan.
At that moment, Ilo lounged there with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, looking every bit like a delinquent.
According to Roy-sama, if I want to climb to the top, then I need to find a major organization. The hunter exam seems to have already ended this year, so if I want to become a hunter, I'll have to wait until next year.
The Zoldyck family is some kind of assassin organization that works for money? Too bad my last name isn't Zoldyck. There's also that V5, but for someone like me, with no identity or background at all, it'd probably be impossible to rise to any high position in the public world, right? Ilo scratched his head. Looks like Roy-sama was right.
The only option is to take the 10 Dons route and replace them as ruler of the underground world.
But starting from the bottom of the mafia isn't my style. For someone like me, with absolutely no background at all, wait. A flash of insight crossed Ilo's mind. If I've got no background, then Meteor City. Phantom Troop.
A grin slowly spread across Ilo's face, until at last he burst into loud laughter.
It's decided.
I don't know what kind of existence this Phantom Troop is, but according to Roy-sama, they have some dealings with the 10 Dons.
That means they should be a pretty special organization too. I'm going to check them out.
Since Roy was traveling back alone, there was naturally no need for an airship. He simply erupted with ki and used flight to head straight for Old Silver Mountain City. In Dragon Ball, at the start of the Z arc, when the Saiyans arrived on Earth, the bald Nappa could circle the entire planet in only 3 hours, and his power level was still below 5,000. So the distance between Kokoro Mountain and Old Silver Mountain City only took Roy less than half an hour to fly. That was even with him taking some time midway to avoid the various airships and planes traveling through the sky, and also to deal with the flying rare beasts that kept appearing recklessly in his path.
Roy, you're back? Are you all right? Were you hurt during the hunter exam?
When Roy saw the sincere concern in old Luke's face, his heart warmed, and at the same time he felt even more ashamed of his earlier behavior.
I'm fine. I'm perfectly okay.
Old Luke looked him up and down carefully. After confirming that Roy had not been injured during the hunter exam, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he congratulated him. I really didn't expect you to return safe and sound from that hunter exam with such a terrifying death rate.
And not only that, you actually passed and got a license.
When I told my old friends, every single one of them stared with their eyes wide open like they couldn't believe it.
Cuckoo. After the laughter died down, old Luke shifted into work mode. They began discussing the anime adaptation of Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball was currently the hottest manga in the world. There was no equal. Because of that, countless people had their eyes fixed on this huge piece of meat, all wanting to tear off a massive bite. Anime, movies, merchandise, toys, games.
Every kind of distributor was waving checks with red eyes, practically howling for a chance, and old Luke too was staring at those checks with reddened eyes. Old Luke had already negotiated with agents from every category regarding everything Dragon Ball could possibly be developed into. All that remained was for Roy to come back, discuss the pricing and compensation, and sign the contracts. Over the next few days, Roy accompanied old Luke to meet with the major distributors. Then, during the meetings, Roy called Android 18 and put the phone on speaker, which had been something Android 18 strongly insisted on. After that came a long series of intense bargaining and exhausting back-and-forth haggling, which ended up consuming more than half a month.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 85, The Sixth Nin Ability. 1057 words.
The main issue was still the price. Android 18 had demanded an extremely high cut, while the distributor wanted to maximize profits. As a result, negotiations dragged on for quite a long time before finally being settled. During this half-month, Roy used his Nin ability to manifest 2 more skills.
One of them was Tien Shinhan's 4 Witches technique.
With this move, he could create 3 additional copies of himself.
However, each clone would only possess 1/4 of the original strength.
The key difference between this technique and the afterimage technique was that the latter only created illusions, while the 4 Witches technique produced real, physical clones. These clones could fight, but they could also be struck by enemies. With Roy's current strength, even after splitting into 3 clones, he could still move freely across the 6 continents without issue.
Moreover, having 3 extra bodies meant he could handle multiple tasks at once. The second ability was the all-purpose solar flare from Dragon Ball. No matter who it was, no matter how strong or how powerful, if they took this attack head-on with their eyes open, they would be forced to stop and clutch their eyes in pain. It could be considered a bug-level ability. Looking at the long string of zeros in his bank account, the advance payment that had just been transferred, Roy felt a sense of unreality. It was the first time he had ever seen so much money. Even though, in terms of Jenny, it still cost 152 just to buy a can of juice. Once everything was settled, Roy signed his name on the Dragon Ball anime adaptation contract. The moment he finished signing, he felt a subtle change in his nun ability. Lines of text once again appeared in his mind. Among them, one line shone with a golden brilliance. 6th ability, Projection and Derivation of Worlds. 6th ability, Projection and Derivation of Worlds. When a manga becomes popular enough to be adapted into anime, games, or derivative works, Roy will randomly obtain one element from that manga world that already has a clear conceptual foundation in his mind, including abilities, knowledge, or items. Each manga can only grant such a reward once. The more adaptation projects there are, the higher the level of the obtained reward. Additionally, both the number of adaptations and the popularity of those derivative works will be counted toward the third ability's popularity evaluation for the manga. It was only after Roy returned to his room that he realized his nin ability had gained yet another new function. The ability was easy to understand. As long as his manga received adaptations, he could obtain rewards. The more adaptations there were, the higher the quality of what he would receive. Moreover, the success of these adaptations would also feed back into his third ability. In other words, once Dragon Ball's anime, games, and other adaptations entered the market, the level of items Roy could obtain would undoubtedly rise significantly. This was excellent news. Over the next 2 days, Roy continued signing contracts for games and toy development. Once all contracts were finalized, the 6th nin ability activated. A milky white light once again appeared before Roy. This reminded him of the moment when he had manifested Android 18. Now that all adaptation-related contracts had been signed, it meant he was likely about to receive something at the highest possible level. After thinking for a moment, Roy once again established restrictions and vows. I want to manifest something that can make me stronger to the greatest extent possible, without affecting my true self. I set the following conditions. 1. All adaptation projects of Dragon Ball will enter the market and achieve overwhelming success, with sales ranking at the top of the world. I promise that I will create 3 more manga in the future that can be adapted across all formats. If I fail to fulfill any of these conditions, I am willing to pay any corresponding price. The moment the vow was completed, the milky white light burst into a dazzling radiance and rushed straight into Roy's body. As the light faded, Roy opened his eyes, a flash of excitement passing through them. Scion bloodline. That was what he had obtained through his restrictions and vows. More precisely, it was a hybrid bloodline of Earthling and Scion. The fusion of these 2 races could produce warriors with immense potential, surpassing even pure-blooded Scions. At the same time, due to the Earthling side, they could maintain emotional stability more easily and evolve into Super Scions faster, while also being less battle-crazed than pure Scions. Most importantly, Scions possessed a defining trait. After recovering from near death, their strength would increase several times over. For Roy, who had mastered Den's healing technique, this was simply the perfect method to grow stronger. Lower his defenses to the minimum, fire a Kamehameha at himself with his left hand, and then use healing with his right. Although it was essentially self-harm, it was undoubtedly the fastest shortcut to becoming stronger. After confirming that his body showed no abnormalities, the first thing Roy did was tear off the tail that had grown behind him. He had no intention of turning into a great ape. The appearance was just too ridiculous. After removing the tail, Roy shut himself inside his room and began his self-harm. No, his training, his path toward becoming stronger. Meanwhile, as Roy began his training, at the gate of the underworld on Kokoro Mountain in the Republic of Padokia. Creek. Nice. Gone, that's amazing.
I didn't expect you to actually push open the second gate. Beside him, Leorio, shirtless, praised him excitedly.
Kurapika, dressed lightly, smiled without saying anything. Zebro also looked on in shock.
During this past month, Gon and the others had not used Nen at all. Instead, they had been training their bodies at the testing gate. And the results were remarkable. All of them now had enough arm strength to push open the first gate. There were 7 gates in total. Each gate weighed 2 tons per side, and with each additional gate, the weight doubled. The stronger one was, the more gates they could open.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Why do you want to ask about the Phantom Troop? 1207 words.
The first gate was 2 tons for 1 leaf, 4 tons for both. The second gate was 4 tons for 1 leaf, 8 tons for both. In the original version, because Gon's arm had been injured by Hanzo, he hadn't gotten the maximum benefit from the training. But now, with no injuries at all, Gon had successfully reached the point where he could push open the second gate.
I didn't expect you 3 to actually pull it off. Off to the side, Zebro smacked his lips in amazement.
Back when the 3 of them had said they wanted to train here and push open the gate of the underworld, Zebro had thought it would be impossible without a long period of training. But who would have thought these 3 brats would all manage to push open the first gate within just a month? And that even younger kid, the one the same age as young Master Killua, could actually push open the second gate.
It was truly unbelievable. Just as he was thinking that, the phone in Zebro's hand rang. After hanging up, Zebro said to the overjoyed Gon and the others, "Young Master Killua's confinement is just about over. You can go pick him up now." "Really? That's great." The 3 of them became even happier. It was good news on top of good news.
Very soon, just like in the original story, they brought Killua back with them, and this time there was none of that nonsense about making things difficult under the excuse of living together. After leaving Kokoro Mountain, they began discussing what they would do next. "I'm going to search for my clansman's eyes," Kurapika said. "So I should look for work as a bodyguard under some wealthy collector with a taste for human body parts.
That way I can search for information about my clansman's eyes." "I see then, Leorio, do you want to come with us to Heaven's Arena?" "Heaven's Arena, huh?"
"I really do want to go, but the medical school application period is about to start, so I need to work hard on my studies." Because there would be a grand auction in York New City on September 1st, the group agreed to meet again on September 1st.
Gon and Killua waved goodbye to Leorio and Kurapika.
On the airship, Kurapika and Leorio stood together.
"I've always been curious. Why do you care so much about becoming a doctor? So much that you won't even go earn money at Heaven's Arena?" Kurapika smiled as he asked.
"Well," Leorio scratched his head.
"I guess there's no harm in talking about it. It's like this. When I was little, I had a friend named Pietro."
Now that he had obtained a hunter license and learned Nen, Leorio finally had the confidence and the means to pursue his dream. Because of that, he had come to see the things from his past in a more open-minded way, and his whole outlook had grown broader. While Gon and Killua were heading to Heaven's Arena, achieving excellent results, and meeting Zushi and Wing, on the other side, during the days Roy had been training, somewhere in another direction on the Yorbian continent.
There was a place where anything thrown away would be swallowed up. Garbage, weapons, corpses, babies, anything the world discarded, the people there would take it all in. That place was Meteor City?
At that moment, Ilo was walking along the outskirts of Meteor City, looking at the piles of garbage everywhere. Trucks were dumping more trash, while vultures circled overhead. Based on the memories already in his mind, along with the information Roy had given him, Ilo had learned of Meteor City and the existence of the Phantom Troop. So he had casually kidnapped a man in a suit, someone who went out with bodyguards and looked like he held a very high position. The higher a person's status, the more they knew.
Ilo understood that much.
At the same time, he also knew that the higher a person's status,
the more afraid they were of death. Ilo's thinking had been correct. The kidnapped man hadn't even waited for Ilo to ask any specific questions. Ilo had only briefly mentioned Meteor City and the Phantom Troop, and the man had immediately spilled everything he knew like beans from a split sack. After that, Ilo followed the location information he had obtained, taking a winding route, and had finally arrived at the outskirts of Meteor City on the Yorbian continent. That's how it is. The boss said that it's not just the idle ones, every member has to gather in York New City by August 31st. On top of a large rock on the outskirts of Meteor City, 3 strange people sat together discussing something. One of them was a huge man with a massive build. His extremely long earlobes each had 2 ring-shaped earrings hanging from them, and his face was fierce, marked with many scars. Beside him stood a young girl in black clothes, wearing a pair of round glasses with a vacant, innocent look on her face. The words just now had come from that large man, directed at the person sitting in front of him, a strange figure wrapped all over in bandages like a mummy, with boxing gloves on both hands. So, Banolanov, I've delivered the boss's message. Next, I'm taking Shizuku to meet the other members of the troop. The big man spoke in a low voice. The blank-looking girl beside him said nothing at all, merely staring quietly at the bizarre bandaged man before her. A new member, the bandaged man asked in a muffled voice. Number 8 got killed before, so the boss specifically found her as a replacement. Her strength might be a little weaker, but her nin ability is very special. Is that so? The bandaged man sounded non-committal. The two of them continued this brief back and forth. Sorry to interrupt. I happened to hear words like boss, number 8, and troop just now. Are you the Phantom Troop by any chance? Suddenly, a polite voice rang out beside the 3 of them. Who's there? The big man and the bandaged man both turned serious at once, then shot to their feet and assumed fighting stances. The blank-faced girl also stood up, and in an instant, a strange vacuum cleaner appeared in her hand. In Meteor City, no matter what happened, you weren't supposed to be surprised, especially when it came to things like picking fights or issuing challenges. My apologies. Did I disturb you? I don't mean anything by it. I just want to ask about the troop, that's all. The two of them immediately looked toward the source of the voice. There, on top of what had been an empty rock just moments ago, crouched a young man in a black coat wearing a strange mask. To appear silently so close to them without either of them noticing, this guy was definitely no weakling. Who are you? Why do you want to ask about the Phantom Troop? End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20+ chapters ahead. patreon.com/suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Run. 1,132 words. Who are you? Why do you want information about the Phantom Troop? The big man spoke in a low voice, both hands already poised. In the next instant, he could unleash a barrage like a machine gun. No need to get so worked up. I only want to know how I can join the troop. The young man in the black trench coat seemed not to notice the big man's and the bandaged man's vigilance or the defensive stances they had taken. He still spoke with an easy smile. If you want to join the troop, then one of our members would have to die for some reason first. Only then would the boss go looking for a replacement. But unfortunately for you, the troop already has enough members at the moment. The bandaged oddball answered in a sinister tone. Is that so? The man in the trench coat rubbed his hands together, then lifted his head, his deep-set eyes sweeping over the 3 of them. But I also heard that if you want to join the troop, there's another way. Kill one of the current members first, and then you can take that person's place as a new member. The moment they heard that, both the big man and the bandaged man visibly tensed up. Their faces turned grim, and the atmosphere instantly grew cold. Judging from your reaction, that information must be true. So it really is true. The trench-coated man rose to his feet, his gaze moving back and forth between the big man and the bandaged man. So, which one of you is willing to become my stepping stone? As soon as those words fell, the big man's 10 fingers detached directly from his hands. They remained connected by iron chains, and the severed fingers turned into gun barrels.
One powerful nun bullet after another fired out from those finger barrels, streaking toward the trench-coated man at incredible speed.
You bastard, don't get too full of yourself. The Phantom Troop isn't something a nobody like you can just challenge. While the big man was peeling off his fingers, the bandaged weirdo moved as well.
The strips of cloth wrapped all around his body began to fall away one by one, exposing the body beneath. It was riddled with holes of all different sizes. The Nin bullets struck the place where the trench-coated man stood, producing violent explosions and kicking up massive clouds of dust.
The now unwrapped Banolanov Ndongo also began to dance. As he moved, strange sounds emerged from the many holes in his body.
The barrage of Nin bullets stopped, but none of them relaxed in the slightest. They all waited for the dust to settle and reveal the result. The smoke gradually began to clear.
Before the figure inside had even come into view, they heard a voice that made all of them stiffen. Honestly, all this dust is going to dirty my clothes. And were you two trying to scratch an itch for me? Battle Cantabile, Jupiter!
Banolanov Ndongo roared in anger, and above his head appeared a gigantic sphere resembling Jupiter.
Go!
The Jupiter sphere shot straight toward the source of the voice at a speed completely at odds with its massive size.
What kind of planet is that supposed to be?
If that counts as a planet, then everyone in the world would have planet-destroying power. A scornful voice rang out from the still unsettled dust, accompanied by a strange chant.
Ha!
Far away, on the other side of the Yorbian continent, Roy, who was in the middle of training, suddenly sensed something. His expression shifted. A technique with that kind of aura.
Kamehameha? So besides the healing technique, that guy actually knows this one too. Me. Ha!
A gigantic blue sphere of light burst out from the smoke at astonishing speed, blowing away all the dust.
Like a meteor, the blue sphere slammed into the Jupiter Banolanov Ndongo had created. Banolanov Ndongo's Jupiter was utterly unable to withstand it.
The moment it came into contact with the blue sphere, it rapidly split apart and collapsed.
Impossible. It was too easy. Battle Cantabile, Jupiter had been destroyed that easily? That was supposed to be one of his strongest and most powerful techniques. Banolanov Ndongo's Jupiter actually.
The big man beside him stared in horror.
This was the first time he had ever seen someone meet Banolanov Ndongo's Jupiter head-on and shatter it outright.
Even Phaeton would only dodge it with his incredible speed. The boss, at most, would use one of his stolen, bizarre abilities to dissolve it.
So this is your so-called Jupiter? It's nowhere near the power of a real planet. Are you people playing some kind of model game?
And with dancing that ugly, too.
You bastard.
The veins on Banolanov Ndongo's forehead bulged.
He could not tolerate anyone insulting the Jayadondan tribe's faith in the planets and in the dance of battle like this. Battle Cantabile, Mars. In the next instant, Banolanov Ndongo began dancing again. But before the holes in his body could produce any sound, 3 murky noises came from behind him. Stop dancing. It's hideous. And that sound is hideous too. The big man and Banolanov Ndongo both shuddered violently. Then the big man roared. Run! Bono! But before he could finish shouting, a head rolled down from the rocks with a thud, coming to a stop right by his feet. A body hit the ground, accompanied by a few strange noises, just like the sounds Banolanov Ndongo had produced while dancing earlier. The Frankenstein-like big man lowered his head in disbelief and met the dead gaze of Banolanov Ndongo's severed head. He could clearly see that in Banolanov Ndongo's lifeless eyes, there was still a trace of fear. You. The big man wanted to say something, but his throat refused to produce the words. He had only come to relay one of the boss's orders and to let Shizuku Murasaki get acquainted with the other troop members. How had things suddenly turned into this? It all felt too unreal. But the Frankenstein-like big man had crawled his way through blood and carnage to get here, so he quickly forced himself back to his senses. His expression complicated, he looked at the trench-coated man standing nearby. This guy had taken mine in bullets without a scratch, casually destroyed Banolanov Ndongo's Jupiter, possessed speed no less than Phaeton's, and before Banolanov Ndongo could even react, he had already cut off his head. With strength like that, just who is he? End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Is it Android 18 who's about to step into the ring now? 1188 words. I killed that mummy-looking freak. Does that mean I can take his place as the newest member of the Phantom Troop?
The man in the trench coat spoke in an offhand tone, breaking the oppressive silence, as if the person he had just killed had been nothing more than some stray animal by the roadside. The big man fell silent for a moment before answering in a low voice, according to the rules the boss laid down, yes.
That is how it works. Bingo! The trench-coated man snapped his fingers. Can I ask what number the guy I killed was?
If I remember right, every member of the Phantom Troop has a spider tattoo and a number on them. The one you killed was Banolanov Ndongo, member number 12.
Number 12, huh? Well, that's still luckier than 4 or 13. The big man stayed quiet for a long while before finally asking, then what is your name? Ilo.
The trench-coated man turned to look at the cute young girl standing off to the side, holding a strange vacuum cleaner and showing no reaction at all. A wickedly arrogant smile spread across his face. Far away, on the Asian continent, inside a solemn church.
Is that so? Banolanov Ndongo was killed?
He took an end bullet without a scratch, overpowered Jupiter head-on, and his speed no less than Phaeton's. In the center of the church, a young man held a cell phone in one hand and spoke in a gentle voice. He had a purple cross tattoo in the middle of his forehead, blue earrings hanging from both ears, slicked back hair, a black coat with an inverted cross on the back, and dark eyes that seemed faintly shadowed.
So his name is Ilo? He can fire enormous blue spheres with tremendous destructive power? Then he really is an emission type, just like you. A knockoff Krillin, huh?
This man was none other than the leader and founder of the Phantom Troop.
Krallo Lucifer. That's what it looks like.
The heavy voice on the other end of the line belonged to the hulking, Frankenstein-like Franklin. Franklin, member number 7 of the Phantom Troop, was an emission-type nin user. He looked fierce, but in truth he was honest by nature and considerate toward his comrades.
When Kurapika imprisoned Krallo Lucifer in the original story, the troop members had once clashed over whether to rescue him.
Yet Franklin managed to calm the dispute through persuasion alone, which showed just how much quiet authority he held within the group. He had also been one of the troop's earliest members. His main role was combat, but his personality was steady and loyal. Within the group, he gave off the air of an elder. His influence was no less than Shelnurk's, and when it came to mediating internal conflicts, he was even better.
He could even talk impulsive people like Phaeton and Finks down.
We ran into him in Meteor City, and from the start, he really was aiming to join the troop.
I also contacted Shelnurk. He used his hunter license to search online.
Based on the man's build, outfit, and name, he couldn't find a single trace of him.
No background records. Not even any sign of transportation use.
Of course, there was no information. Ilo had not even existed in this world for a full month yet.
As for transportation, did Ilo, who could fly, need any transportation at all? No background at all, huh? No followers on Echo Road, and he wasn't born in Meteor City either? Krallo fell into thought.
Then let him join the troop.
He'll replace Banolanov Ndongo as number 12.
I don't have the time right now to look for a new member, and the troop's rules are the troop's rules. Later, I'll have Maki sew the spider tattoo onto him. For now, let's just watch and see what his real motive is.
And the full gathering on August 31st? Bring him along. On August 31st, we gather in York New City.
After hanging up, Krallo's eyes revealed no emotion at all. A short while later, he dialed another number. Far away, on the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena, a petite, beautiful girl with long purple hair tied into a small braid, wearing a white shirt and black tight-fitting boots, was watching the match in the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Floor Master qualification match. The winner will earn the right to challenge a Floor Master.
As everyone knows, anyone who reaches the 200th floor is already a powerful fighter. Advancing any further only gets harder and harder. But if a fighter fails to compete within the required 90 days, they lose their qualification. On this floor, 10 wins will clear the requirement, but if you suffer 4 losses before reaching 10 wins, you're eliminated. If you can win the challenge for one of these upper floors, you can seize the title of Floor Master, monopolize that floor, and enjoy both fame and a life free of worry. Every floor from the 220th to the 250th belongs to a Floor Master. In addition, there is also the once every 2 years fighting tournament. Win that, and you can move into the very top floor, the 251st floor. But today's Floor Master qualification match is anything but ordinary. Both fighters have already won 9 matches each. Whoever wins one more bout will earn the right to challenge a Floor Master. And now, let me introduce the 2 competitors in this match. From the left side, we have one of Heaven's Arena's most popular fighters. He is known for ending his opponents with savage, brutal killings. What he loves most is the wailing of his enemies as they die. Since reaching the 200th floor, he has never once been defeated. Please welcome our Floor Master candidate Bloodshark Sabadovic. Roar! The spectator stands erupted into thunderous screams. In the midst of that feverish atmosphere, Bloodshark Sabadovic strode onto the stage bare-chested, a blood-red shark tattoo emblazoned across his chest. His body was packed with thick muscle. He had tiny eyes and heavy lips, and he kept waving both hands at the audience while striking pose after pose. The moment Bloodshark Sabadovic entered the arena, the crowd exploded like boiling oil set on fire.
This guy's really popular, huh?
Up in the stands, Gone Freaks, Killua Zoldyck, and Wing sat together, visibly uncomfortable as they looked at the roaring crowd.
None of them could understand what exactly these people found so exciting. Human beings are like that.
Wing adjusted his glasses. No matter how timid or cowardly they may seem in ordinary life, deep down they still carry a cruel, bloodthirsty side.
They've always liked scenes like this. Mr. Wing, the way you talk sounds just like one of our companions. Does it? Yeah. He's also Android 18's husband. Android 18's husband? You mean Android 18 is the one who's about to enter the ring now? Yep. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 89, The Legendary Fighter, Android 18. 1,209 words.
After Bloodshark Sabadovic stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere in the entire arena reached a fever pitch, and the host continued. Next, we are about to introduce an exceedingly rare legendary fighter since the founding of Heaven's Arena.
Starting from the first floor, she has ended every single battle in an instant.
After reaching the 200th floor, she completely gave up the 90-day convenience granted by the application battle system and, from the very first day, accepted 9 matches in one go. Aside from 3 matches that she forfeited due to not appearing at the venue, the other 6 were no exception at all.
Just like before, she defeated every opponent with a single move.
That's right, she is the fighter with an angelic face and a bloodstained name Android 18.
Wah! Wah! The facts prove that no matter where you went, beautiful women would always be more attractive than men.
Only, amid the cheers of the crowd, Android 18's figure never appeared at all.
Where's Android 18?
Gon and the others were obviously stunned. They had only just fought their way into the 100th floors when they heard news that Android 18 was going to battle, so they had specially spent quite a lot of money on tickets to come watch.
But judging from the situation, Android 18 seemed to have not come to compete at all? At that moment, agitation also broke out in the audience stands. Is Fighter 18 here? Is Fighter 18 here? No way, could it be that, just like the previous 3 matches, she failed to show up for no reason again? This is a Floor Master qualification match. Has Fighter 18 really given up? Or did she choose to retreat because she feared Sabadovic's terrifying strength? Hearing the host's words, the corner of Sabadovic's mouth twitched. Retreat?
He touched his face, which had finally managed to recover from the swelling, and felt lingering dread. Even now, he still remembered what that woman had done to him that day. At the time, that woman had appeared before him like a demon and said bluntly, "Give me 500 million Jenny, and I'll give up the victory in this match." In the end, he had failed to understand how dangerous she was. He mouthed off a few extra filthy words, and then his whole face was slapped into the shape of a pig's.
Half his teeth were knocked out too.
In the end, the deal for the fixed match was settled at a price of 1 billion Jenny. Thinking back on it now, Sabadovic still felt a little lucky. Fortunately, that woman had come to negotiate a price with him to throw the match. Otherwise, if he had met her in the arena, he very likely would have been killed on the spot, and all his fame, wealth, and privileges would have vanished. Although paying a full billion Jenny made his heart ache, this was already the best possible outcome, wasn't it? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Sabadovic immediately straightened up, put his right hand on his waist, and raised his left hand toward the audience in a V sign.
Roar!
Judging purely from the pose, he looked exactly like the kind of fool who was about to be kicked flying. In the end, the match concluded with Sabatovic's victory. Near Heaven's Arena, in a casino.
"I'm here to collect my gambling winnings."
A tall, bulky giant who was wrapped up from head to toe came to claim the money he had won from betting. The casino manager handed over a credit card with an ugly look on his face. As he watched the tall figure walk away, the manager's eyes gradually filled with danger. This person had bet a full 2 billion Jenny on the option Android 18 does not participate in the match. Sabadovic wins by default. Even though betting 2 billion had already lowered the odds quite a bit, it was still a massive loss for the casino.
"I'm not doing this again in the future.
I did make a lot, but it's way too troublesome, and it's a pain." A blonde, blue-eyed beauty flicked her hair and paid no attention whatsoever to the dozens of casino enforcers she had already knocked down after they came chasing after her.
That blonde, blue-eyed beauty was none other than Android 18.
The reason she had not participated in the Floormaster qualification match was, on one hand, that she had struck a deal with Sabadovic, and on the other hand, that she had placed a heavy bet on herself losing by failing to show up. As for her capital, part of it naturally came from the prize money she had earned by fighting her way through floors 1 to 199 in Heaven's Arena, while the other part came from the compensation she received for throwing matches with her opponents above the 200th floor.
As long as the deal had been settled, Android 18 would not show up in the arena.
That was also why she had already failed to appear in 3 matches before this one. Just as Android 18 was about to head back, her eyes shifted, and she looked toward a nearby alley.
A petite, cute-looking beauty stepped out from the darkness of the alley. "Thanks to you, I made quite a bit too."
The purple-haired beauty held up a card between 2 fingers. "That day, I happened to see you coming out of Sabadovic's room. Even though you moved very quickly, I still caught a trace of your features, and after comparing them, I confirmed it was you."
Not long after that, Sabadovic left with his face wrapped in clothes.
"I'm very sensitive to the smell of blood."
I smelled blood coming from Sabadovic's face.
Later, not only did Sabadovic not leave Heaven's Arena, he kept building momentum around the match instead. At that point, I understood that the two of you must have reached some kind of deal.
And that deal was your loss in the match.
Pretty smart Android 18 admitted it openly. The reason I'm saying all this is because I think you and I are pretty similar.
We're both rather interested in money. And on top of that, you helped me make a fortune too. As she spoke, the mobile phone at the purple-haired beauty's waist suddenly rang.
"Hello, boss."
"Is that so?" "Banolinov and the others." "All right, I understand.
After I pass the order on to that new number 4, I'll head over." After hanging up, the purple-haired beauty did not say another word to Android 18 and left at once.
Android 18 also paid no further attention to the suddenly appearing purple-haired beauty and simply departed.
Under Wing's guidance, Killua finally got his wish and learned Nen. It had to be known that, in the original version, considering the relationship between the Zoldyck family and Chairman Netero, if the Zoldyck family had not tacitly approved it, Killua would not have been allowed to learn Shinjinryu Nen at all.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. It's not just my muscles that are well. 1202 words. Kurapika had also found an employer who seemed to suit him best, and the development of his nun ability was already being put on the agenda. Roy had mentioned it to him before. When Kurapika was in his scarlet eye state, his performance with Nin was different from when he was not. At the same time, he had warned him not to let hatred devour his heart, and to develop the Nin ability that suited him best in a rational way. After giving it a great deal of thought, Kurapika ultimately still chose chains as the basis of his ability. However, compared to the original version, the settings of his chains had undergone some slight changes. Meanwhile, Leorio, thanks to the outstanding grades he had earned through hard work, along with his hunter license exempting him from the enormous tuition fees, successfully got into a famous medical school. While everyone was making moves of their own, back in old Silver Mountain City, at Roy's residence, Nine Kings Manor, Android 18 returned home carrying the enormous fortune she had earned from Heaven's Arena. And at the same time she returned, Roy also finished his training. Looking at Roy, whose build had clearly become much sturdier, Android 18 raised a brow. You've gotten stronger. Sensing the deep, faintly flowing aura coming from Roy, the corners of Android 18's lips lifted slightly. That's only natural. Roy could naturally feel the changes in his body as well. During this period, he had not actually done much self-destructive training. Most of the time, after gaining explosive bursts of power from his Scion bloodline, he would stop and focus on understanding it, mastering it, and bringing it under control. If he only possessed great power but lacked the state of mind to match it, then sooner or later, just like before, darkness would be born in his heart again, and another Ilo would come into existence. As for the Ilo he had separated out, it was nothing more than a collection of negative emotions born from his swelling pride after his strength had increased. It was like stripping away arrogance and impatience from a person. Those were negative emotions to begin with, and they could be removed without affecting the person's core self. For example, Leorio had corrected his irritable temper and become calmer and more composed. And the Ilo Roy had separated out was the same kind of thing, as though he had peeled away the parts of himself that were arrogant and impulsive. It did not affect Roy's original personality in the slightest. There was absolutely no way he would turn into some saintly pushover just because he had removed his darkness. That kind of thing was impossible. For Roy, stripping away darkness was no different from correcting bad habits. It would only make him more mature. His original personality and way of thinking would not change in the slightest. You've built up your muscles nicely. Android 18 traced little circles across Roy's broad chest with her slender fingers. Her intentions could not have been more obvious. Roy looked at her and smiled. It's not just my muscles that are well developed, you know. Ever since setting out for the Hunter exam, and later the trip to the Zoldyck family, Roy and Android 18 had never really had a chance for any deeper intimacy. Now that everything had finally come to a temporary end, it was only natural for sparks to fly. A short separation only made the reunion sweeter, and the two of them thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Especially since both of them were adults, both had trained their bodies quite well, and maintaining a harmonious home life was, after all, very important. Well, Roy was only 17, but his mental age was unquestionably that of an adult. Only after some very friendly exercise did the two of them finally calm down a little. Afterward, in order to test the results of Roy's training, Roy and Android 18 deliberately flew to an open valley and began a second round of combat training. After a fierce exchange of explosions and repeated clashes of fist against fist, the two finally stopped. You really have gotten a lot stronger. Android 18 brushed back the hair the wind had blown out of place, her breathing slightly heavy. She had never expected that in such a short span of time, something could have happened to Roy that would make him this much stronger. While Android 18 was inwardly astonished, Roy swung his arm, feeling the surging power roaring through his body, his face filled with delight. With my current strength, if I fought Isaac Netero again, it probably wouldn't be a case of us being evenly matched, with me only barely edging him out through the advantages of youth and physical condition. At this point, he probably wouldn't even last more than a few moves against me. I have to say, Scion bloodline really is terrifyingly powerful. Roy could not help feeling emotional.
If he had not deliberately limited the number of times he pushed himself through self-destructive training, also that his rapidly increasing power would not disturb his state of mind, then by now he could probably wipe out the 6 continents with ease. He would be only a step away from transforming into a Super Saiyan, lacking nothing but enough S-cells.
I wonder what that guy Ilo is doing right now. There doesn't seem to be any news about him online at the moment, but he definitely isn't the type to stay honest and behave himself. Somewhere on the Yorbian continent, in a dense forest with a stream flowing beside it, there was a person floating in the stream, along with 3 large, mud-like hulking figures. Why did you knock Franklin out?
A cute, airhead-looking girl wearing large round glasses and a black skin-tight outfit asked with an innocent expression as she looked at the man in front of her, who was dressed in grimy black clothes and wore a wicked grin on his face.
Because what I'm about to say is a secret just between the 2 of us. Don't worry, we're comrades. I only knocked Franklin out. I'm not going to do anything to him. Ilo smiled as he stared at Shizuku.
After spending this period of time traveling together with Franklin and Shizuku, Ilo had more or less figured out their personalities and gathered a certain amount of information about them. That big guy Franklin might look fierce on the outside, but his personality was surprisingly straightforward, and he cared a great deal about his companions. In particular, he took especially good care of this pure-faced, short-haired girl with indigo eyes. As for this girl, who usually dressed casually in a black turtleneck sweater and jeans, wore black-framed glasses and an inverted cross necklace, was left-handed, a little absent-minded, and naturally gave off a quietly sensual charm despite her vacant, cute demeanor. Even though she was polite, her personality was unexpectedly cold and ruthless.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20+ chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 91. Chapter 91, as expected, cute women are easier to talk to. 1,159 words. The most important thing was that this cute little airhead, Shizuku, was extremely forgetful. She had a short-term memory problem, and sometimes she could not even remember other people's names. She would also quickly forget things she herself had said. So as long as he told her something like, "This is a secret just between the 2 of us," she would definitely forget it completely. That was exactly why Ilo had not hesitated at all to knock out the big guy, Franklin. The man had been staying by Shizuku's side the whole time. What do you want to say? Shizuku asked calmly. Do you remember the first time we met? The first time we met? I forgot. Just as expected. Without showing anything on his face, Ilo continued, Then do you know why Franklin's fingertips can fall off instantly and turn into gun barrels that fire strange bullets?
Ilo had no memory whatsoever of nin abilities, so when he first met Franklin, and when he saw that bandaged freak he killed create Jupiter, he had found it all very strange. This was probably some kind of mysterious power.
You mean Franklin's nin ability, double machine gun? Shizuku blinked.
For certain special people and things, Shizuku still remembered them clearly, such as the Phantom Troops members.
Nen abilities. Can you tell me the nen abilities of everyone in the Phantom Troop, along with their related information? Information? Don't you already know? No, I don't. So this is a secret just between the 2 of us. Don't tell anyone else, okay? I see. All right.
As Shizuku explained things to him, Ilo's eyes lit up more and more.
So that was how it was.
This was the Phantom Troop.
Every single one of them really did have an odd personality.
Looking at the strange vacuum cleaner, Blinky, that Shizuku had manifested specifically to explain her own nin ability to him, Ilo felt very satisfied.
Once I know their situation, it'll definitely help with the work ahead. Then I'll be able to complete the task Lord Roy assigned me much faster.
A few minutes later, after Ilo had deeply memorized all the information Shizuku had told him about every member of the group, he was in an excellent mood.
Once Ilo had obtained all the relevant information, Franklin's body twitched slightly in the stream.
Then he suddenly leaped up and put quite a bit of distance between them. After rapidly checking his body over once, Franklin immediately detached his fingertips and aimed the dark gun barrels at Ilo, who was sitting there completely at ease.
"What did you do to me, you bastard?"
Franklin's voice was low and full of anger.
"Nothing much.
I just saw that your neck seemed a little crooked, and since we're both members of the same troop, I helped straighten it for you.
I just didn't expect you to be so fragile that you passed out on the spot." Ilo lied without even blinking. "You think I'm an idiot?" Franklin barked. "What else, then? What do you think I did? Is there anything wrong with your body right now? Did I try anything improper with you or Shizuku?
To be honest, with the strength you two have, I could kill both of you in less than 3 rounds.
Ilo sounded openly disdainful. Franklin fell silent. He remembered the scene of Banolanov being killed.
This man really was very strong. With his strength, there was no need for him to knock Franklin unconscious first if he wanted to do something unfavorable to them. As for having some ulterior motive for joining the troop, this man already knew that the troop would gather in York New City on August 31st. If he really had some plan, he would have already gone there in advance to make preparations.
Then why did he knock me out? What exactly is he trying to do? Franklin's face darkened.
At the same time, he glanced at Shizuku and found that although she still looked adorably vacant, it was as if nothing at all had happened. That let him relax a little, but his expression still did not improve. "You may have joined the troop, but we still don't know you well. So we'll be keeping an eye on you and staying on guard at all times."
Sure. Only natural,"
Ilo replied casually with a smile.
"Shizuku, while I was unconscious, what did this man do?" "What did he do?" Shizuku blinked her big eyes. "He didn't do anything at all."
Hearing Shizuku's answer, Franklin fell silent again, while the corners of Ilo's lips curved upward slightly.
Sure enough, soft and cute women really were easy to talk to. As time quietly passed, the little secret remained behind.
After Gon Freaks and Killua Zoldyck finished learning Nen and caused a sensation in Heaven's Arena, they ran into Hisoka. However, during the Hunter exam, Hisoka's attention had been focused entirely on Roy and Android 18. On top of that, since he no longer had those fateful encounters with Gon Freaks in Milsey Wetlands and Zebel Island, his interest in Gon Freaks and Killua Zoldyck only reached the level of mild curiosity.
Later, the battle between Hisoka and Castro allowed Killua Zoldyck and Gon Freaks to witness Hisoka's true strength. And although Gon Freaks was reckless, he was not stupid, so he naturally would not go provoking Hisoka again. Thus, the two sides skillfully avoided each other once more. After training enough in Heaven's Arena, Gon Freaks and Killua Zoldyck said goodbye to Wing and Zushi and set out on the road back to Whale Island. Meanwhile, after gathering information through various channels, Kurapika finally chose the Nostrade family.
That was because the family's young lady had a hobby of collecting human body parts and organs.
After going through a round of applications and selection, Kurapika became one of the Nostrade family's bodyguards, just as expected, and prepared to attend the grand auction in York New City on September 1st.
Meanwhile, back in Old Silver Mountain City, at Shonen Magazine, Roy had already begun working on the next few chapters of manga. With Dragon Ball's explosive popularity as a foundation, as long as the manga Roy drew next was not too outrageous or too terrible, there would not be any real problem. The fans were very willing to support him. When Dragon Ball had first started becoming a huge hit, Roy had not begun drawing any other manga because he was worried that another series might steal Dragon Ball's spotlight. Even if nothing could truly surpass Dragon Ball, a classic was still a classic. Even if it was not on Dragon Ball's level, it could still affect it to some degree, which would greatly reduce what Roy could gain from Dragon Ball.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 92, 3 new manga series. 1,291 words.
But now things were different. After some time had passed and the excitement had fully built up, Roy had originally wanted to end Dragon Ball right after the Namek arc, once Frieza was defeated, just like Akira Toriyama had once intended. In the end, the fans refused to accept it. The Dragon Ball fan club in Old Silver Mountain City went straight to Shonen magazine and blocked the entrance, tearfully begging Roy to continue serializing Dragon Ball. That just so happened to fulfill the 7th clause in the restrictions and vows Roy had set when he manifested Android 18. And so, under the earnest pleas of the fans, Roy reluctantly began continuing the manga with the Android arc. However, in order to prevent the power scaling from completely falling apart, Roy deliberately added a few harmless adjustments to the setting, making the overall plot logic of Dragon Ball feel smoother and more reasonable. For example, the idea that androids created by a scientist on Earth could casually overpower a Super Saiyan who had defeated Frieza, the tyrant of the universe, really was a bit hard to justify. So Roy added a plot point: Dr. Gero of Earth had, by sheer chance, discovered the most advanced eternal energy system in the universe, a device from a hyper-advanced planet that Frieza had once destroyed. That system had been left drifting through space before accidentally falling to Earth. That at least helped smooth things over a little. Of course, one consequence of that change was that, during one of Roy's once every 7 days Nin manifestations, the device really did appear.
Then Android 18 dismantled it into scrap without a word.
As for the setting between Android 18 and Krillin in the story, Roy also made a slight change there. After all, she was his wife. There was no way he was going to hand her over to some bald guy. So he arranged things so that Android 18 ended up with him instead. When the fans saw it, they all smiled knowingly and thought it was a pretty good little Easter egg. These kinds of revisions posed no problem at all for Roy, who had once worked as a manga assistant.
And back on Earth, Dragon Ball had already been dissected thoroughly by countless sharp-eyed fans online. Every little detail had been split apart and analyzed inside and out. Roy even had a clear grasp on which plot holes existed and how they could be adjusted with minor changes. And just like that, an even more reasonable and coherent version of Dragon Ball was born, and it received even greater praise. At this point, Dragon Ball had already built unstoppable momentum. There was basically no manga left that could hinder it. So Roy made his decision without hesitation. He was going to start drawing new manga. After all, among the additional conditions and the restrictions and vows he had made earlier, when maximizing Android 18's manifested strength and obtaining the item tied to his 6th Nin ability, there was still one more requirement. He had to create 3 more national class classic manga. As for which new manga to choose, Roy had already settled on his targets. He picked up his pen and swiftly wrote down 3 titles on the page: Fist of the North Star, Sailor Moon, and Gundam. There was no need to explain the first and the last. Once they were released, then adapted into anime, and backed by the foundation Roy had already laid with Dragon Ball, those 2 series would absolutely become classics among classics, household name works. As for Sailor Moon, one should never underestimate children, especially not the purchasing power of certain overly enthusiastic male fans. The first 2 groups were already known among merchants as the easiest audiences to profit from. And as for that special type of obsessive fan, once you hit exactly what they liked, the buying power they could unleash would absolutely exceed anyone's imagination. Besides, the current market generally assumed that manga was entertainment for boys, so nearly everything on the market was aimed at male readers. After Dragon Ball appeared, the entire market seemed to have turned into a place where, aside from hot-blooded boys battle manga, no other type of manga even existed. So once Roy released Sailor Moon, it would definitely shake the entire world. And beyond that, Roy's ambition did not stop there. His Nin ability could grant him items and things from the manga he created. And after obtaining overwhelming power from Dragon Ball, Roy had no interest, for the time being, in cultivating some other power system. With both Nin and Ki complementing each other, that was already enough for him to sweep through the world as things stood. What he really wanted was to use these 3 national class manga for one bold experiment. If it succeeded, the rewards he would reap would be enormous. After spending several days in a row drawing all 3 manga, Roy handed them over to old Luke, who immediately rushed off to arrange the page layouts and all the related matters. When it came to manga operations, old Luke was clearly an expert. Roy had no intention of interfering with how he handled things. He believed old Luke's eye was more than sharp enough to see just how classic these 3 manga were. And he was certain old Luke would come up with the right strategy to maximize the impact and effect of the 3 series. That was exactly what Roy was hoping for.
After old Luke went off to handle the manga business, Roy returned to his residence, took a deep breath, and gradually calmed himself.
Then, in a steady voice, he said,
I want to maximize the value of the 3 items I'll obtain after Dragon Ball ends, through my 5th ability, World's Conclusion. I hereby set a rule: for the next 3 manga I draw, I will forfeit all items and objects that mine and ability would have obtained from their worlds. In exchange, I want the items manifested from those 3 manga worlds in the future to be converted into the maximum possible value for the 3 items I receive after Dragon Ball is completed. This was Roy's ambition. Fist of the North Star, Sailor Moon, and Gundam were all national class classics. Once serialized, they were bound to explode across the market, which meant Roy's Nin ability, Manga Realm, would be able to obtain items of extremely high value from those 3 worlds. And yet Roy set restrictions and vows, giving up everything he could have obtained from those 3 manga in the future in exchange for the highest value items possible from the 5th ability he would receive once Dragon Ball ended. His 5th ability, World's Conclusion. Once a manga he created came to an end, based on how popular the work had been during serialization and how the public responded after its conclusion, he would obtain 3 random items from that manga world. That was what Roy had his eye on. He wanted to use 3 national class classic manga in exchange for 3 items from Dragon Ball. Whether that trade would prove to be a profit or a loss, no one could say. But Roy's decisiveness and courage in making it were beyond reproach.
Ever since he had stripped away the darkness, Roy had become much steadier.
He had matured a great deal as well, and everything was moving in a better direction. Meanwhile, during the days Roy was drawing those 3 manga, Gon and Killua Zoldyck had also returned to Whale Island.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, for Body's Technique Without Loss of Strength. 1,193 words. After saving a lone bear cub, Gon came to understand the value of life. Then, from Mito Obasan, he and Killua learned new information about Gon's father, Jing Freaks. All signs pointed toward an extremely dangerous game, Greed Island. After looking it up online and discovering that the game's price was outrageously high, Gon and Killua calculated all the money they had and found that it still was not enough. Then they learned that a copy of the game would be auctioned off at the York New auction, so they immediately set out for York New City. During that time, Killua also exchanged information about Greed Island with his chubby second older brother, Milluki Zoldyck. As an otaku, how could his chubby second older brother possibly have no interest in a game with such high-level appeal? So Milluki also secured a fund of 15 billion jenny from his father and the others in exchange for carrying out killings, then headed for York New City as well. By now, it was already early August. From the date of the Hunter exam on January 7th until now, a full 7 months had passed. During those 7 months, Roy had completed the Hunter exam, the trip to Heaven's Arena, the journey to Kokoro Mountain, the separation of darkness, the signing of adaptation contracts, self-destructive training, and the creation of 3 new manga series. During that same period, the Dragon Ball anime and game had also been completed and released onto the market. The results they achieved were unprecedentedly powerful. Whenever broadcast time came around, entire families, young and old alike, sat down in front of the television to watch the Dragon Ball anime. Every gaming cafe was filled with competitive young players all logging into the Dragon Ball online game. The moment Dragon Ball toys and figures hit the market, they were instantly bought out in a frenzy. Some specialty shops even had reservation lines packed solid day after day. Dragon Ball had already influenced more than 2 generations. In families spanning 3 generations, from elderly people in their 60s and 70s to children only 4 or 5 years old, there was no one who did not know the name Dragon Ball. And because the Dragon Ball anime, game, and merchandise had become such explosive hits, thanks to Roy's 6th skill, World's Projection and Derivation, the number of adaptation projects and the popularity of the manga's adapted works would also be counted toward his 3rd ability, the judgment of a popular manga. So naturally, the quality of the things Roy obtained also rose along with it. He gained powerful techniques such as Vegeta's Gallic Gun, Final Flash,
Frisia's Destructo Disc-like cutting attack, Flame Bullet, Death Beam, and, most surprisingly of all to Roy, Cell's 4 bodies technique without loss of strength. Cell's 4 bodies technique without loss of strength was an upgraded version of the 4 bodies technique that Cell developed after collecting Tien Shinhan's cells and skills and evolving into his perfect form. Unlike Tien Shinhan's 4 bodies technique, Cell's upgraded version did not split the user's power into 4 after creating 3 extra bodies. Each duplicate possessed the exact same strength as the original body. That was truly incredible. It was basically the same as Roy gaining 3 helpers with power equal to his own. His combat power instantly tripled. While Roy was delighting in his gains and training to master them elsewhere. Alright, your spider tattoo is finished. That'll be 50 million Jenny. A petite and delicate-looking purple-haired beauty bit off the thread as she spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. She was the same purple-haired beauty Android 18 had once encountered at the casino near Heaven's Arena. Oh my, oh my. We're comrades now, and you still want to charge a comrade? Maki Ilo said as he put his clothes back on, his face full of teasing amusement. The troop's rules never said you can't charge your comrades money. Besides, whether you even count as one of us yet will only be decided after you meet the boss. The purple-haired beauty, Maki, replied without the slightest politeness. That's true. There are only 2 rules in the troop that absolutely must not be broken. The first is that the survival of the troop takes priority over the boss's life. If the boss dies, someone else will inherit the leader's position. The second is that when members disagree, the decision is made using the designated coin. It was as if Ilo had only just remembered. He smacked his left hand into his right palm and put on an exaggerated look of sudden realization. Maki did not even bother lifting her eyelids. Drop the fake acting. No matter how much you pretend, you still owe me 50 million Jenny. Ilo put on an expression of painful reluctance and took out a card, which Maki accepted directly. Don't forget the gathering time. August 31st. I still remember. There are still half a month left. I'll definitely make it in time. For now, I'll go deal with my own business first. Goodbye, beautiful lady. I hope next time we meet, I can treat you to coffee. Oh, right, say hello to Franklin and Shizuku for me. Ilo turned and left with a remarkably carefree and dashing back. Maki simply watched him in silence, then casually threw away the card he had handed her. So this is York New City? What a prosperous and decadent city. After getting off the airship, Killua looked around at the surroundings before curling his lip. The game made by Jing is in this city. Gon muttered under his breath. Alright, since we're already here, Kurapika and Leo Rio probably haven't arrived yet. Let's think about how we're going to earn that huge sum of money first. After all, a single copy of that game costs more than 10 billion Jenny. Killua put both hands behind his head and made the suggestion. But if Roy and Leo Rio were here, they'd probably come up with a fast way to make money, right? Gon thought of Roy and Leo Rio. Yeah, that's true. Gon, I remember Roy is a famous manga artist, right? Yeah. What about it? A famous manga artist. Then he must be rich, right? We can borrow the money from him first, then pay him back later. Killua said excitedly. Roy would probably be fine with it, but are you sure Android 18 would lend us money normally? That. Killua froze. He had not considered that issue. The two of them recalled the deal on Battleship Island during the Hunter exam, the transaction that happened again during the final exam when Android 18 fought Killua's eldest brother, and the rumors they had later overheard in Heaven's Arena about Android 18 choosing to throw a match for an enormous amount of Jenny. At that thought, the two exchanged a glance and then let out a sigh. They could definitely borrow it, but let's figure it out ourselves instead. Okay. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 94, York New in Turmoil. 1069 words. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and very soon, it was August 30th. York New City's Dream Auction, the world's biggest auction market held once a year. Something bought the day before for 10,000 Jenny might be sold the next day for 100 million. It's practically a dream market where people throw around fortunes.
But there are also plenty of underground auctions that sell goods obtained through crime.
After finishing his call with Leo Rio, Kurapika stood quietly aboard the airship, looking down at the city below. Leo Rio had already confirmed that he would arrive tomorrow, while gone, and the others couldn't be contacted because they didn't have phones. As for Roy and Android 18, Kurapika had also learned that because Roy was a world-famous great manga artist and happened to live on the European continent, he had received a VIP invitation to the auction and would also be arriving tomorrow.
So my clan's eyes are in this city. And those Phantom Troop bastards will definitely come here too. And that person, our promise on September 1st. Kurapika recalled what Hisoka had whispered in his ear during the final phase of the Hunter exam.
Beneath the colored contacts, his eyes gradually turned scarlet, and his heart began to pound violently.
Kurapika.
Beside him stood a short, bald woman with two large front teeth jutting out beneath her lips like a rodent's. She was Melody, another bodyguard hired by the Nostrade family. She had once heard the Dark Sonata, which had left her appearance damaged, but she had a gentle and considerate personality, along with extraordinary hearing.
At that moment, she heard Kurapika's violently pounding heartbeat and gave him an extra glance. Like Kurapika, Melody was one of the Nostrade family's bodyguards.
At first, Kurapika had been somewhat wary of her, but after the two of them shared each other's secrets, he came to regard Melody as a fairly close companion. Especially later, when going after the Phantom Troop, Kurapika would also ask Melody for help.
Kurapika, gone, and Killua had already arrived, and Leo Rio, Roy, and Android 18 would also be reaching York New City very soon.
After getting off the airship, Kurapika and the others boarded a car specially sent by the Nostrade family to pick up Neon. Inside the car, because of Kurapika's gaze and light Nostrade's orders, Neon began a divination session.
Neon's Nin ability was Lovely Ghostwriter, which could automatically write down events that would occur within the next month.
The prophecy differed from person to person and usually took the form of 4 or 5 four-line verses. Judging from the original story, Neon was a specialist Nin user, possibly someone born with that ability.
Specialist abilities were quite unusual to begin with. Most were tied to bloodlines or the result of growing up in special environments. Neon's divinations were extremely accurate, which was why so many mafia bosses relied heavily on her fortune-telling.
The main reason the Nostrade family had risen so rapidly in the underworld was because of this girl with the power of foresight, which was also why Light cherished his daughter so much. Only after quite a bit of bargaining did Neon finally agree to begin the divination.
While she was performing it, Dalzaline's phone rang. "Hello, boss, it's me, Dalzaline. One of the mafia families doesn't need a prophecy anymore? There's a riot breaking out inside York New City? Countless dead and wounded? A whole lot of mafia families have been wiped out?" Dalzaline stared at the mobile phone in his hand with a look of utter disbelief.
York New City could practically be called the domain of the mafia families. Especially now, with the York New Dream Auction about to begin, every famous gang across the 6 continents had come to participate. And under those circumstances, someone had actually smashed through quite a few mafia strongholds. According to the boss, it seemed to be just one man alone, a man in a black trench coat wearing a strange mask. At the same time Neon was divining, the car tore across the wilderness road, kicking up clouds of dust into the sky. After the dust gradually settled, 4 figures slowly appeared, walking from the line where the horizon met the heavens. "It's rare for all 13 of us to gather together.
It's been years since we last met, hasn't it?"
3 years and 2 months, said a short man in a black cloak patterned with a skull, the fabric covering his mouth.
He had medium-length dark blue hair and narrow golden eyes.
Because his mouth was covered, his voice came out muffled.
"But this time is different from last time, because we've got 3 newcomers. Number 4, number 8, and number 12 have all been replaced by different people now."
"Maki, those number 4 and number 12 people are coming back today, right?" the burly Franklin asked.
"Who knows?"
"Don't ask me something like that," Maki replied flatly.
"Isn't that your job?" I'm only responsible for passing on messages. Besides, you've had the most contact with that number 12 guy, haven't you, Franklin? That guy's personality is too rotten. I don't like him, Franklin said bluntly.
The short man said, same here.
I don't like that guy called Hisoka either. Why does the boss always let him do whatever he wants? The swordsman replied, maybe because he's strong? His bungee gum really is impressive. Honestly, he's a real pain to deal with. The short man said, what, are you saying even the boss is afraid of a guy like Hisoka? That's not what I meant. You're all overestimating him, Franklin cut in.
He once again recalled the scene from that day when Benolanov had been killed.
Hisoka and that man were on completely different levels. A guy like that isn't anything special. By the way, Franklin, I heard that the new number 12 managed to kill Benolanov even while you and Benolanov were teaming up against him?
Without even turning his head, the short man added, sounds like he's got some real skill.
Yeah, that guy is really strong.
At least in terms of speed, he's not below you at all, Phaeton.
Oh? Phaeton raised a brow. Then I really do want to meet him. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, who exactly does them refer to? 1,177 words.
Inside a crumbling, decayed high-rise that looked ready to collapse in the wind at any moment.
Hisoka was sitting on the floor, idly playing with one card after another.
Suddenly, his hand moved, and the joker in his fingers slipped and fell. He raised his head and found 3 figures standing at the stairwell entrance. One of them was none other than the leader of the Phantom Troop, Krallo Lucifer.
As for the other 2, one was a coal-eyed blonde woman with a devilish figure and a high nose, her chest still uncovered beneath her clothes. The other was a mysterious man even shorter than Phaeton, his long hair covering his face and revealing only one eye. The corner of Hisoka's mouth slowly curled into a perverse smile. So, I've finally found you, Krallo. That night, inside the abandoned building.
All the members of the Phantom Troop had gathered here according to their special method of assembly. Aside from the leader Krallo, there were also Maki, Shizuku, Hisoka, Phaeton, and Franklin. There was also the sword-carrying drifter Nobunaga Hazama, the barbarian-like, silver-haired Yuvajin, whose entire body was packed with explosive muscle and strength, Finks, dressed like an Egyptian pharaoh with his love of strange outfits, Shelnurk, who had a baby face, looked especially like a certain fighting game character, and liked playing games himself, the blonde beauty Pacunida, and Kortopi, whose long hair covered his face and revealed only one eye. Leader Krallo stood at the highest point, while the troop members were scattered across different chunks of stone. All 12 members of the Phantom Troop had assembled here. 12 people? The short Phaeton looked around. One person's still missing. That new number 12? That guy doesn't take the leader's orders seriously at all, does he? Shelnark said. From that alone, you can tell he's either someone who completely ignores rules, or someone who doesn't care about the troop at all. Just as Shelnark's voice fell, a frivolous voice rang out. Oh my, you can't say that, little brother. I'm very obedient when it comes to the leader's orders. It's just that I ran into a bit of trouble on the way here, so I got delayed a little. The moment they heard that voice, Maki and Franklin knew who it was. That guy had arrived. Including the leader, everyone turned to look in the direction the voice came from, only to see a man in a black trench coat and a strange mask standing there. A heavy smell of blood. The moment they noticed Ilo, every member of the Phantom Troop caught the strong scent of fresh blood in the air. This guy had killed people before coming here, and definitely not just a few. So this guy's a slaughter-happy type too. Shelnark added another definition to Ilo in his mind. So Franklin said this guy's faster than me? Phaeton narrowed his eyes, seemingly thinking about something. Since everyone is here, I'll explain the goal of the Phantom Troop. Krallo, who had remained silent the entire time, finally spoke. His voice was gentle, yet it carried a strange kind of magnetism that drew everyone's attention back to him. As for tomorrow's auction, Krallo swept his gaze across the room and smiled.
Treasure. Every treasure up for bid, we take it all. Are you serious, leader? Yuvajin said expressionlessly.
The underground auction is held by agreement among mafia organizations from all over the world. If we make a move, that means the Phantom Troop will be making enemies of the entire underworld.
Yuvajin's whole body began to tremble.
Making enemies of the entire underworld, a gleam flashed through Ilo's eyes.
Looks like the intersection Roy-sama mentioned should be right here. The Phantom Troop and the 10 Dons beat each other half to death, and then I step in and pick up the leftovers?
Are you scared? Yuvajin the leader asked softly, in an utterly casual tone.
No.
Yuvajin gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot.
I'm thrilled. Give the order, leader. Give the order now. I give the order now.
Kralo's eyes were deep as an abyss as he said, kill them all.
Ahahaha. Ahahaha.
The other members of the Phantom Troop all revealed expressions that said they understood. Seeing that, Kralo smiled faintly and turned around, walking up the higher steps.
Leader, I want to ask something. When you said kill them all, who exactly does them refer to? An untimely voice rang out.
Yuvajin's laughter stopped abruptly, and Kralo also halted and turned his head, only to find Ilo with his hand raised. That seemingly foolish question had come from him. Obviously that means the mafia families gathered in York New City. Phaeton said, looking at him sideways. I see. Ilo nodded as if suddenly enlightened, then lowered his hand. But, leader, he said in a rather troubled tone, before I came here, I already killed quite a few of the gangsters in York New City.
I don't know how many of them are still alive now. Every member of the Phantom Troop raised an eyebrow. So the heavy blood smell on you was because of that?
Shellnark said softly. While I was eating, that bunch barged in without caring about anything and started spraying bullets at some guy in the restaurant.
Ilo looked displeased.
As a result, the blood that burst out when those bullets hit him splashed all the way over to my side and seriously ruined my appetite.
Of course I wasn't going to let that slide, so I went to reason with them. Hearing that, Franklin's mouth twitched, while clear interest appeared on Yuvajin's face. And then? Yuvajin was the one who asked. And then, those people were completely unreasonable.
They even pointed their guns at me. Since they wanted my life, naturally I didn't show mercy either. Ilo shrugged. After I dealt with all of them, more and more people gathered to come after me.
At that point, I had no choice.
They were the ones being unreasonable and trying to attack me, so they couldn't blame me for what happened. Since they were so eager to die, I fulfilled their wish.
After that, more people kept coming, and I kept killing more of them, until in the end I couldn't see anyone in suits and sunglasses anymore. Only then did I head over here. Ilo spoke as lightly as if he were talking about stepping on a bunch of ants.
Seriously, beat the small fry and bigger fry show up, beat the bigger fry and a squad leader comes, beat the squad leader and a captain comes, beat the captain and a division chief comes, beat the division chief and then the supreme boss comes. Ilo folded his arms across his chest and said with gloating amusement, maybe those mafia families are down to nothing but a bare commander now.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 96, 50 billion Jenny? 1,120 words.
Silence fell over the scene, and then a burst of laughter rang out.
Ahahaha. Nicely done. Yuvajin roared with laughter. You did good, bastard.
I like your style, Yuvajin said, grinning excitedly.
Yuvajin, what the hell are you so happy about? He already wiped out the mafia families, so where's your chance to make a move now? Nobunaga shot back mercilessly. Ha! Yuvajin froze.
I killed plenty, but some strays managed to avoid it in advance.
Besides, it's only just past midnight, so it's August 31st now. A lot more mafia families will be arriving over the next 2 days.
I also found out that the top rulers of the mafia are an elder council called the 10 Dons, and they've got a force under them called the Shadow Beasts.
I heard they're pretty strong, so you'll get your turn. He. Really?
Yuvajin licked his lips and broke into a grin again. Clearly, as long as there were people to kill and something to do, he was happy. Krallo Lucifer, meanwhile, had been quietly listening to Ilo the whole time. Only after Ilo and Yuvajin had finished talking did he speak.
Since York New City has fallen into this kind of chaos, the situation in the city is bound to change. Shelnark, I'm leaving intelligence gathering to you.
Okay, boss, the baby-faced Shelnark replied. Krallo continued, but since we've already decided on our target, there's no way we're letting go of it. Tomorrow night, the operation proceeds as planned.
Understood. Meanwhile, in the Nostrade family, bodyguard Captain Dalzaline was arranging matters for the underground auction on the following night with a grave expression. He had received Neon Nostrade's fortune-telling prophecy. It warned that something unexpected would happen at the underground auction tomorrow night, and that once they went, they might never come back. But his boss, Light Nostrade, had ordered their bodyguard team to attend. It was a textbook case of sending them to their deaths. Dalzaline was unwilling, but he had no choice. In the bodyguard trade, reputation was everything. If he disobeyed his employer, his name in the bodyguard business would be ruined.
There was no way he himself would go to the underground auction hall. That meant the only option was to sacrifice the other members of the bodyguard team.
Time flew by, and soon it was daytime on August 31st.
At York New Airport, Roy and Android 18 got off the airship hand in hand.
The York New City Dream Auction was an event that drew the interest of every upper-class notable. Even the world-class tycoon Battera was coming to participate. Rumor had it that at this auction, he was determined to obtain the world's most expensive and most dangerous game, Greed Island, no matter what it cost. Of course, not just anyone could attend this auction. There were only two ways to take part. One was to spend 5 million Jenny on an admission ticket. Pay 5 million Jenny, and you would earn the right to enter the auction. The other was to receive a VIP invitation specially issued by the auction to those whose status, position, and wealth ranked among the top in the world and who had shown interest in this auction. Roy and Battera naturally belonged to the latter category. There was no need to say much about Battera, a world-class tycoon. As for Roy, he was now the most famous and greatest manga artist in the world. His Dragon Ball had achieved explosive profits not only as a manga, but also through games, merchandise, and anime adaptations based on it. His wealth was growing by the day, and word had it that his new work, Fist of the North Star, had already hit the market and was receiving an extremely enthusiastic response. After getting off the airship, Roy and Android 18 went straight to the presidential suite hotel they had booked earlier.
Got it.
In the car, Roy answered a phone call. It was from Gon and the others. Kurapika had arrived yesterday, but because of work, he could not leave. Leo Rio had already met up with Gon and Killua Zoldyck. And because Killua had gotten involved in gambling and been lured into a trap, all the money he had made over the past few days in York New City had been lost cleanly. So what you guys really want is to get the chance to play Greed Island, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a game made by Jing, there's definitely a clue about him inside, Gon said firmly. Then that's not a problem. But if you're thinking of saving up to buy the game, you should give up on that idea right now. It's impossible. Why? Gon panicked. Because at this auction, the world-class tycoon Battera is absolutely determined to win that game. No matter how many Jenny it costs, he'll buy it.
Huh?
Battera? You mean that famous billionaire Battera? Even Leo Rio was startled. Why would a tycoon like that care so much about a game? I've never heard that he has any kind of gaming hobby. Roy explained, here's what I've learned. Battera has a lover, and the two of them care deeply for each other. But all of a sudden, his lover was struck by a strange and severe illness and ended up bedridden, like a living corpse. Battera wanted to cure her, but no matter how many famous doctors he brought in, none of them could do anything. Then one day, Battera heard that inside Greed Island there was an item capable of curing any illness in the world. And since clearing the game lets you take items from the game back into reality as rewards, well. So that's why he wants to buy every copy of the game? Killua picked up the sentence, then muttered, "Never thought love could make even a world-class tycoon fall this hard."
Roy glanced at Android 18 beside him in silent agreement.
"But if that's the case, doesn't that mean we have no chance to play the game at all?" Gon asked anxiously.
"Even if Batera buys the game, there's no way he'll play it himself. He'll definitely hire other people to clear it for him," Killua said, knocking Gon lightly on the head.
"Yeah, Killua's right.
Batera has already put out word that he's hiring quite a few skilled people to help him clear the game.
And he's even signed contracts. Anyone who clears Greed Island and brings out that miraculous healing item will receive a reward of 50 billion Jenny." 50 billion Jenny? End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. How could I let such easy money slip away? 1,257 words.
The first was what Leo Rio yelled over the phone, and the second was what Android 18 roared right into Roy's ear.
"Why didn't you tell me there was such a profitable deal?"
A sharp gleam flashed in Android 18's eyes.
"Roy, I knew you'd react like this." But in the end, because Batera's lover died, Batera himself completely broke down.
The contract was cancelled, and after paying the penalty for breach of contract, he spent his days grieving alone.
"However, now that I'm here, there's no way I'm letting those 50 billion Jenny slip away. How could I not eat the fat meat that's already at my mouth?" Roy thought of his bug-level den's healing technique and immediately felt that everything was perfectly lined up. So, as long as you show enough strength and catch Batera's attention, you'll naturally become one of the professional players he hires. Then you'll be able to play the game for free. So that's how it is? Killua, let's train hard during this period. I want to get stronger. I want to play Jing's game.
The single-minded Gon shouted excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Roy turned his head and met his wife's blazing stare.
That 50 billion Jenny. I have an idea. If nothing goes wrong, what we'll get won't be just 50 billion Jenny. Really? Android 18's eyes sparkled so brightly that Roy almost couldn't keep them open. Of course. When have I ever lied to you?
I'm a good man who knows how to manage a household.
Roy selectively ignored the 500 million Jenny IOU from the Zoldyck family. You're amazing.
And just like that, once they got back to the hotel, the two of them started fooling around all over again.
Gon and Killua also threw themselves into training, while Leo Rio went out to see whether there were any ways to make money.
After all, this was right before the dream auction of York New City.
Anyone could strike it rich overnight.
Although Leo Rio was also very tempted by Batera's 50 billion Jenny, the heavy burden of his medical studies forced him to give it up. After all, becoming a doctor was Leo Rio's dream. Time passed just like that, and the sun gradually tilted westward.
Meanwhile, the Nostrade family had also begun making arrangements for tonight's underground auction. Because each faction was only allowed to send 3 people to the auction to bid, the bodyguard team was split into 3 groups. Kurapika and Melody were in charge of surveillance. The bodyguard team members Baze, Ivlenkov, and Shakmono Tassino were responsible for bidding.
The remaining Squala, Dalzaline, and Basho were assigned to security. When Neon found out she would not be allowed to attend the underground auction, she threw a huge crying fit and even smacked 2 giant lumps onto Dalzaline's head. But after crying and exhausting herself, she flopped onto the bed and drifted into a drowsy sleep. The Nostrade family maids calmly tidied up the mess she had thrown all over the room. It was obvious this had happened many times before, and they were already used to it. While Neon was making a scene, the Nostrade bodyguards had all moved into position. On the rooftop, Kurapika and Melody, who were responsible for surveillance, also started having a heart-to-heart. It had to be said that Melody, whether this was her natural personality or the result of her temperament changing after being affected by the power of the Dark Sonata, was like a thoughtful older sister, giving Kurapika a great deal of emotional warmth. And while Kurapika and Melody were talking, the Phantom Troop finally made their move. Led by Shizuku, Franklin, and Phaeton, a group intercepted the organizers of the auction on the way there. They killed all of them, obtained all the necessary documents, changed into standard black suits, and headed for the underground auction venue. The underground auction hall was packed with the elite. Nearly all the mafia families treated this place as the perfect stage to show off, compare their wealth, and display their strength before the 10 dons. That was why the people attending the underground auction were basically all senior gang cadres, vice bosses, or even the principal heads of their families in person. Still, even if the place is packed with big shots, compared to the few auctions I've attended before, this really doesn't seem like much. Baze swept her gaze around the room. The crowd did not look all that large. Baze was a mature beauty with pink hair and revealing clothes. That's because the number of attendees has dropped a lot. I heard a lot of mafia families were struck off the list, Ivlenkov said. He was tall and strongly built, the kind of man who naturally gave off a sense of security.
Struck off the list? What happened? Baze asked in confusion.
Tassino, standing beside her, said, I heard that yesterday a guy in a black coat wearing a strange mask caused a huge disturbance in York New City and apparently wiped out a lot of mafia groups.
Oh right, I did hear something like that. Baze suddenly remembered.
Yesterday, she had vaguely heard that Captain Dalzaline had received the same report. And the surviving remnants of those destroyed mafia families have banded together and issued a kill order.
Each family contributed money, and it sounds like they've already scraped together 5 billion jenny. 5 billion jenny. Baze sighed.
But that dangerous guy really is worth the price.
Anyone who could wipe out that many mafia families has to be incredibly strong, right?
By the way, including the Rayani family, 3 families didn't come to this auction at all, Ivlenkov said warily. Aside from one of them being wiped out yesterday, the other 3 families are still alive and well.
But none of them came tonight.
The only thing they all had in common was that yesterday they all received Miss Neon's fortune, Ivlenkov said in a low voice.
So that means tonight is definitely going to be dangerous? Captain Dalzaline said there would be danger tonight, and looking at things now, the situation must be really serious, right? Tassino forced out a smile, a bead of sweat slipping down the corner of his eye. Don't forget the principle of us bodyguards. It doesn't matter who it is, when it is, where it is, or what method they use, we must complete the job. No matter what happens, just remember that principle.
Baze wore the air of a queen, a smile curling at her lips.
The auction finally began.
2 people slowly walked out from backstage and came to the single microphone stand on the stage.
They stopped there. One of them was extremely short, while the other standing behind him was a huge, vicious-looking brute.
Honored guests, we are very pleased to welcome all of you here. The short man's lips curled upward in a smile that did not reach his eyes. Here, we'll skip all that hypocritical and meaningless opening nonsense and send you straight to hell instead. Everyone present froze for a moment when they heard the short man speak. Baze and the other 2 immediately darkened, a terrible feeling rising in their hearts. The next instant, the fingers on the hands of the vicious brute behind the short man dropped away, revealing pitch-black gun barrels.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20+ chapters ahead. patreon.com/suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 98. As for their strength, they're only so. 1,164 words. Bang bang bang. Ah. In an instant, the auction hall turned into a living hell. Get behind me, now. Shockmono Tassino immediately activated his nin ability, 11 black children. But it was completely useless. The gap between the 2 sides was simply too great.
The Nen bullets fired from Franklin's double machine gun tore straight through everything in their path, effortlessly smashing Tassino's puppets apart like popping bubbles. Once the defensive dolls created by his Nun were destroyed, the barrage of Nin bullets poured down on Tassino like a violent storm.
You 2, run.
With the last of his strength, Tassino spoke the final words of his life. Protected by Tassino, Baze and Ivlenkov became the only 2 survivors left in the room.
Tassino.
Their hearts were filled with terror and grief, but under Tassino's cover, the 2 of them forcibly suppressed their emotions, calmed themselves, and sprinted for the main doors. However, the instant they stepped through them, a bizarre, shrieking vacuum cleaner came crashing down from above. After the major mafia families received the news and rushed to the auction hall, they discovered that not a single person was left behind. Including the tables and chairs, even all of the auction items present at the venue had vanished without a trace.
Kurapika and Melody also arrived at the scene. After searching the area, they found only Baze's 3 blood-stained earrings.
"It looks like Baze and the others have already met with disaster," Melody said softly. Then she heard Kurapika's heartbeat growing faster and faster. To be able to do all this, the enemy must be a powerful group of organized nin users acting according to plan.
And to act this recklessly, unafraid of making enemies of the entire mafia world, there can only be one answer. The spiders. They've finally begun to move.
Beneath his colored contacts, Kurapika's eyes had already turned scarlet.
The treasures are all gone? Krallo received an unexpected phone call from far away in the abandoned building.
There was nothing in the vault of the underground auction. The only informed host said that the treasures specially delivered to the vault before the auction began had already been moved away a few hours earlier, Phaeton said coldly over the phone.
At this moment, he showed a side completely different from his usual bloodthirsty violence.
On a large airship, Uvajin, Nobunaga, Shellnurk, Shizuku Murasaki, Phaeton, Franklin, and Maki were all gathered together. "It's like someone already knew something would happen today," Uvajin said, putting his mobile phone on speaker so everyone aboard could hear.
"Oh?" Krallo remained as calm as ever. "Could there be a traitor in our phantom troop?"
A sharp light flashed in Phaeton's eyes. "There can't be a traitor," Krallo said calmly with a faint smile. "The Bible says Judas betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver.
If there really were a traitor among us, then for what price would they betray us? What benefit would there be in selling us out to the mafia? If anyone among us could truly be satisfied by things like that, would they ever have joined the Phantom Troop in the first place?" Krallo swept his gaze across the troop members, though he still cast Ilo a very subtle glance.
There might not be anyone who would betray them for profit, but what if there was some twisted lunatic who would sell them out just for the sake of watching the chaos unfold? After all, even before Ilo, there had already been one deranged madman who killed an original member of the troop purely for the chance to fight him, then became their companion in that member's place.
Though Krallo's glance was extremely subtle, Ilo still noticed it.
So he stretched lazily, cat-like in his ease, and said in a languid tone, "Yesterday, while I was cleaning up the mafia in York New City, I ran into a strange guy." The moment Ilo spoke, everyone present, including the troop members on the other end of the phone, focused their attention on him.
Fortune-telling? Krallo immediately caught the key point.
I was interested in that word at the time, so I grabbed what seemed to be the family's number 2 guy. After a warm and friendly exchange, the young man very happily told me everything. Ilo smiled, but there was no warmth in his eyes at all. The Nostrade Mafia family has a young lady who's extremely skilled at fortune-telling.
Supposedly, every prophetic poem she has written since she started telling fortunes has come true.
And it's said that the Nostrade family relied on that young lady's prophecy ability to build up a huge network throughout the mafia world and rise rapidly through the ranks.
I see. Krallo lowered his head and thought it over carefully.
If it was a fortune-teller, then that matched several of his own deductions perfectly. He then said into the phone, "Shellnurk."
"Understood, boss."
"I'll definitely investigate that Nostrade family heir in full," Shellnurk replied at once.
"So what are we supposed to do next?"
Uvajin asked, scratching at his chest hair.
"Did you ask that host about the auction items?"
"Yeah. But even right up until he died, that host kept saying he had no idea what happened." Phaeton handled the interrogation himself, so it seems he really was telling the truth. "Come to think of it, he was probably the one most deserving of pity today," Phaeton added.
"But we did find out who made a move."
Supposedly it was the Shadow Beasts, the same Shadow Beasts the new number 12 mentioned before.
Number 12. You should know something about the Shadow Beasts, right? Uvajin shouted into the phone. "Why are you yelling so loud? I can hear you just fine." Ilo snapped back without hesitation.
The Shadow Beasts are the private squad of the 10 Dons, the strongest force within the Mafia families. Supposedly, the 10 Dons selected the toughest combatants from mafia organizations all over the world to form that unit.
But from what I've seen, their strength is only so. Oh?
Yuvajin raised an eyebrow on the other end.
From the way you say that, it sounds like you've dealt with them before.
More or less yesterday, while I was taking out the trash, one guy who called himself a member of the Shadow Beasts showed up. He kept babbling about how I was unforgivable and how he was going to hand me over to the 10 Dons. What he said annoyed me a little, so I hit him a bit too hard.
I didn't even get to hear his name. As for his strength, it was only so. Not nearly enough for me to take seriously. Though it sounds like they use animals as code names. The one I killed looked pretty animal-like too. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 99, Hisoka's playing cards. 1030 words. Animals, huh?
Now that you mention it, that announcer at the venue also said a tall man called Owl went into the vault once, and then everything inside the vault disappeared, Yuvajin recalled.
A Nen user with an ability similar to Shizuku's?
But with so many people at the venue suddenly disappearing, the Mafia will definitely realize their opponents are Nen users too, so they'll take appropriate countermeasures. Krallo gave the final verdict.
Leaning against the side of the balloon airship, Yuvajin said, "Have the Mafia's strongest shadow beasts, huh?"
I got excited when I first heard the news, but after hearing what number 12 said, I'm not that interested anymore.
Whatever, I'll just treat it as a little warm-up. Can I go meet them?
Yes. Like Ilo did, give the Mafia's underlings a taste of pain. When that happens, the Shadow Beasts will definitely show themselves on their own.
Wipe out the entire unit.
While Yuvajin was talking to Krallo, the Mafia side also discovered their balloon airship.
One phone call after another was made.
Some people, eager to perform in front of the 10 Dons, had already set out toward the place where the balloon had landed. Rumor had it that the 10 Dons had already dispatched the Shadow Beasts.
They had to get there before them. Kurapika's group was also on the road and was about to come face to face with the Phantom Troop. Kurapika's heart was surging violently. Inside a luxury hotel. Looks like tonight is destined to be restless.
It's so noisy I can't sleep anyway, so I'm going out to take a look.
Roy stood up.
Android 18, who had been leaning against him, said nothing more, only, "Go and come back quickly."
Yeah. I should be back before dawn. Don't worry.
You should know better than anyone that, with my strength, no one in this city is my match, Roy said to reassure her. And in his heart, he added one more sentence.
Besides, there's also that guy Ilo.
Thinking that, he released a trace of his aura.
If that guy has also come to this city, then he'll definitely be able to sense it.
In a certain abandoned building far away, Ilo, who had been casually killing time, suddenly sat up straight. In that empty and silent building, his action was especially eye-catching, and everyone present turned their eyes toward him.
Lord Roy's aura? Releasing it so openly, is he summoning us?
Ilo pondered silently, but his expression remained unchanged as he slowly rose to his feet.
Let me show you, Lord Roy, how much my strength has grown during this period. What is it? Krallo asked Ilo softly.
An acquaintance of mine has also come to this city. We had an appointment before, so I'm going to meet him.
Do you need help? Absolutely not, boss. Watching Ilo's departing figure, Krallo's gaze deepened.
Thinks we still don't know Ilo well, and he hasn't reached the point where we can trust him.
I understand, boss.
Leave it to me, Finks, dressed like an Egyptian pharaoh, replied. Then he followed him out as well. I just hope you don't have any special ideas, Ilo.
For a time, the empty building returned to silence once more. Only Hisoka wore a soundless smile. What Hisoka could see, the other members of the troop naturally could see as well. That was also the reason they still had not lowered their guard against Ilo.
But for the sake of my fight with Krallo, no matter who it is, anyone who gets in my way,
I won't let them off. thinking that Hisoka once again reached for. Ha! I clearly remember leaving a deck of playing cards here before. Why is it gone? So he came after me? That aura. Thinks? Ilo glanced back. He had naturally learned how to sense aura as well. But even though someone had followed him out, Ilo did not care at all. The gap in strength between them was far too great, especially with someone like Finks, a straightforward enhancement type who didn't have any particularly special abilities. The night was long, and there was plenty of time. Ilo could sense Roy's location, so he headed over at an unhurried pace, leading Finks behind him. Meanwhile, at the place where the hot air balloon had landed, some mafia families eager to earn merit before the 10 Dons had already surrounded Yuvajin and the others. I'll take care of all of them myself, Yuvajin said, unable to restrain himself any longer as he jumped straight down. Looks like there's nothing for us to do. No need to worry. I've got this. Off to the side, Shellnark smilingly took out a deck of playing cards. You even brought that with you. Surprised face. Because there just happened to be one back at the base, so I grabbed a set on the way. And so an utterly bizarre scene appeared on the battlefield. Down below, Yuvajin was slaughtering everyone in his path in a one-man massacre, while up above, Shellnark, Maki, and the others cheerfully played cards. Nearby, Nobunaga and Phaeton watched Yuvajin's performance with great interest, occasionally even offering commentary. While Yuvajin harvested lives, more and more mafia men rushed to the scene from far away, all of them coming only to die. That must have been very hard on them. Aura, aura, aura. Die. As Yuvajin unleashed his frenzied slaughter, the remaining Nostrade family bodyguards, including Kurapika, also arrived at the scene. Originally, they wanted to charge in like the other mafia families, but Kurapika forcibly stopped them. Something's wrong, Kurapika said coolly. When the mafia men who entered the battlefield brought out armor-piercing rifles and rocket launchers powerful enough to destroy tanks, yet still failed to inflict any real damage on Yuvajin, every Nostrade bodyguard on the nearby high ground broke out in a cold sweat. There's actually someone like this. He blocked a rocket with just one hand. Squala of the bodyguard team swallowed hard. End of chapter. 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 100, You're Here, Roy. 1185 words. That guy's an enhancement type nin user. His body isn't something a mere tank can compare to. He's the real deal, someone who clawed his way out from heaps of corpses, existing only for destruction and slaughter. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the group of bodyguards. Who's there? Squala's expression changed as he spun around and shouted. He had assumed it was an accomplice of the brute down below. But when Kurapika heard that voice, the corners of his lips lifted slightly. His tightly wound body instantly relaxed, and even the rapid heartbeat Melody had been hearing eased up. You're here, Roy. Kurapika turned his head, and there Roy was, smiling at him. No matter the situation, as long as Roy was around, everything always seemed to settle down naturally. If one could have seen through Kurapika's contact lenses and into his eyes, they would have noticed that the red tint brought on earlier by his violent emotional fluctuations had already faded back to normal. At that moment, Melody also noticed the change in Kurapika. She did not know why this person's appearance could calm Kurapika down, but before this man had spoken, she had not heard his heartbeat at all. That left Melody deeply astonished. It's been a while, Kurapika. Roy stepped forward and lightly patted him on the shoulder. You've even developed your nin ability now. Looks like you've gotten a lot stronger. Yeah. I'm a conjuration type, and after listening to your advice before, I thought very carefully about how to develop my nin ability. In the end, I still chose chains. Kurapika was smiling brightly. This is not the time to catch up, is it? The guy down there is practically a monster. We should retreat. There's no way people at our level can beat him. Squala said anxiously. And the moment Roy revealed himself, Ilo, who had still been moving along at an unhurried pace, suddenly changed expression. So Lord Roy appeared over there, by that big guy, Uvogin? Did something happen? Forget it.
I originally wanted to keep following Finks, but it looks like things have changed.
I'd better hurry over there. With that thought, in the very next second, Ilo directly flared his aura and accelerated. With one flash of movement, he disappeared. So fast.
Finks' pupils shrank, and his body abruptly came to a stop. With his dynamic vision, he had not even managed to see how Ilo vanished. I've teamed up with Thetan for a long time, so I know exactly how fast he is. But that guy gives me the feeling that he's even faster than Thetan. It was precisely because Finks was especially close to Thetan that he understood Thetan's speed better than anyone, and could more clearly sense the difference between Ilo and Thetan. Finks stopped and carefully searched the surroundings, but found nothing. In the end, he gave up and called Krallo.
Lost him? Krallo's expression remained as calm as ever. Speed on par with Thetan, or possibly even beyond him? Yeah.
Franklin mentioned it before, but I didn't expect this bastard's speed to really be that insane. Finks scratched his hair.
So what should I do next, boss? Come back first. Once I confirm the details of that prophecy ability involving the Nostrade family's daughter, everything will become clear.
At Uvogin's battlefield, Squalla wanted to retreat, but this suspected Phantom Troop member was exactly the target he had been after.
On top of that, Roy was here too, so of course Kurapika had no intention of backing down.
As for danger, Kurapika knew very well just how strong Roy was, a man capable of fighting Isaac Netero, chairman of the Hunter Association, to a standstill and even forcing him back. Kurapika knew the Phantom Troop was strong, but no matter how strong they were, they could not possibly surpass Netero. So he was not worried about the situation at all. Just as Squalla was about to persuade Basho and Melody to withdraw with him, Melody's ears suddenly twitched.
It sounds like there are extra heartbeats approaching.
What came next was a string of dark, low mutterings. Worm, even if it seems like you people know a little Nin, it'd be better not to interfere.
Rabid Dog, that guy isn't some ordinary thief. Porcupine, to them, killing is an everyday occurrence. To put it simply, they're experts at murder.
Leech, in that case, they're the same kind of people as us. The lecherous Worm, wearing nothing but a pair of briefs, Rabid Dog, with sharp fangs sticking out of his mouth, the potato-shaped Porcupine, and the pot-bellied, long-tongued Leech, the old man's shadow beasts had assembled. After delivering that round of self-important lines, they turned their contemptuous, predator-like gazes toward Uvogin in the field below.
So this is, the shadow beasts?
Squalla sensed that the aura of those four people was far beyond anything he could compare to, and could not help being shaken. Behind them, Roy merely shook his head. Talking that big and making your entrance that early, careful you do not end up exiting the stage ahead of schedule.
Come to think of it, Ilo sped up just now too. He should be here any moment. With that guy's Nin ability, he probably would not let the shadow beasts go. What now? What else? Didn't Uvogin say he didn't want us interfering? Then let's just watch.
At that moment, Uvogin also noticed the three strangely shaped figures standing before him.
So these are the shadow beasts? Their aura isn't bad either. Number 12 said their strength was SOSO. Looks like he himself isn't weak either. The corners of Uvogin's mouth curled upward. Shadow beasts. Where the hell are the auction goods? And where are our guests and guards? I killed them all. If you still don't tell me where the auction goods are. Bang!
Worm burst up from underground behind Uvogin and punched him head-on.
You bastard, you've got some strength.
Next, Worm grabbed Uvogin's arm and burrowed underground, slamming him down onto the ground only to be instantly knocked out by one of Uvogin's super destructive punches.
While taking down Worm, Uvogin's clothes were also destroyed, revealing the spider tattoo on his body. So it really is the Phantom Troop. Kurapika's emotions on the hillside fluctuated once more. Phantom Troop member Uvogin, number 11. Simple in temperament, but rough on the outside and sharp on the inside, not just some brainless brute.
His movements are nimble and fast. He prides himself on his overwhelming arm strength and his rock-hard body, tough enough that even a super rocket launcher capable of blasting apart tanks is useless against him. He is a true combat specialist. Within the troop, he is in charge of fighting. He especially enjoys battling strong opponents, but usually charges into the battlefield without a plan, and hates others interfering in his fights.
Roy gave Kurapika and the others a quick explanation. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, oh my, it's lively here. 1,189 words. Is that so?
Based on the information Roy had given him, Kurapika instantly worked out several battle plans in his head. Just then, Roy's gaze shifted slightly.
That guy's here.
And judging from the amount of aura I can sense and the fluctuations in his nin, it looks like he's improved a lot lately, and it seems he's killed quite a few people too.
In that case, his nin ability has probably been developed even further, right? On the battlefield. Who's next to throw their life away?
Under Yuvajin's provocation, the 3 remaining shadow beasts all charged him at once. In the next instant, Yuvajin was bound by Porcupine's body hair, and then Rabid Dog bit off a chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Yuvajin's muscles are as hard as steel, yet they were actually able to wound him with hair and teeth. That alone proves they're nin users with very high proficiency.
Looks like these guys aren't simple either.
Shelnark stepped forward, while the others beside him also tensed up.
Need help, Yuvajin? Stay out of it.
Yuvajin hated having other people interfere in his fights. While swinging the porcupine hanging from his arm around, he shouted irritably, "For punks like these, I'll show them."
Oh my, it's lively here. Is there anything you need my help with?
A man wearing a strange mask and smiling cheerfully suddenly appeared on the field.
Number 12? What's he doing here all of a sudden?
The moment Ilo appeared, the Phantom Troop members on the hillside all locked their eyes onto him.
Number 12? What brings you here? Did the boss send you?
Yuvajin, who was closest to Ilo, asked directly.
Well, more or less. Someone I know wants to meet me, so I specifically informed the boss before I left.
As for why I came here, I just sensed some intense aura fluctuations in this place, so I got curious and came to take a look.
I'm only passing by, that's all.
Ilo said this with a cheerful smile, lying through his teeth without the slightest hesitation.
But it was not only the Phantom Troop who noticed Ilo.
The remaining shadow beasts on the scene noticed him as well.
Black trench coat, strange mask, looks like he's the one who caused havoc in York New City yesterday and killed quite a few mafia people.
Didn't expect him to be one of the Phantom Troop too, Rabid Dog said grimly.
And when they sent Viper out specifically to stop him yesterday, Viper never came back.
Looks like he was killed by this guy too, Porcupine said darkly. Then he must be very strong. Porcupine, Leech, keep that big guy tied down first. I'll deal with this one myself.
With that, Rabid Dog dashed out at once. Number 12, these guys are my prey. You're not allowed to interfere. Yuvajin snapped. You're already caught by Porcupine and still talking so big? Then let me show you what I can do.
As he spoke, Leech extended his tongue into Yuvajin's wound.
Meanwhile, facing the charging Rabid Dog, Ilo felt no pressure at all.
Instead, he said in a teasing tone, I wouldn't casually make a move.
But if they insist on seeking death themselves, then I'll gladly grant their wish. Die.
Rabid Dog's exposed fangs grew even sharper under the reinforcement of his nun ability.
Slash.
Under the horrified gazes of the Nostrade family members on the hillside, along with the remaining shadow beasts.
With one swift crossing movement, Rabid Dog's head flew into the air.
The headless body lost control and collapsed to the ground, blood quickly pooling from the neck.
So fast.
All the other Phantom Troop members on the hillside felt their hearts tighten. When Ilo and that shadow beast crossed past each other just now, they had not even had time to see what happened before Rabid Dog's head had already been severed. It seemed that Ilo had only swung a single hand blade, and the man's neck had been sliced through as easily as tofu. And his speed had been so fast that not even a drop of blood had gotten on his hand. Looks like he might even be a little faster than me. Phaeton's hand, hidden inside his clothes, began to twitch restlessly. Number 12, you bastard, I told you these guys are my prey.
Who said you could make a move? Yuvajin cursed.
He tried to rush forward, but suddenly his steps halted, and he dropped to his knees.
Rabid dog's fangs contain a neurotoxin.
You can't move anymore, Porcupine said, cold sweat trickling down his hairy face.
These people were way too brutal.
One had directly beaten Worm to death and bitten off the top of Leech's skull, while this other one had instantly killed Rabid Dog. Rabid Dog's nin ability mainly relied on his fangs, and he had focused almost all of his training on speed. His speed ranked among the top 2 in the entire Shadow Beasts unit. And even so, when it came to a contest of speed against the masked man, Rabid Dog had been utterly, unquestionably defeated. All the Shadow Beasts present had been killed except for him. And on the opposite hillside, there were obviously more of their comrades.
Since when had the Phantom Troop become this terrifyingly strong?
This was completely different from the rumors they had heard. A terrible sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Porcupine's heart. Cold sweat poured down his face in streams.
After dealing with Rabid Dog, Ilo began walking toward Yuvajin. This is bad. Porcupine swallowed hard.
He did not have Rabid Dog's speed, nor Worm's underground mobility.
Although that big guy had been paralyzed below the neck by Rabid Dog's neurotoxin.
If the masked man attacked him, then with the speed he had used to instantly kill Rabid Dog, there was absolutely no way he could escape. With my hair-based defense, I was even able to block the big guy's monstrously powerful straight punch.
I can definitely block the masked man's attack too. Porcupine encouraged himself desperately.
Well then, Yuvajin, looks like you've run into a bit of trouble.
Want me to help you out? Ilo stopped in front of Yuvajin, folded his hands before his chest, and asked with a smile. For now, the Phantom Troop still has some use in opposing the 10 Dons of the Mafia. Once everything is settled, I'll wipe every last one of them out. That was Ilo's true thought at the moment. They were prey, nothing more. No need at all. As long as I can still move everything above my neck, I'm fine. Yuvajin snorted unhappily, then took a deep breath.
But before he could unleash a sonic attack, his eyes suddenly widened in the next second. He saw that the entire right arm pierced through by Porcupine's hair had been severed cleanly at the root.
Ilo had cut it off in one stroke. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, An Incredible Healing Ability. 1123 words. You bastard. Yuvajin.
On the hillside, Phaeton and Nobunaga, who had been watching the situation the whole time, instantly changed expression and charged out at top speed. Franklin raised his double machine gun again, Maki released her nun threads with a dark look on her face, and Shellnurk took out his phone with a grave expression. Before Phaeton and the others could even get close, Ilo casually fired a key blast in their direction.
Watch out!
Phaeton and Nobunaga's combat instincts made them stop at once and step back. The key blast landed in front of them and blasted open a huge crater.
You bastard! The two of them looked terrifyingly grim. Take it easy, take it easy. We're allies. I'm not going to do anything that would hurt Yuvajin. That smile seemed permanently fixed on Ilo's face. You cut off Yuvajin's arm, and you still say you didn't hurt a comrade?
Nobunaga's hand had already clenched around his sword hilt so tightly that it looked as if the blade might leave the sheath the very next second. Phaeton said nothing, but the narrowed look in his eyes said everything. Relax, Ilo said, then fired another key blast, blasting Porcupine's hair restraints and Yuvajin's severed left hand into fragments.
This is bad.
Originally, even after Yuvajin's arm had been cut off, Maki still could have stitched it back on with her nun threads.
But this guy had actually blown it to pieces. How do you want to die? Phaeton asked in a dark voice.
Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. I already said I don't mean any harm.
Why won't you believe me? Ilo spread his hands, sounding helpless.
Yuvajin, standing right in front of Ilo, said nothing. Mainly because Ilo was not giving off the slightest trace of killing intent. A man like Yuvajin, who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was extremely sensitive to killing intent. And the person in front of him truly did not have even a shred of it.
What exactly are you trying to do? Yuvajin asked instead, having calmed down.
He might be reckless, but he was also rough on the outside and careful on the inside. If this number 12 really meant him harm, then with the state his body was currently in, he would already be dead.
I told you already, I'm helping you. This is what you call helping me? Yuvajin glanced at his right arm. It's just one arm.
Don't worry about it. As Ilo spoke, he raised his right hand, which began to glow with golden light. Then he sent that golden radiance toward Yuvajin, and the latter's whole body became wrapped in light.
Den's healing technique. What's this guy doing now?
Phaeton had already pulled his hand out of his pocket. Unlike the hostility of the other troop members, Yuvajin, the person involved, actually felt very comfortable. Then he felt his right arm start itching.
No way. There's actually something like this? You've got to be kidding. Hey, is this for real?
Every member of the Phantom Troop saw what was happening to Yuvajin, and that was precisely why they found it so unbelievable. Under the glow of that light, Yuvajin's right arm directly regrew. When the light faded, Yuvajin stood up and swung his right arm around, only to discover that it was no different from before at all.
You bastard, so you've got an ability like this. Not bad at all.
Yuvajin grinned widely, his eyes full of excitement. After all, support-type nin users with medical abilities like this were exactly the kind of people the Phantom Troop wanted the most. They were wanted criminals being hunted down, while also carrying out all sorts of crimes themselves.
Suffering severe injuries was practically an everyday occurrence for them. That was why healing-type nin users were especially precious to them. But people who developed abilities like this either held important positions in the Hunter Association, served as private doctors to some great tycoon, or worked in elite hospitals. Who would come out and become a criminal for no reason?
This really is incredible. It's my first time seeing an ability that can regenerate severed limbs. Nobunaga's hand fell away from his sword, though a trace of shock still remained on his face.
A nin user like this should be exactly the kind the boss likes most, right? Shelnurk put his phone away and said quietly.
Beside him, Franklin lowered all 10 of his fingers as well.
Yuvajin's standing again, which means the neurotoxin in his body was neutralized too, right? What a strange ability. By the way, Franklin, didn't you say this guy was an emission type? Maki, now come again, suddenly asked.
That's because when I fought him, he fired a huge blue ball of light, so I mistook him for an emission-type user.
A blue ball of light? The same kind of light ball he used to stop me and Nobunaga, and to blow up that shadow beast?
Phaeton stared at the giant crater in front of him, his expression serious.
Yeah. Franklin nodded. Looks like this man has quite a few secrets on him. Well, he's strong, and he also has such a miraculous healing ability. That's only beneficial to the Phantom Troop. Shizuku gave that conclusion. But we still can't decide that this man is truly one of us. After all, when he cut off Yuvajin's arm just now, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. Phaeton said heavily.
Suspicious by nature, he still did not trust Ilo. On the other side, with the Nostrade bodyguard team, the Shadow Beasts were completely wiped out.
Squala's voice trembled. And that masked guy actually chopped off his own comrade's arm, then restored it and made it grow back.
What had happened on the battlefield had already gone far beyond what Squala's worldview could bear.
Were they really all human?
That speed and strength are terrifying. He can cut off a Shadow Beast's head in an instant, and even the light balls he fires casually can cause explosions with this much power. There's no way people like us can deal with someone like that. Beside him, Basho wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face full of fear.
That explosion.
Kurapika had watched everything that happened on the field. In particular, the scene caused by that explosion felt more and more familiar the longer he looked at it. It was during the second phase of the Hunter exam, when Roy fought Chairman Netero.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Guaranteed Quality Assurance. Are you picking a fight? 1185 words.
Kurapika instinctively looked toward Roy, only to find the latter gazing at him gently.
I know what you're thinking, but this isn't the place to talk. Let's head back first. I'll give you an answer that satisfies you.
A hesitant look appeared on Kurapika's face, his right hand tightening around the chain.
Most of the Phantom Troop members are here right now. There's nothing you can do even if you want to act. Go back first. I'll explain everything to you slowly.
Kurapika fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded.
Okay.
Alright, all the poison in your body has been cured, and your arm is completely restored too. Ailo dispersed the healing light and clapped his hands. I'm not like a certain someone who charges 50 million jenny just to stitch up a tattoo.
As he said that, Ailo glanced at Maki, who directly acted as if she hadn't heard him. You really are amazing. Yuvajin said cheerfully. Then the leech is inside my body also. The leeches should still be inside your body. Yuvajin. So it's like Shizuku's ability, only effective against things like poison, but useless against living organisms?
At that moment, Phaeton and the others had also arrived at Yuvajin's side. Or rather, this ability can only heal.
And the leeches inside Yuvajin are, for the moment, like living cells inside his body. They haven't caused him any harm yet, so they can't be treated away?
Shellnark pieced together his own analysis. I personally lean toward the latter.
Ailo shrugged. The leeches hadn't been removed?
Of course they had been removed.
Den's healing technique was guaranteed quality assurance. But why lie to everyone?
Naturally, it was still because of Ailo's incurable rotten habit of lying. And Ailo had a faint feeling that hiding this information might lead to some unexpected results. Over there, Shellnark had already begun analyzing some of the leeches that had fallen onto the ground. After concluding that drinking beer would solve the problem, Yuvajin let out a sigh of relief. Then he perked right back up.
No matter what, why didn't you say you had this kind of ability earlier?
With you, Shizuku, plus Kortopi and Pakunada, our troop now has every kind of talent covered. As one of the original founding veterans of the troop, Yuvajin was genuinely delighted at its growth. I think we should first report the situation to the boss and ask what we should do next. Honestly, you two didn't even bother leaving a survivor behind to question about the auction items.
Complaining as he spoke, Shellnark pulled out his mobile phone. Didn't the boss say we were supposed to investigate the prophecy ability of that Nostrade family young lady? How about we go there first and kidnap her?
Yuvajin slammed his fists together, looking completely unable to wait.
As for what you all do next, that's up to you. I've got a date. I'm going to meet an old acquaintance, so I'll be heading off first. Ailo waved his hand and started back on his way.
You're our primary person of interest right now.
Is it really okay for you to just leave like that? Phaeton narrowed his eyes as he stepped forward. What kind of person is worth you running off in the middle of the night to meet? I'm actually a little interested. Oh? The boss already approved my going out, and now you want to stop me? Ailo turned his head and looked at Phaeton expressionlessly. Are you trying to pick a fight? Or are you planning to defy the boss's decision?
You may be one of the troop's veterans, but that doesn't mean you can casually bully newcomers.
That's enough, you two. Franklin stepped in yet again as the peacemaker. Phaeton has a point.
Ailo, your ability is very special, so you are one of our primary people of interest. But since the boss approved your outing, we won't stop you.
Still, you haven't forgotten our rules, have you? Heads Ailo chose first.
With his strength, even if they flipped a coin, he could still use his dynamic vision and the flow of aura to make the coin land on whatever side he wanted.
Sure enough, it was heads. Then we'll head back first and report the intelligence to the boss. Once you've finished meeting that person, come back immediately.
This guy really does have a nasty personality. Shellnark shook his head as he watched Iloh's departing figure. But his Nin ability is definitely outstanding. The healing effect is far better than my Nin threads. Maki looked at Yuvajin's perfectly restored arm, and her tone still showed some fluctuation.
And his strength is abnormally high too.
Even Yuvajin's iron-hard body had its arm severed clean off by a single chop from him. And that ball of light he released blew both the arm and that shadow beast into pieces.
He's seriously strong.
Nobunaga stroked his stubble as he spoke with emotion.
Forget it. I'll report the situation to the boss right now.
As for whether we keep tracking the whereabouts of the auction goods or investigate the Nostrade family's daughter, let the boss decide.
Shellnark dialed the number. Do whatever you want. I'm going to find some beer now. With that, Yuvajin leaped away from the area. Honestly, not one of them gives me any peace of mind.
Just as Shellnark was in the middle of complaining, a huge red sack suddenly fell from the sky, wrapping toward everyone present.
You people really aren't ordinary after all. A tall man wearing black sunglasses and a center-part hairstyle jumped into the scene. He didn't land anywhere near where the others had stumbled to the ground. So these are the legendary Phantom Troop?
They don't seem like much behind the man in sunglasses, for more bizarre-looking figures appeared one after another.
So those are the remaining shadow beasts? Phaeton raised a hand, intense and clinging to it. Looks like they're all here. That number 12 pissed me off, so I'll vent on this lot instead. Phaeton, remember to leave someone alive.
We still need to interrogate them about the auction goods.
Of course. Inside the Nostrade family's bodyguard car, Kurapika finally could not hold himself back any longer and asked.
Roy, that person who released the same explosive ball of light as you.
Who exactly is he? Now's not the time to talk about that.
Kurapika glanced at the other people in the car and also realized that this really was not an appropriate place. But since this matter involved the Phantom Troop, the murderers of his entire clan, it was only natural that he would be this abrupt.
Come to think of it, you don't actually have some arrangement with someone tonight by pure coincidence, do you? Kurapika raised his head and looked at Roy.
He hadn't told anyone about this matter yet, including Gon and Leo Rio.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 104, An Unexpected Fan. 1101 words. My ears are different from an ordinary person's too.
You could say I have super hearing, Roy said, pointing at his ears. Back during the Hunter exam, I heard the little secret conversation you two were having.
What Roy said was only half true.
He had not possessed super hearing during the Hunter exam. It was a skill he had manifested only recently. Piccolo's super hearing allowed him to hear sounds clearly even from a great distance. Back then, when Son Goku and the warrior from the future were talking about the androids, Piccolo had been the only one present who heard the entire conversation thanks to his super hearing.
Even outstanding Saiyan fighters like Vegeta and Son Gohan had not heard it. That alone showed how practical this ability was. Is that so? Just as I thought, Roy, you really do have a lot of mysterious abilities.
Ever since the very beginning, starting with his gold finger, Roy had shown him far too many miracles. Come to think of it, Roy was the reason he had been able to learn about this vast world ahead of time and grasp the power of Nin. If his aura nodes had not been opened in advance, then during the Hunter exam, surrounded by powerful enemies like Hisoka and Illumi, would he really have been able to obtain a Hunter license as easily as he had now, and even continue down the path he was currently walking? Kurapika fell into thought. At the same time, Melody beside him kept glancing toward Roy from time to time. Naturally, Roy noticed. So he smiled and asked, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" "Ah, no." Melody hurriedly shook her head. Then, as if she had finally made up her mind, she asked in a somewhat excited voice, Kurapika called you Roy.
Are you that manga artist Roy, the one who drew Dragon Ball?
The question caught Roy off guard. Then Squala, who was driving up front, exclaimed, "That's right." I knew the name Roy sounded familiar.
So you really are that manga artist Roy? I never thought you'd turn out to be Kurapika's friend.
At that moment, the burly man in the car also turned around. Holding the paper and pen he used for writing haiku, he asked awkwardly, Mr.
Roy, could you give me your autograph? I'm a loyal Dragon Ball fan too.
Roy.
Was he really that famous already?
He had not expected his reputation to spread even into the bodyguard business.
Even the Nostrade family's bodyguards knew his name now. Then Squala hurriedly added from the front, "Hey, Basho, get one for me too."
Eliza is also a devoted fan of Mr.
She's even the vice president of our Nostrade family's Dragon Ball fan club. Eliza was Squala's girlfriend, and also Neon's maid. There was even a fan club for him inside a mafia family? Roy truly did not know whether to laugh or cry.
Taking the paper and pen Basho handed him, Roy casually asked, "So who's the president of your family's fan club?" "It's our young lady, Neon," Melody replied.
"She watches the Dragon Ball anime every single day right on time. And every time, Miss Neon drags Eliza along to watch with her too," Squala cut in.
"And Miss Neon is especially interested in the fingers Mr.
Roy uses to draw manga. She even said that once Mr. Roy. Ahem."
Basho in the front passenger seat hurriedly coughed. Squala realized immediately that he had said too much and shut his mouth at once.
Roy. Even without hearing the rest, Roy already knew what Squala had been about to say. All right then.
Having a Mafia Heiress fan who liked collecting human body parts really did make his fingers feel a little cold. At that moment, Kurapika, after thinking things over for a long time, finally raised his head and said to Roy, "Roy, come with me.
Come meet that person."
That was trust without reservation.
All right.
Meanwhile, back at the abandoned building, Hisoka still had not found the deck of playing cards he had lost. But since he could not find it, he gave up, stood up, and said to Crawler with a crooked smile, "By the way, Dancho, I just remembered I have an appointment too.
May I head out for a bit?" "That's fine.
As long as you're back before 6 o'clock tomorrow evening."
"Then, see you later."
Hisoka.
Of course. By the way, Dancho, you're not planning to send people to tail me again like before, are you?" Naturally, Crawlo did not send anyone to follow Hisoka.
Things had still not returned, and the others, such as Cortopi and Pacunida, were not combat-type members.
If they followed Hisoka, something unexpected could easily happen.
So Hisoka came alone to the place they had agreed upon in advance.
It was a shabby little room, almost like a prison cell.
Moonlight filtered in through the iron bars, making the place look especially gloomy. Then, after Hisoka stepped into the room, he saw Kurapika standing there.
"Oh my, looks like you got here pretty." Suddenly, Hisoka stopped in his tracks.
The smile disappeared from his face.
"Hello there, Hisoka."
Roy stepped out from a patch of shadow nearby and greeted him as if they were old acquaintances.
"So you didn't bring anyone else with you? Is that because you don't trust me?"
Hisoka took out a playing card and began to toy with it in his hand. He had never expected Kurapika to bring this troublesome wildcard here. That truly had caught him off guard.
"To be honest, I have no intention of fighting you right now.
The reason we called you out here was because we wanted to cooperate with you. But seeing the precautions you've taken, I think cooperation is going to be a serious problem."
After all, no one wants a partner who could bring danger at any moment, right?
"I agree with that," Kurapika said calmly.
"And I suggest you do the same." There's someone following behind you too." Kurapika pointed behind Hisoka.
Just now, he had only sensed Hisoka's aura.
But Roy had told him that there was another person trailing behind Hisoka. Kurapika trusted Roy's words without the slightest hesitation, so he said it outright.
Oh.
This time, it was Hisoka who was surprised. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, An Identical Face. 1107 words. Someone was following him.
Leaving aside the fact that he had not sensed anyone else's aura, on Krallo's side Finks still had not returned, so the only people who could be sent out were Kortopi and Pekunita. But given the particular nature of Krallo's ability, he would leave at least 2 members behind on watch. And he should also know that neither Kortopi nor Paku were combat specialists. If they tailed him, there was a good chance something unexpected would happen. Hisoka did not turn his head. Because Kurapika had not come alone, Hisoka still held a certain amount of doubt toward what Kurapika had told him. Then, tap, tap, tap. A crisp series of footsteps came from behind Hisoka. So there really is someone there. Kurapika immediately raised his chain. And who might this be? At that moment, Hisoka tightened his grip slightly on the playing card in his hand, his face returning to an expressionless state. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps drew closer and closer, and an oppressive presence steadily intensified. Then suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and every sound vanished. He's here, Roy warned. Kurapika's eyes sharpened, and then he saw that a person had suddenly appeared inside the room. So fast. The footsteps had still seemed some distance away just an instant ago, yet in the next moment, this person was already here. A black trench coat. A strange mask. It was him. Kurapika and Hisoka's eyes both contracted at the same time. It was that ruthless monster who had instantly slaughtered the shadow beasts before, the Phantom Troop's number 12 member who also seemed to have some connection to Roy. Kurapika tightened his grip on his chain. Fortunately, Roy had come with him. Otherwise, judging by the strength this number 12 had just displayed, if Kurapika had to face him alone, he would not have the slightest confidence in winning. Oh my, I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Did I come at a bad time? Ailo spoke casually, as if he had not sensed the tension in the room at all. Number 12, why are you here? Don't tell me you were following me? As Hisoka spoke, he had already raised his playing cards, and a dangerous light gradually surfaced in his eyes. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here for you. I came to see. This person. Originally, Ailo had wanted to say Lord Roy, but Roy stopped him with a look. Roy felt his skin was still a bit too thin for that. Saying it in private was one thing, but saying it out in the open like this would be a little awkward. So you came for Roy? As expected, you really are connected to him. Kurapika did not relax in the slightest. At that moment, Roy spoke. All right. You've worked hard during this time. You can take off that crude mask and get some air now. Roy knew that once Ailo removed his mask and revealed the face beneath it, that would be the best explanation for Kurapika. It's nothing. Not hard at all. It's all part of the job. Still smiling casually, Ailo removed his mask. This? The sight beneath the mask was simply too shocking. Who could have imagined that the famous Phantom Troop's number 12 member would have a face exactly identical to Roy's? Except for the large letter L on his forehead. No wonder he has such terrifying speed. No wonder he could fire such a similar explosive light sphere. So that's how it is. Oh ho, so that's how it is. A few days ago, I heard the Phantom Troop had recruited a very strong new member who could release a huge blue light sphere, supposedly an emission-type user. I already felt something strange at the time. Now I understand where that sense of familiarity came from. Hisoka was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted. An interested smile appeared on his face, while his eyes flickered faintly, as if he were contemplating some strange idea. Ailo, Roy. Completely opposite names, how interesting. Really interesting. As you can see, this guy has the same face as me. There really is some very special relationship between us, though that relationship is a little complicated, and I don't really know how to explain it.
But Kurapika, all you need to know is that this guy is a trustworthy ally. I see. Kurapika looked at Ilo's face, then nodded. I understand. Oh my, looks like you've planted someone inside the troop after all. That means you don't need my cooperation anymore? Hisoka said with a smile. Since you're in the troop too, with Ilo added in, the two of you can act together. One more person means one more possibility, one more chance. Roy glanced at Hisoka. And you're not worried I'll tell the boss? Hisoka lowered the playing cards in his hand and crossed his arms. Don't worry. I'll be watching you at all times. If there's even the slightest sign that you might try to leak anything, I'll make sure you never get the chance to open your mouth. Believe me, I'll take you out before you can make a sound. Ilo cast Hisoka a glance and said indifferently, and by now, you should also understand that we know a special method for sensing aura and hiding a person's presence. So you'd better not entertain any foolish hopes. Of course, we won't interfere with your duel against the Phantom Troops boss, as long as you cooperate seriously. Yes, Hisoka still replied with a smiling face. Things had become far more interesting than he had imagined. Then go ahead and tell us the information on each Phantom Troop member, as well as their current situation and their next arrangements and plans. If anything is missing, the two of you can fill in the gaps for each other. Meanwhile, the Shadow Beasts, huh? Their strength was decent enough, but they still couldn't take much of a beating. Phaeton wiped the blood from his hands and said flatly. In front of him, aside from that man called Owl, the one who had been waving around a red bundle cloth and wearing sunglasses, who was still lying there half dead, the other Shadow Beast members were sprawled all over the place, no longer breathing. The boss's orders are for us to split into two teams. At that moment, Shellnark also walked over after hanging up the phone. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 106, Touch Perception. 1118 words. One team will take this remaining Shadow Beast back for interrogation and hand him over to the boss for disposal. The moment we learn where the auction goods are, we move immediately. The other team will investigate the Nostrade family. If circumstances allow it, the boss said he wants to meet that girl from the Nostrade family, Shellnark arranged. Then what about Uvajin? Franklin asked. No need to worry about that guy. He's the most punctual person in the Phantom Troop. Once he deals with those leeches inside his body, he'll naturally hurry back. As Uvajin's longtime partner, Nobunaga understood him best. Then it's settled. Phaeton, Maki, Franklin, and Shizuku, you'll take this Shadow Beast back to base. Nobunaga and I will stay outside to investigate the Nostrade family and see whether we can run into Uvajin along the way, Shellnark said. No problem. I agree. That's how it is. That's the troop's current situation, their objective, and their next moves. Between Ilo and Hisoka, they had explained nearly everything about the Phantom Troop. So the troop has set its sights on the young lady as well? That does make things somewhat troublesome. Kurapika fell into thought. She should have the bodyguards around her, so there probably won't be any major issue. We just need to notify them. As Roy spoke, he walked up to Ilo and, as if by accident, lightly bumped his arm against him. This is? Ilo's eyes turned blank for a moment, then immediately regained their clarity. Roy had just touched him, and in that instant Ilo received some related information. This was also one of the abilities Roy had obtained during his self-harm training. As for its exact name, Roy himself was not too sure. In Dragon Ball, when Son Goku had just arrived on Namek, Krillin and Son Gohan were in the middle of fighting the Ginyu Force. When Son Goku reached the battlefield, he used a certain ability and, simply by touching Krillin's and Son Gohan's bodies, grasped roughly what had happened. Roy named this skill, Touch Perception, another bug-level ability. Of course, this skill could also be used in reverse. Through physical contact, he could transmit his own information to someone else. Just now, while touching Ilo, Roy had passed along some of the upcoming work plans to him. At the same time,
he also learned from Ilo what Ilo had been doing recently.
He was fairly satisfied with Ilo's work efficiency. After receiving the information, Ilo's first reaction was to seal it away. This was not the time to examine it. Pretending to be casual, he said, "Oh, right.
Back at the battlefield, I lied to that big guy Uvagin and told him the leeches inside his body still hadn't been removed.
He should be out looking for beer right now." As Ilo spoke, he took a breath.
The other Phantom Troop members have already split into 2 teams.
One team of 5 is heading toward their base. 4 of those auras belong to Phantom Troop members.
The 5th one I've never encountered before, but his aura is similar to those shadow beasts from before, so it looks like they captured a shadow beast and are taking him back to base.
The other team has 2 people.
Their current positions are in 2 directions completely opposite from where Uvagin's aura is.
So that means Kurapika clenched the chain in his hand tightly. Uvagin is alone now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Hisoka said from the side, stirring things up.
Naturally, the fewer troop members there were obstructing his fight with Krallo, the better.
Want me to help?
I can also take care of the other 2 from the second team for you.
No need. The members of the Phantom Troop. I will deal with them personally. Kurapika refused without hesitation. Then what are you going to do, Kurapika?
Roy asked softly as he looked into his eyes.
I'm going to find the member called Uvagin. This gathering ended very quickly. Roy took Kurapika to find Uvagin, while Ilo and Hisoka walked back together. Who would have thought? Ilo and Roy are nothing alike as brothers, and they don't seem like split bodies either. Yahohoho, how marvelous.
If you keep staring at me with those perverted eyes, I'll kill you, Ilo said without even turning his head.
Your laugh is perverted enough as it is. Thanks for the compliment.
When you head back later, remember to wait a while before going in.
Don't arouse suspicion. Understood.
On the other side, Kurapika called Captain Dalzaline and informed him that the Phantom Troop might already have their eyes on the young lady. Then he and Roy rushed off together in Uvagin's direction. Your heartbeat has become much clearer now. There's none of that tension or frantic pounding you had when facing a powerful mortal enemy. Roy moved to Kurapika's side and patted him on the shoulder. At the moment Roy's hand touched Kurapika's shoulder, it flickered slightly, and a thread of golden light flashed past.
Kurapika returned a smile.
After all, I have you, Leorio, and gone with me.
Seeing Kurapika in his current state, Roy nodded inwardly.
He had originally been somewhat worried about Kurapika's condition. In the original version, Kurapika had overdrawn his potential and, through restrictions and vows, created a twisted Nen ability. It could be said that he had stepped onto the wrong path. Later, after killing Uvagin, his heart sank even deeper into self-denial and torment. He believed that by killing Uvagin for revenge, he had done something of the same nature as the Phantom Troop, killing people for pleasure. That he himself had become the same kind of person as the Phantom Troop. Later, his hatred for the troop and the attempts by Gon and the others to persuade him allowed him to temporarily suppress those thoughts.
Yet once everything had settled, after he exiled Krallo and believed the troop might disband because of it, those old thoughts surfaced in his mind once again.
On top of that, the resentment of the person he had killed caused his body to collapse outright, leaving him bedridden for quite a long time. But judging from his current condition, Kurapika was obviously in a much better state than in the original version. And with Roy here, there was no way things would end up like they had in the original story.
Oh, right, Kurapika. What exactly is your Nen ability now? This? Well, it's like this. End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Are you sure you want to heal him, boss? 1151 words. Beep. Why did Kurapika's phone suddenly stop going through?
In the room, after a full day of Nen training, Gon had wanted to call and ask about Kurapika's situation, but no matter what he did, he suddenly could not get through.
I called Roy just now.
Android 18 picked up and said Roy had already gone out because something came up, Killua said, taking the lollipop out of his mouth. Then he probably went to find Kurapika.
Damn it, the two of us can't help at all just staying here.
Dawn said in frustration.
Help out, huh? During the day, I happened to hook a big fish. It might be able to help Kurapika and the others. At that moment, Leo Rio walked in. He was holding a strange card in his hand, and an address was written on it. Want to go take a look?
Yeah. At the abandoned building, Phaeton and the others also returned to base while dragging Owl along with them.
So this is the shadow beast who hid all the auction goods away?
In Krallo's clear eyes was reflected Owl's wretched figure.
Yeah, it's definitely him.
On the way back, Phaeton interrogated him again, and he spilled everything.
Is that so? Krallo looked at Owl, who was practically at death's door. Can he still talk?
If we give him some water, probably.
But he's too badly injured. He won't last 3 days. Of course, that's assuming that guy doesn't make a move. Krallo knew exactly who Phaeton meant by that guy.
Shellnark had already reported it to him. Although he trusted the troop members, before seeing that miraculous healing effect with his own eyes, he still kept a basic level of doubt.
Oh my, is everyone back? And it looks like you even brought back someone who doesn't belong here.
The moment they heard that signature way of speaking, everyone present knew who had returned.
Finished meeting your acquaintance? Krallo asked flatly.
Yeah, everything's been taken care of, Ilo replied, then walked forward.
This is the shadow beast Phaeton and the others captured. Shellnark told me you have rather extraordinary healing abilities. Can you heal him?
Him? He really is in a miserable state. Looking at Owl, who had been tortured until he was barely recognizable as human and had even lost an arm, Ilo spoke lightly, but there was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. He looks heavily injured, but for me, this is child's play.
But are you sure you want to heal him, boss? Krallo's answer was brief and direct. Then no problem. Whatever happens afterward, I'm not taking responsibility.
As he spoke, Ilo raised his glowing hand. The moment that light appeared, everyone present instinctively tensed up.
The light spread over Owl's entire body.
Right before everyone's eyes, the wounds left behind by the torture rapidly healed, and his severed right arm regrew at an astonishing speed.
What is this?
Owl's dry voice sounded out. A bit of consciousness still remained in him as he was being healed. Very soon, the light faded, and a completely restored Owl appeared once more before everyone's eyes. The scene fell silent for a moment. Even Krallo's eyes widened slightly.
Amazing. The first one to speak was Sphinx, the enhancement type.
One side of his face was slick with sweat as he stared at the scene in utter disbelief.
Pakunada, who was seeing it for the first time as well, said with an unsettled expression, "It's real."
The severed arm grew back as fast as if it had taken root and sprouted.
How unbelievable. I never imagined an ability like this could exist in the world.
With his face covered so his expression could not be seen, even Cortopi's voice carried a faint tremor. Just as everyone was marveling at the power of the healing ability, Owl, now fully restored, suddenly got to his feet and bolted toward the door. "You're not getting away." Phaeton's expression did not change in the slightest. Just as he was about to move and stop Owl, a sharp whoosh sounded out. Several playing cards shot in from the doorway. Although Owl noticed them, he was still caught off guard. In his panic, he could only avoid the fatal spots, and the cards struck his shoulder and legs. With a bang, he fell to the ground once more.
Looks like this guy still hasn't figured out where he is. He actually wants to run away?
At that moment, Hisoka walked in with a smiling face, playing cards spread in his hand.
"You're not running again."
The instant Owl hit the ground, Phaeton stepped forward and directly cut the tendons in his wrists and ankles.
"So you're back, Hisoka."
By then, Krallo had already returned to his usual calm tone.
Krallo did not pay much attention to Hisoka.
Instead, he focused on Ilo. To be able to heal someone until they are perfectly restored.
What a powerful and wondrous nan ability. Thanks for the compliment. Then, Krallo said, his gaze deepening, if it has such a powerful healing effect, then there must be quite a few conditions and restrictions tied to the ability, right?
If close-range contact and having enough stamina to activate the skill counted as conditions, then yes.
Is that so? Krallo stopped pressing further, then turned to Phaeton.
I'll leave the rest to you, Phaeton. Once you've extracted all the information, you, Finks, and Cortopi will go retrieve the auction goods.
Understood. Hey, Leorio, the place you said you wanted to bring us to was this underground auction hall? Gon looked left and right.
In the middle of the venue stood a huge ring, and everyone here looked vicious. This is where the mafia deals in illegal merchandise among themselves. Even though every item is worth something different, they all sell for sky-high prices. I heard tonight there'd be an auction related to fighting, so I came here on purpose. Leorio handed over the card, and the group made their way smoothly to the spectator seats at the side.
Because all sorts of shady people gather here, it's easier to gather information?
Killua compared the strength of the others around them and found that they were nothing special.
And next up is tonight's conditional auction. This time, the condition is hide and seek.
A stylish, easy-on-the-eyes man stepped onto the stage and shouted. As he spoke, men in black below began handing out the photos in their hands. As long as you can find the 8 men and women in these photos and bring them here to us, the organizers, then for every target you capture, you can exchange them for a check worth 2 billion Jenny.
End of chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Key Transfer Skill. 1011 words.
Unlike in the original story, where there had been 7 of them, here there was one more Ilo.
Everyone present burst into an uproar. One person is worth 2 billion? Even Killua cried out in shock. 2 billion? Are these guys really worth that much? Then 8 people would be 16 billion? At that moment, a cool voice sounded beside Killua.
But since the organizers set the price at 2 billion per person, that means these people must be extremely troublesome.
As he said that, Killua's cat-like eyes blinked. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Just then, Gon's happy voice rang out. Android 18. I didn't expect you to be here too. Android 18? Killua turned his head, only to realize that Android 18 had somehow arrived beside them. Yo, hi there. Android 18 greeted them with a smile. Why are you here, Android 18?
Halfway through speaking, Killua shut his mouth. This was the underground auction, after all, a place where someone could get rich overnight.
With Android 18's personality, of course she would show up here. So it's 2 billion for each one?
At that moment, Android 18 shifted her gaze to the photos and memorized every single face. Even if we don't know who these people are, once Android 18 sets her sights on them, well, they can pray for their own survival. The exact same thought flashed through Killua's and Leorio's minds.
This purple-haired girl, is she the one we ran into at Heaven's Arena? Seeing Maki's face, Android 18 remembered her. I think I memorized her aura back then. There was no way Android 18 was going to let 16 billion Jenny slip away.
At the same time, inside a hotel. Setting down the beer in his hand, Yuvajin looked at the person who had suddenly appeared before him.
Looks like you're here looking for trouble. That's some pretty intense hostility.
Yuvajin casually tossed the beer can in his hand onto the floor.
The can hit the ground with a clatter that sounded especially loud in the silent room. At last, it stopped rolling beside the corpse of the room's original occupant. Kurapika expressionlessly glanced at the corpse on the floor, then fixed his gaze on Yuvajin. So you really are nothing but scum. Ha!
Yuvajin expressionlessly scratched at his ear.
A lot of people have said that to me before.
Without exception, every last one of them died by my hands.
From the look of you, you came specifically for me, didn't you? I don't know how you found me, but are you sure someone with your strength can deal with me?
Yuvajin sneered, then pressed his fists together, making his bones crack sharply.
Let's go outside.
So innocent people don't get caught up in this, and so your dying screams don't disturb this place, we'll fight somewhere else. At the base, Ilo was considering the next stage of their plan while also organizing the information and orders that needed to be passed along. When they had gathered earlier, Roy had even given him a mobile phone to make contact easier. Just as he was receiving messages, his expression suddenly shifted, and he looked in a certain direction. Those two auras? Uvogin and that Kurapika? Looks like they still ran into each other after all. Meanwhile, at one of the Nostrade family's properties. Let's go, Shelnurk. Looks like it isn't here either. As he spoke, Nobunaga slid his sword back into its sheath and left with Shelnurk, leaving corpses strewn all over the ground behind them. Tonight was a night of slaughter. Before we fight, I want to ask you something. In a desolate stretch of hills, Kurapika and Uvogin stood facing each other from afar. Do you remember the people you killed? Kurapika softly asked as he removed his traditional clothes. Then whose revenge are you trying to take? Uvogin's blood was already beginning to boil. What he loved most was utterly crushing fools who came seeking revenge. The Korta clan. Never heard of them. They had scarlet eyes. About 5 years ago, you slaughtered them. Hearing Uvogin's indifferent, dismissive tone, Kurapika clenched his fists. I really want to know, when you killed those innocent people, what were you thinking? What did you feel? Feel? Uvogin bared his teeth in a grin, and his eyes filled with bloodlust. I didn't feel anything at all. Scum! I'll make you pay with your life. Kurapika could no longer hold himself back. Almost at the exact same moment, Uvogin and Kurapika both charged straight at each other. Watching the battle below begin, Roy stood silently on the ridge nearby. Kurapika never developed abilities like Emperor Time and Chain Jail like he did in the original restrictions and vows that drained his potential and led him down the wrong path. Logically, he shouldn't be Uvogin's match, but... Roy looked at his hand. The key transfer skill. It was the technique Son Goku had used on Namek to share some of his ki with Frieza. Even though he had already transformed into a Super Saiyan back then, Son Goku had still retained his kindness and purity. When Frieza ended up in that state and, after casting aside his pride, begged him for help, Goku still gave him some of his ki. Earlier, when Roy patted Kurapika on the shoulder, he had used this skill to pass a portion of his own energy to Kurapika. Uvogin threw a straight right punch at Kurapika, but Kurapika relied on his agility to dodge it with ease. So you're pretty confident in your speed, huh? But next. A dark red aura burst out from Uvogin's body. I'm going to break your legs. In the next second, Uvogin's huge, beast-like body was wrapped in Nin as he slammed straight toward Kurapika. Uvogin smashed into the rock wall behind Kurapika, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Got you. End of chapter. 200 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Check out my Patreon to read 20 plus chapters ahead. patreon.com/Suku. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.